Chapter 196. The vigorous internal energy came suddenly. Yun Sheng was surprised, but she quickly calmed down and carefully sensed the source of the internal energy. Soon, she realized that the heat didn't come from anywhere else. It came from the blazing summer sun hanging high in the sky, so dazzling that it was only a white dot. The Shinnong medical bracelet was transforming the sun essence in the scorching sun into a flood of internal energy. As early as when she was in Banana Leaf Village, Yun Sheng was used to absorbing sun essence under the sun to improve her jade marrow art. Unexpectedly, when she was almost exhausted from the weight-bearing training, the effect of absorbing sun essence was much better than before. She felt that the strange tendons in her body had become stronger under the nourishment of a large amount of sun essence. It was as if a dried-up stream had suddenly been hit by a heavy rain, and the water level had suddenly risen. Since the last time Yun Sheng broke through to the great magician and opened up her third strange tendon, she felt that she had encountered a bottleneck in the cultivation of the jade marrow art. It was just that there was no one around her to guide her, so she had been unable to break through. Unexpectedly, there was an unexpected discovery today. Yun Sheng was overjoyed and quietly used her jade marrow art. Wave after wave of strong sun essence gushed out, and Yun Sheng's originally numb feet became flexible. All these changes happened quietly, and Zhang Zipuo did not notice anything strange. As usual, Zhang Zipuo kept walking in the crowd, paying special attention to the exchange student in a magic cloak. The scorching sun shone brightly, making Abandon's magic cloak even more dazzling, but it was only more dazzling. Under the double weight, Abandon did not fall unconscious after a few minutes, as Zhang Zipuo expected. Like a javelin, he stood there, towering over the crowd. There was no tremor, and there was no sign of him falling down. Zhang Zipuo could not help but frown, wondering in his heart, could it be that all the exchange students the hall master found this time were so abnormal? Yesterday, the female magician even defeated Luo Qing, but this seemingly weak magician did not even make a sound when carrying 100 jin of iron sand. Zhang Zipu snorted, his face full of anger. But when he walked past a female warrior with a graceful figure, a fragrant wind blew out. Zhang Zipuo could not help but feel his heart skip a beat. It was the fragrance of a woman that he had not smelled for a long time. Zhang Zipuo had also participated in the mage test in his early years, but unfortunately, he did not have any magic perception at all. He could only rely on his relationship with Elder Zhang to enter the Wu Profound Limitless School. In the Wu Profound Limitless Martial Arts School, there were more men than women, and Zhang Zipuo was also a womanizer. He had even regretted it for a long time, because all the women in the martial arts school did not cultivate like women and did not even know how to use rouge and face powder. How could they be like the Imperial Magic Academy, where those charming female mages were so alluring? A few years ago, there was Lian Xiang. Unfortunately, Lian Xiang, that bitch, actually reported him to the deputy director. Thinking of the delicate fragrance of Lian Xiang's body, Zhang Zian felt a burst of desire. Zhang Zipuo's face drooled as he approached a female warrior who was practicing the horse-riding stance. The latter trembled slightly, and a trace of fear appeared on her face. Zhang Zipuo pinched her waist. When the female warriors of the side saw this, they all showed angry expressions. Zhang Zipuo, however, chuckled a few times. He enjoyed the smoothness between his hands and walked towards another female warrior. Hour passed, and when the incense on the golden cauldron was extinguished, most of the warriors on the drill ground heaved a sigh of relief. Everyone was discussing spiritedly as they untied the iron sandbags on their hands and feet. The female warrior who had been molested by Zhang Zipuo earlier threw the iron sandbag on the ground with red eyes and ran away to vent her anger. Yun Sheng also slowly withdrew the power of the jade marrow technique in her body. After an hour, not only did she not feel tired, but she also felt refreshed. The effect was even better than 4 hours of deep meditation at night. She looked around and found that the people on the drill ground were almost gone. Goofing was so tired that he collapsed on the drill ground. As soon as he sat down, the kid jumped up. At noon, the ground was boiling hot like a hot pot of noodles. Gufeng, go over and see what's wrong with Qi. Yunsheng noticed that Qi was still standing in the same spot, maintaining the horse riding stance. To abandon, carrying weights for 2 hours was definitely an overload. Gufeng walked over, and as soon as he got close, Qi's body went limp, and his whole body fell onto Gufeng's body. Oh no! Yunsheng, Qi is dead. Gufeng was shocked. He wiped his hand under Qi's nose, and found that there was no breath under Qi's nose. Yunsheng hurried over. Don't panic, first untie the iron sandbags on his body, then move him to a shady place. He must have faked his death due to heat stroke. Look, his chest is still rising and falling. After being reminded by Yunsheng, Gufeng realized that Qi's magic cloak was still rising and falling slightly. When Gufeng hurriedly untied the iron sandbags on Qi's body, Yunsheng couldn't help but frown. She had a good sense of touch, and she was sure that the iron sandbags that Zhang Zipuo ordered people to prepare for Qi were all tampered with. The so-called 100 caddy iron sandbag was at least 120 caddies in weight. Hideous blisters had already appeared on the 4 limbs of Lu Zilong. Yunsheng directed Gufeng to move Qi to the side. However, on the question of whether to untie Qi's magic cloak, Yunsheng and Gufeng were a little hesitant. Yunsheng, Qi will definitely not agree to let us untie his magic cloak. Even Teacher Mary can't order Qi to do so. If he wakes up and finds out that we've untied his cloak, he'll hate us to death. Gufeng was a little reluctant. It wasn't easy for him to build a good relationship with Qi, and he didn't want to anger Qi again. If you don't understand, I'll untie it. He's about to die, and you're still so clumsy. Yunsheng didn't say anything else, and untied Qi's magic cloak. As soon as the cloak was untied, Yunsheng couldn't help but pause, and Gufeng even let out a shocking cry. Qi's face. What kind of face was that? Qi's face was like a toad's, covered with all kinds of green bumps. Hour after he stood under the sun, these bumps had already cracked because of the heat. Yellow-green pus covered Qi's face. That scene would make anyone who saw it frown. No wonder Qi refused to untie his magic cloak no matter what. What surprised Gufeng was that Yunsheng only looked at Qi's face for a moment. Then, she bent over and took out a bag of water and gauze from the orc language ring. She soaked them and placed them on Qi's forehead. Then, she untied his collar and pressed on his philtrum with her fingertips. After a while, Qi's complexion gradually improved. When he woke up, he saw Gufeng and Yunsheng's concerned eyes. Then, he realized that his magic cloak had been untied. Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, Qi sat up abruptly, pushed Yunsheng and Gufeng away, and pulled off the gauze on his forehead. Who allowed you to untie my magic cloak? He angrily pulled out his magic scepter and pointed it at Yunsheng and Gufeng. Chapter 197. In a fit of rage, Abandon's eyes were bloodshot, and the wound on his face split open, leaving a pool of pus and blood. Abandon, don't be so agitated. We just saw that you fainted and wanted to wake you up. It was me who removed your magic cloak. Gufeng took all the responsibility. Gufeng, don't apologize. We didn't do anything wrong. Abandon, it was me who removed your magic cloak. You fainted just now. If we didn't save you in time, it would have been very dangerous. Compared to Abandon's agitation and Gufeng's pity, Yunsheng's tone was calm, as if Abandon's face didn't affect her at all. As Yunsheng spoke, she quickly stepped forward and grabbed Abandon's arm. Abandon had never had such intimate contact with anyone before. As if he was stained with something dirty, he shook his hand and tried to shake it off. However, Yunsheng's strength was amazing. As she grabbed Abandon's hand, she slowly sent the Jade Marrow technique into Abandon's body. Abandon's originally restless emotions were replaced by an icy cold inner force that rushed through his entire body. This inner force wasn't magic power, nor was it combat energy. It was a mysterious power that Abandon had never experienced before. The magic scepter in Abandon's hand drooped down unconsciously. He subconsciously looked at Yunsheng. A pair of pitch-black Remo Jade eyes looked at him calmly. For some reason, Abandon felt his originally agitated emotions settle down bit by bit. It was a scorching sun, but it didn't make him feel hot at all. Abandon only felt as if he was standing on a vast and boundless sea. Feeling that Abandon's heartbeat and breathing had gradually returned to normal, Yunsheng finally heaved a sigh of relief. This kid was really worrisome. Go back and rest for a while. Drink some salt and sugar water to replenish your water. You'll be fine. Yunsheng's crisp voice echoed in his ears. As she spoke, Yunsheng let go of his hand. She glanced at Yunsheng and saw her blushing face. Her skin looked even more beautiful under the scorching sun. He couldn't help but be mesmerized by her. It wasn't until Goofing gave him a push that she came back to his senses. Thank you, Abandoned Mosquito said with a squeak. Yunsheng glanced at him. Abandoned, if I'm not wrong. Your face is poisoned, right? Abandoned didn't say anything. He took the magic cloak from Goofing and put it on without saying a word. What if I say that I have a way to cure your face, but I have to abolish all your poison skills and turn you into an ordinary person? Are you willing to do that? Yunsheng had noticed that there was an antidote for Abandoned's poison. Yunsheng had carefully examined Abandoned's poison. His poison seemed to be caused by the poison magic that he cultivated. Abandoned's poison magic spirit allowed him to cast any type of magic with the effect of poison. However, because he carried the poison magic spirit with him all year round, he unconsciously absorbed the poison from the outside world. This was a huge burden to his body. Although the poison was only accumulating in Abandoned's cultivation now, in the future, as Abandoned's magic became more profound, his poison magic spirit would have a greater impact on him. There would be a day when his body couldn't bear the burden, and those poisonous lumps would spread all over his body. No, if I lose my poison magic, I'd rather wear this face for the rest of my life. Abandon was far more stubborn than Yunsheng imagined. Abandon, nothing is more important than your life. Yunsheng was still trying to persuade Abandon. You're wrong. There's something more important than my life, and that's power. Abandon dragged his injured body forward without another word. Yunsheng and Goofing stood where they were. Goofing sighed, as if he was talking to himself, but also as if he was talking to Yunsheng. Abandon is actually the most stubborn among the three of us. Unless you can find another way to cure him, he will never allow you to treat him. Goofing caught up with Abandon quickly and supported him. This time, Abandon didn't push Goofing away. When night fell, the warriors in the outer training hall carried out their combat training as usual. What was surprising was that the annoying Zhang Zipo was not present this time. After asking around, someone said that Zhang Zipo suddenly grew red lumps all over his body after leaving the drill ground this afternoon. Those lumps were itchy and painful. No matter what Zhang Zipo did, they wouldn't go away. Helpless, he could only take leave and rest in the inner training hall. Once the news spread, the happiest were the female warriors. Zhang Zipo was a pervert. He was simply their nightmare. When Yunsheng heard this, she smiled in understanding. She was the only one who was clear about the whole matter. The poison that made Zhang Zipo and the medicine hall helpless was actually not a type of poison. She was just a type of powder that Yunsheng found from Dr. Fan's prescription booklet. This powder was developed from 4 to 5 types of special attribute medicinal herbs. If a woman used it, it could indeed nourish her and beautify her face. However, if a man came into contact with it, he would easily be allergic. Moreover, this allergy would repeat and last for more than a month. If he came into contact with it again, he would still be allergic. Moreover, the consequences would be more serious each time. People in the Boundless Land didn't know about allergies, but Yunsheng was very clear about it. Due to the absence of Zhang Zipo's harassment, Yunsheng, Goofeng, and Abandon's training became much more relaxed in the next few days of training. The three of them also gradually adapted from their initial unfamiliarity with the training hall. They ate and lived together with the warriors from the outer training hall and received the same training missions. The warriors from the outer training hall also gradually accepted the three of them from their initial rejection. Especially Yunsheng. Relying on her medical skills, she quickly became familiar with the female warriors from the outer training hall. Very quickly, a month's time had passed. Other than Yun Sheng, who didn't seem to have any changes, Abandon and Goofing's bodies had more or less undergone some changes. Their originally weak magicians' physiques had improved. Both of them had grown taller, and their skin was tanned to a bronze color. The night's combat training had allowed the two of them to understand some basic martial arts techniques, which was also very beneficial to their development. At this moment, the two of them looked more like dual cultivators of magic and martial arts. They weren't ordinary magicians. Standing among the warriors from the outer training hall, they weren't inferior at all. Furthermore, none of the three of them received any additional punishment. On this day, when Yun Sheng and the other two were busy with their daily training, as usual, Lei Hu called out to the three of them. You guys have also been here for a month. According to the rules, you should go to the medicine hall to receive a portion of beast blood today and undergo the beast blood fusion. After Yun Sheng came to the martial arts hall, she found out that beast blood fusion wasn't exclusive to warriors. Ordinary people, as long as they weren't old, weak, sick, or disabled, could strengthen their physique through beast blood fusion. According to the rules of Wushuan Limitless Martial Arts Hall, every outer training hall student could go to the medicine hall to receive a portion of beast blood at the end of every month. Yin Sheng was also interested in beast blood fusion. Hearing Lei Hu's words, she, Gufeng, and Abandon walked towards the medicine hall. Chapter 198. The medicine hall was located in the inner hall of Wushuan Wuji School. When Yun Sheng was on her way to the internal affairs hall, she had passed by the medicine hall. She thought that the medicine hall must be similar to the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. On the way, Lei Hu happened to mention that he had received a letter from Banana Leaf Village yesterday. He had already told the village chief and the others that Yun Sheng was also in Jade Capital and that she was in Wushuan Wuji School. The village chief asked about Yun Sheng's well-being in the letter. Yun Sheng asked about the village and found out that Banana Leaf Village was relying on hemostatic medicine. The villagers were living well. The village chief and Grandma Lu were also healthy. There was a new sorcerer in the Dharma Temple who was very kind. Only then did Yun Sheng relax a little. The village chief also asked about Uncle Yun in the letter. Is Uncle Yun all right? Lei Hu didn't ask in detail why Yun Sheng suddenly came to Jade Capital and how she suddenly learned magic. He also didn't ask how Yun Sheng's father, Uncle Yun, was doing. When Yun Sheng was in Banana Leaf Village, she was a useless sorcerer who couldn't even sense magic elements. However, her magic just now almost made senior brother Cheng suffer. That was really too powerful. My father, he is all right. Yin Sheng's heart was bitter. Her father's matter had always been a sore point. We're almost at the medicine hall. Tell us about the beast blood. Yin Sheng had heard from Wenrin Su that martial artists were different from sorcerers. Although they didn't have magic scepters and couldn't embed soul stones, they could fuse with demonic beast blood. A martial artist, from the moment they became a martial artist, would need to fuse with demonic beast blood at every realm. This process was called beast blood fusion. In the beginning, the beast blood fusion would strengthen one's physique and make it easier for the human body to absorb battle aura. However, after becoming a martial honor, the beast blood fusion could transform into a battle technique called beast blood berserk. Under the beast blood berserk state, the martial artists could strengthen their strength by several times depending on the grade of the beast blood they absorbed. Their defense and attack power would increase tremendously. However, the price of beast blood berserk was also very heavy. If a martial artist were to undergo beast blood enhancement once, their strength would be reduced by half within a month. Therefore, martial artists would only enter the beast blood frenzy state under extremely dangerous circumstances. Take Cheng Bai, who had fought with Yun Sheng and the others earlier, as an example. He was only testing the strength of Yun Sheng and the others, but if he encountered a real enemy, he would enter the beast blood berserk state, and his strength would increase by several folds. Yun Sheng and the others would not be his match. Lei Hu, tell me more about the Wushuan Limitless School. Goofing also asked from his side. Compared to the Imperial Magic Academy, Gufeng preferred the practical and hard-working cultivation style of the Wuxuan Limitless School. Lei Hu spoke as he walked, explaining the situation of the Wu Profound Limitless School, including the matters between the inner and outer halls. This also allowed Yun Sheng and the others to have a rough impression of the entire Wu Profound Limitless School. The Wuxuan Limitless School was divided into the inner and outer halls. The inner hall had a total of 50 students, and the outer hall had a total of 500 students. However, this was not the full strength of the Wuxuan Limitless School. In the entire Zhou state, the students who had once studied martial arts in the Wuxuan Limitless School, including their direct third-generation blood relatives, were also known as the sect disciples of the martial arts school. In the entire Zhou state, just the number of sect disciples in the martial arts school alone reached 100,000. 100,000? Wow, that's comparable to the regular army of the Zhou state. Gufeng was speechless. Gufeng, you can't speak carelessly. Yun Sheng frowned. Hearing Lei Hu's words, Yun Sheng also realized that the hidden strength of the Wuxuan Limitless School was actually so strong. If she was the emperor of the Zhou state, she would definitely be wary of the Wuxuan Limitless School. No wonder the crown prince of the Zhou state entered the Royal Magic Academy to study. The royal family had invested heavily in the Royal Magic Academy in the past few years, presumably to curb the power of the Wuxuan Limitless School. Lei Hu's thoughts were simple, and he did not think too much. Now that he was a member of the Wuxuan Limitless School, he felt even more proud. Not only that, our dojo master and vice dojo master are also very strong. Even the famous martial saint General Yun Ba of the Zhou state is our consecrator. The dojo has the Discipline Hall, Internal Affairs Hall, Medicine Hall, and Combat Skills Hall. When Yun Sheng heard Yun Ba's name, she paused for a moment. Who's he? Have you seen old General Yun before? Or is the general himself coming to the dojo to teach? How could that be? I'm just an outer hall martial artist. I can't even enter the inner hall. Old General Yun is only a consecrator in name. He hasn't come to the dojo for a long time. Big sister, let me tell you, in the future, you can't get into a conflict with senior apprentice Brother Chung. He held back today. His strength is ranked in the top 3 in the inner hall. Lei Hu felt a lingering fear as he recalled what had happened. Lei Hu rambled on a lot, from the glorious history of the Wuxuan Limitless School to the teaching of battle skills at the martial grandmaster level. He roughly explained everything. Yun Sheng asked around in a roundabout way, but she only found out that the number 1 in the inner hall was senior brother Yi Baiming. However, they rarely saw Yi Baiming. Changba was already a martial marquis. Then wouldn't Yi Baiming be even more powerful? What exactly did that brat eat to cultivate? It was as if he had his own cheat. While she was secretly guessing the relationship between Yi Baiming and the Wuxuan Limitless School, Yun Sheng and the others had already arrived at the entrance of the Medicine Hall. The Medicine Hall could be considered one of the most important places in the entire dojo. Ordinary warriors from the outer hall would not be able to enter at all. They could only come here on the day of receiving the beast blood every month. Just as they approached the Medicine Hall, they could smell the fragrance of pills. The surrounding environment was also very elegant, with a few clusters of xiangfei bamboo planted. It was completely different from the martial arts aura of the Wuxuan Limitless School. In front of us is the Medicine Hall, and further ahead is the Internal Affairs Hall that we went to before. The person in charge of the Medicine Hall is Elder Zhang, who is also Zhang Zipo's father. You guys have a grudge with Zhang Zipo, so if you encounter anything later, don't talk back. Just follow my gaze. Lei Hu pointed to the rows of courtyards in front of them. There were already many warriors lining up, waiting for the Medicine Hall to distribute the beast blood. Yun Sheng and the others casually stood at the end of the line. Suddenly, they heard a crackling sound coming from the direction of the Medicine Hall. Following that, there was a commotion at the front of the line. Someone screamed and fell to the ground. Some people shouted, "Not good, everyone disperse." As he spoke, a warrior jumped out. That warrior's eyes were scarlet red, and his hands were dancing nonstop. That person looked like he had jumped out of the Medicine Hall. His hair was disheveled, his upper body was bare, and his lower body was only wearing a pair of shorts. His sturdy muscles were dripping with blood. Between his waving hands, the biting cold Do Chi was like a sharp sword, stabbing in all directions. A few of the warriors were unable to dodge in time and were seriously injured. It's senior brother Shangwan from the inner hall. He came out of the medicine hall. Big sister, quickly get out of the way. It looks like he's crazy. It's very likely that he was careless in fusing the beast blood and went berserk. Lei Hu recognized the crazy warrior at a glance. Chapter 199. The medicine hall, which was originally in order, suddenly went out of control because of Shangwan Ta's madness. The crowd rushed and scattered. The most unlucky ones were the few students who were about to receive the beast blood at the entrance of the medicine hall. They couldn't escape in time and were injured by Shangwan Ta's fierce fighting energy. The beast blood fusion failed. Yinsheng signaled goofing to chant immediately to prevent the warriors' fighting energy from hurting them. If the beast blood fusion succeeds, it will naturally fail. But senior brother Shangwan has already fused a few times. It shouldn't have failed. Lei Hu briefly explained the function of the beast blood fusion. To a magician, the beast blood fusion was very strange. But to warriors, especially warriors from the continent's major martial arts centers, the beast blood fusion was the best choice for them to break through the bottleneck and break through to the next level of the martial arts realm. As everyone knew, although demonic beasts didn't have intelligence, their magic perception and physique were stronger than humans. Unlike magicians, warriors on the boundless continent didn't have magic scepters and couldn't inlay magic soul stones. But they could use the beast blood from demonic beasts to strengthen their bodies. Every warrior could collect beast blood and fuse it when they broke through to the martial arts realm. Through the beast blood fusion, one could obtain a stronger physique and better absorb the fighting energy between heaven and earth. The beast blood fusion was divided into 9 stages. The effect of the beast blood fusion would be different according to the warrior's cultivation and talent. But the greater the benefit, the greater the risk. The majority of magical beast blood contained a heavy, ruthless chi that made it very dangerous to fuse with magical beast blood, especially when it came to the blood of high-level magical beasts. The slightest carelessness could cause a person's cultivation to go berserk. They would become like magical beasts, inhumane and murderous. The senior brother Shangwan that Lei Hu mentioned was Shangwan Ta. He was considered a high-ranking person in the inner dojo. His cultivation was only slightly lower than Changbai's. For the past year, his cultivation had been stuck at the peak of martial venerable, unable to break through to the next martial arts realm. Some time ago, there was a rumor in the martial arts club that Shangwan Ta could break through the martial realm once he successfully fused with the blood of the blood cloud beast he had snatched from the crown prince. It was very likely that Shangwan Ta had fused with the blood of that blood cloud beast. Yun Sheng saw that the medicine hall was in a mess. There were casualties everywhere. If she didn't take action, the casualties would be even more severe. Yinsheng lowered her head and asked Lei Hu. Suddenly, she shouted, "Senior Marshal Brother Bu." Shangwan Ta's body suddenly froze, as if he had some misgivings. He looked behind him. Almost at the same time, Yinsheng went behind Shangwan Ta like a butterfly shuttle. With a bone needle in her hands, she aimed at Shangwan Ta's sleeping acupoint. When Shangwan Ta found that there was no one in front of him, he immediately became furious. He felt that someone was sneak attacking him from behind. When Yinsheng's bone needle pierced him, a layer of Do Chi actually appeared on the surface of his body. Under Yinsheng's piercing, the bone needle was actually shaken off by Shangwan Ta's Do Chi. Fortunately, Yinsheng was already prepared. When the bright needle missed, the power of the dark needle had already pierced into Shangwan Ta's body. The next moment, the originally crazy Shangwan Ta staggered and fell to the ground. At this time, an elder rushed out of the medicine hall. When he saw Yinsheng standing beside Shangwan Ta, he sternly reprimanded, "Who are you?" "Elder Zhang. She is an exchange student from the Magic Academy. We came here to collect the beast blood. We didn't expect to see Senior Marshal Brother Shangwan rushing out in a frenzy, Lei Hu hurriedly went forward and said respectfully. When Yun Sheng heard the person's name and looked at his appearance, she found that his facial features were quite similar to Zhang Zi's. It was just that he was slightly older. This person was wearing a doctor's robe. Yun Sheng noticed that on his belt there was also a doctor's tablet from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. It was a tablet that symbolized the scattered doctors of the four directions. Presumably, this person was the one that Luo Qing mentioned earlier, Zhang Zipo's father, Elder Zhang of the Wushuan Everlasting School's Medicine Hall. When Elder Zhang heard that Yun Sheng was an exchange student from the Imperial Magic Academy, he snorted. Elder Zhang's name was a single word, Chao. Originally, he was also a herbalist in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. However, he had some capabilities in the field of pill concoction, and after obtaining the qualifications to become the Ling Doctor, he left the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. After leaving the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, Elder Zhang coincidentally obtained the knowledge of alchemy from the former Imperial Doctor. Relying on this book, he entered the Wushuan Everlasting School's Medicine Hall. Relying on his alchemy skills, he was arrogant and didn't put the other people in the Wushuan Everlasting School in his eyes. His only son, Zhang Zipo, had been ill for a while. Elder Zhang checked again and found that he wasn't sick, but that his skin had been contaminated with a special kind of poisonous powder. There was actually someone who dared to poison his only son. After Elder Zhang found out, he immediately asked Zhang Zipo. After a while, he found out that Zhang Zipo had smelled a kind of fragrance on the bodies of the female martial warriors in the outer hall. After smelling that fragrance, Zhang Zipo's entire body was covered in red rashes. With just a slight touch, he would feel an unbearable itch. Elder Zhang found a few female martial warriors. After interrogating them, he found a kind of scented sachet on their bodies. The scented sachet contained a kind of medicinal herb. After asking around, he found out that this medicinal herb was obtained from the hands of the female mage from the Imperial Magic Academy. Only then did Elder Zhang and Zhang Zipo know that it was Yun Sheng who did it. The most despicable thing was that Elder Zhang couldn't say for sure that Zhang Zipo had been poisoned, because if Zhang Zipo hadn't been so careless with the female students, he definitely wouldn't have come into contact with this kind of powder. Elder Zhang was definitely not the kind of person who would suffer in silence. Today, Yun Sheng and the others had delivered themselves to his door, so he naturally wouldn't let go of this great opportunity to teach them a lesson. Today's beast blood has already been collected. Not only have you finished collecting it today, you don't have to come to collect it next month. The medicine hall only provides beast blood pills to martial warriors. As for you, Lei Hu, as a martial warrior, you are willing to degrade yourself to be with a mage. You don't have to come to collect beast blood in the future. As the elder of the medicine hall, Elder Zhang was in charge of the medicine hall share of pills and beast blood. When he said this, he even implicated Lei Hu. Elder Zhang. Lei Hu was shocked. 13 or 14 years old was the best time for martial warriors to strengthen their bodies. If he didn't have the beast blood, he would fall behind his peers by a large margin, and he would have no chance of entering the inner hall in the future. Elder Zhang was immensely pleased with himself. Towards Lei Hu, who had no background and was very average in strength, Elder Zhang wasn't worried about offending him at all. Yun Sheng gritted her teeth. Like son, like father. With Zhang Zipo's face, as his father, Elder Zhang naturally wasn't a good person either. Lei Hu, there's no need to beg him. It's fine if you don't want his beast blood. The reason Senior Shangwan became like this was also because of the beast blood he cultivated, Yun Sheng said sarcastically. She disdained to beg such a person. Chapter 200. When Elder Zhang heard this, his face changed. He pointed at Yun Sheng and scolded. What did you say? You said that there was a problem with the beast blood I refined, and that Shangwan suddenly went crazy because of my beast blood. Just this sentence alone is enough for me to expel you from the martial arts club. Who do you think you are? Wushuan Limitless Martial Arts Club has a deputy head, and it's not your turn to expel a student. I dare to say this, so naturally I have full confidence to prove that what I said is true. I'm sure that Shangwan Ta mistakenly merged with the beast blood you refined from the blood cloud beast, and that's why he became like this. Yun Sheng said decisively. Men, capture this wild girl who is full of nonsense and send her to the discipline hall. Elder Zhang looked to his left and right and signaled with his eyes. Wait, she's right, Zhang Chao. Who gave you the right to punish a student at will? A few steps away, Zhang Li and Bu Jiuxiao walked over. Fortunately, Yi Baiming did not walk with them. Zhang Li walked forward to check on Shangwan Ta's situation. Zhang Li and Bu Jiuxiao had just returned to the martial arts club. During his absence, Cheng Bai had reported to him everything that had happened in the martial arts club, including the fact that the medicine hall used the blood cloud beast to refine the beast blood to help the inner martial arts club's students fuse with the beast blood. After knowing this, Zhang Li, who had always been bold, took a rare cautious and conservative attitude. He asked the medicine hall to temporarily not distribute the beast blood refined from the blood cloud beast blood to any student. But who would have thought that when he just came back today, he heard that there was a strange movement in the medicine hall. When he rushed over, he found Shangwan Ta lying on the ground. Yin Sheng and Elder Zhang's words fell into the ears of Zhang Li and the others without missing a single word. Elder Zhang felt a little uneasy when he saw the deputy curator. Elder Zhang, what's going on? Didn't I tell you not to distribute the blood cloud beast's blood to the students for the time being? Where did Shangwan Ta's beast blood come from? Combat Power checked Shangwan Ta and found that his qi and blood were in a mess. Inside his dantian, there was a surge of evil qi. This qi could tear Shangwan Ta's dantian apart at any time. If it was not handled properly, Shangwan Ta would probably go mad and be unable to learn martial arts for the rest of his life. Elder Zhang stammered. Naturally, he couldn't explain because he had accepted a large sum of money from Shangwan Ta and secretly gave him a portion of the blood cloud beast blood. In the inner pavilion, Shangwan Ta's strength was already in the top 10. However, compared to the likes of Cheng Bai and Bu Jiuxiao, he was still a little lacking. He bribed Elder Zhang because he was anxious for success. Who would have thought that after consuming the beast blood, he would go crazy? I'll let the commandment hall handle this matter. Zhang Li knew his limits. Now is not the time to punish Elder Zhang severely. The most important thing now was to find a way to help Shangwan Ta recover. More importantly, he had to find a reason why the blood cloud beast blood could make people go crazy. Otherwise, the blood cloud beast blood could not be used. The blood cloud beast blood that he had painstakingly obtained earlier would be wasted. Zhang Li walked in front of Yun Sheng and said earnestly, "You're the magic apothecary in the Royal Magic Academy that day, right? Just now, you called him Senior Brother Bu because you know that in the inner pavilion, the only person Shangwan Ta is afraid of is Bu Jiuxiao, right?" Yun Sheng nodded. Behind Zhang Li, Bu Jiuxiao couldn't help narrowing his eyes and glancing at Yun Sheng a few more times. Just now, when the situation was chaotic, the first reaction of most people would be to run away immediately. However, this child was very calm and knew how to take advantage of other people's weaknesses. As a student of the inner pavilion, Shangwan Ta's strength was in the top 10 of the inner pavilion. However, Yin Sheng had also heard from Lei Hu that the most powerful person in the inner pavilion was Bu Jiuxiao. Moreover, this person was a battle maniac. Usually, he liked to find people to fight and practice his battle skills. When he fought, he didn't care about the gender difference. Almost every student in the inner pavilion was scared of him. Naturally, Shangwan Ta was not an exception. In fact, because Shangwan Ta had entered the martial arts academy with Bu Jiuxiao in the early years, the two of them were even in the same dormitory when they were in the outer pavilion. Poor Shangwan Ta. It could be said that he had been abused by Bu Jiuxiao all the way here. He was just like a human sandbag. His misgivings about Bu Jiuxiao were deep in his blood. When he heard Bu Jiuxiao's name, there was a momentary pause. It was also because of that momentary pause that Yun Sheng used the medical soul godly needle to succeed in a sneak attack. Although Zhang Li didn't see the scene with his own eyes, he asked the people around and knew the whole story. You're a smart child. However, you should know that in Wushuan Limitless Martial Arts Academy, respect for teachers is very strong. Just now, you didn't respect your elders and slandered Elder Zhang. If you don't have conclusive evidence, Elder Zhang has the right to report to the discipline hall and expel you from the martial arts academy. Zhang Li's tone became heavier. As the deputy pavilion master, he had to be clear about rewards and punishments. Yin Sheng punished Shang Wanta properly. That was a merit. However, if she slandered him with empty words, that was a crime. Clear about rewards and punishments was the foundation of Wushuan Limitless Martial Arts Academy. That's right, Deputy Pavilion Master. This exchange student has a bad heart. She's so young and full of evil tricks. Earlier, she did something to my son, Zhang Zipo. That child's hands and face have been swollen for a while. This kind of student should have been expelled long ago. Elder Zhang said fiercely from the side, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Elder Zhang, I want to ask you, why are Zhang Zipo's hands and feet swollen? If he doesn't do painstaking things in his life, if he doesn't touch things that he shouldn't touch, if he doesn't do things that he shouldn't do, how could he get sick? Deputy Pavilion Master, I'm not just saying empty words. He's a doctor, and I'm also a doctor. Yun Sheng said, and took out her doctor's token. Oh, you're also a doctor? After seeing Yun Sheng's ability to refine medicine at the Royal Magic Academy, Zhang Li had a deep impression of her. Looking at the doctor's token in Yun Sheng's hand, it was indeed made by the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Deputy Pavilion Master, what she said is true. When Big Sister was in our village, she was very powerful. She even saved the village chief who was seriously injured by magic. Lei Hu said from aside, a 7-year-old doctor who could refine high-level magic medicine. Zhang Li's originally frown couldn't help but loosen. Nonsense. She's clearly a magician. How did she become a doctor? I've never heard of someone who can refine magic medicine and ancient medicine at the same time. Moreover, you're just a doctor. How can you compare to me, a dignified individual doctor? Elder Zhang was fuming with rage at the side. He would rather die than believe that an 8-year-old child could really compare to him. Whether it's true or not, let's compete. Right now, there's a ready-made doctor. Elder Zhang, since you're so proud of your medical skills, let's compete and see who can save Shang Wanta. Yin Sheng was full of confidence. Thank you, Pudding and Su Su, for your tips. Next chapter, the fox appears. The little wildcat is going to be teased. Chapter 201. Elder Zhang was speechless for a moment. He looked at the silent Shang Wanta with a complicated expression. In fact, let alone curing Shang Wanta, Elder Zhang didn't even know why Shang Wanta was like this. This time, after the blood cloud beast was transported to the medicine hall, Elder Zhang personally came to make the beast blood potion. All the steps and procedures were the same as usual. It was reasonable to say that Shang Wanta's situation shouldn't have happened. However, after Shang Wanta took the beast blood potion, there was indeed a problem. Shang Wanta lost his mind. If the female magician didn't use some method to knock him out, today's situation would be even more serious. Battle Strength was also observing Shang Wanta's situation from the side. Shang Wanta had already fallen into a coma, but from his still violently rising and falling chest, the effect of the blood cloud, beast blood, had not yet disappeared. Moreover, it was becoming more and more intense. What? Is Elder Zhang afraid? Yin Sheng raised her eyebrows. Afraid? What a joke. I'm a dignified doctor who has practiced medicine and alchemy for more than 20 years. How could I lose to an arrogant child like you? Let's compete, but if I win, you and your partners will immediately get out of the dojo. Elder Zhang disdainfully calculated in his heart. No matter how good Yun Sheng's talent was, she couldn't have started studying medicine in her mother's womb. If he couldn't see the cause of the illness, then it was even more impossible for Yun Sheng to see the cause of the illness. Unfortunately, Elder Zhang's plan was destined to fail this time. All right, but if it's the other way around and I win, then what? Elder Zhang will also take your wicked son and get out of Wushuan Everlasting School. Yin Sheng said in a stern voice. Her eyes were about to spit out fire. You, what an arrogant tone. You, a yellow-mouthed child, actually dare to talk about this elder. Elder Zhang was a dignified medicine hall elder, usually who didn't bow and scrape when they saw him. Today, being interrogated by Yin Sheng like this, his old face was red. Wu's profound, limitless school has always been clear about rewards and punishments. Right is right, wrong is wrong. If it is later proven that Elder Zhang has indeed made a mistake in refining the beast blood, yet he still protects and condones it, then that would truly be impudent. Yun Sheng sneered. Her words seemed to be directed at Elder Zhang, but she was actually looking at the vice-curator's fighting strength. The father was greedy for money and the son was lustful. They were simply a pair of bastards. If they were allowed to stay in the martial arts club, sooner or later there would be more incidents like Shangwanta and Lianxiang. If you don't remove the roots, the weeds will grow again when the spring breeze blows. She had to get rid of the Zhang clan's elder. Zhangli paused and pondered for a moment. All right, I will be the witness for today's matter. Elder Zhang, Shangwanta's family is a prominent family in the Jade capital, so his life and death are of great importance. If you can save him today, I won't pursue the matter from before. However, if he can't be saved, or if he becomes a cripple because of this, the medicinal hall will definitely be implicated. You don't have to be an elder of the medicinal hall. Elder Zhang's complexion suddenly changed. In Zhang Li's tone, there was a sign that a storm was coming. Over the years, how could Zhang Li, as the deputy curator, not know what the Song family's father and son had done? However, he had always turned a blind eye because of Elder Zhang's ability to refine medicine. However, if Yun Sheng really defeated him, there would be someone more suitable to be an elder of the medicinal hall than Elder Zhang in the Wushuan Limitless School. Then, Zhang Li would definitely calculate the cost with interest. Being able to become the deputy curator of the martial arts club, Zhang Li was definitely not an ordinary person. With Zhang Li's words, Elder Zhang had to compete, even if he didn't want to. Someone come, carry Shangwan Ta into the medicinal hall. Everyone else leave together. In order to facilitate the treatment, Zhang Li dismissed most of the people, leaving only a few important people. Wait, I still need a helper. Elder Zhang should have his own medicine man. I also need a medicine man to assist me in the treatment. Yun Sheng had a general understanding of Shangwan Ta's condition, but she still needed someone to help her. Oh, I wonder if I can be your helper. Behind her, there was a low voice. When she heard the voice, Yun Sheng was instantly petrified. Yun Sheng didn't need to turn around to know who was behind her. Night Fox. Wherever Yi Baiming was, there would definitely be a strange aura. Even if he didn't say a word, he would still be the focus of everyone's attention. After more than a year, Yi Baiming, who had regained his sight, had become even more astonishing. She should have expected that Yi Baiming, Cheng Bai, and the others were inseparable. Where Cheng Bai and Bu Jiuxiao appeared, Yi Baiming would appear sooner or later. However, she didn't expect him to appear so suddenly. Next, she would start the treatment. If he witnessed her medical skills with his own eyes earlier, when the deputy director's battle strength came over, the one who accompanied him was only Bu Jiuxiao. This made Yun Sheng heave a sigh of relief. Subconsciously, she still didn't want to meet Yi Baiming again. All kinds of thoughts appeared in her mind. Escape through the door, kill him, and all kinds of thoughts circled around her mind. Yun Sheng calmed herself down. She had almost forgotten that her current voice and smile included her head and figure. Everything was different from 2 years ago. Yi Baiming was blind, so he couldn't remember his own facial features. When she entered Wushuan Limitless School, Yun Sheng even changed her name to her previous life's name, Yin Yun, for safety's sake. She calmly turned around and looked at the source of the voice with everyone else. Yi Baiming was dressed in black, and Chengbai was dressed in white. The two of them, one in black and one in white, were extremely outstanding people. When they stood in the medicine hall, the small medicine hall suddenly felt like it was graced by their presence. Especially Yi Baiming. After Yun Sheng caught a glimpse of him on the street last time, this time, seeing him face to face, she still felt a sense of amazement. This guy was getting more and more monstrous as he grew up. In this life, Yun Sheng had seen many handsome men. Among them, the only ones who could compare to Yi Baiming were probably Xia Ximing, Xia Wenxiu, and the immortal residence nation's Divine Wind. However, compared to Divine Wind's ethereal beauty and Xia Wenxiu's handsomeness that was like the warm winter sun, Yi Baiming's handsomeness carried a sense of tyranny and evil. Qi, who was standing behind Yun Sheng, saw the appearance of the person who came, then looked at the slightly stunned Yun Sheng. The ugly face under the magic cloak couldn't help but tremble, and an obscure feeling flashed through his heart. Seeing Yun Sheng staring at him in a daze, Yi Baiming frowned in displeasure. He mistakenly thought that Yun Sheng was like other girls, falling head over heels for his appearance. Cheng Bai had previously said that this female magician from the Royal Magic Academy was very special. Now that he looked at her, other than her elegant appearance, she was no different from an ordinary girl. Yun Sheng sharply caught the hint of disdain in his eyes. She pursed her lips. This guy was still as shameless as ever. When they were in Banana Leaf Village, although Yi Baiming was still blind, his outstanding appearance had charmed all the village girls in Banana Leaf Village. Although he was blind, his senses were sharp, and he would always show a look of disgust every time. Yun Sheng silently cursed. Yi Baiming seemed to be inseparable from Cheng Bai. When the two of them stood together, it really was an extremely eye-catching picture. She just didn't know if the fox was on top or bottom. If Yi Baiming knew what was going on in Yun Sheng's head, he would probably vomit blood in anger. The deputy curator agreed to Yun Sheng's request. Bu Jiuxiao helped Shang Wanta up and walked towards the medicine hall. Chapter 202. In a secluded elixir room in the pharmacy, the deputy curator, Zhang Li, Bu Jiuxiao, Elder Zhang, Elder Zhang's medicine boy, and Yun Sheng all gathered around Shang Wanta. According to the order, Elder Zhang should start the treatment first. After all, he was the one who made the beast blood, so he should be the clearest about Shang Wanta's condition. Lu San, according to the rules of the pharmacy, you should have tested the beast blood that Shang Wanta took in advance. Did you feel any discomfort? Elder Zhang asked his medicine boy. After getting a negative answer, he methodically checked Shang Wanta's pulse, eyelids, and heartbeat. Then he found the bottle that contained the beast blood and took some of it. After a careful examination, he still didn't find any clues. As time passed, Elder Zhang still didn't have a clue. He kept wiping the cold sweat on his forehead. Elder Zhang, it's getting dark. Have you found out the cause of the illness? Yun Sheng asked indifferently. What's the rush? Shang Wanta's condition is a strange illness. It has never appeared in the whole Zhou state. Deputy Curator, I think we should go to the Medicine Emperor Pavilion and ask some doctors to come and discuss. Elder Zhang really couldn't figure out why Shang Wanta went crazy. Zhang Li looked at Yun Sheng again. What do you think? Should we ask the doctors of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion to come and help? If it wasn't necessary, Zhang Li didn't want to ask the Medicine Emperor Pavilion to come. No need. I just need to take the same blood of the Blood Cloud Beast and the records of Shang Wanta's previous beast blood fusion. Yun Sheng was full of confidence. She didn't hesitate at all in her words. Her magnanimous gaze and confident tone made Elder Zhang even more embarrassed. Nonsense. You alone can't cure Shang Wanta's strange disease. If you delay any longer, I'm afraid Shang Wanta will be in danger. Elder Zhang blushed. The female magician was obviously fooling around. She didn't even check the patient and claimed that she could cure Shang Wanta. It was impossible. Deputy Curator, I dare to use my life to guarantee that as long as you let me treat him, not only will I be able to cure him, I can also guarantee that tomorrow morning, Wu Profound Limitless Hall will have another martial marquee. Just as Yun Sheng finished speaking, everyone present was shocked. What arrogant words! But if she didn't have full confidence, where did this female magician's confidence come from? Woo-ho! That meant that she had the confidence to help Shang Wanta break through. To be able to help a cultivator who had gone berserk break through, there was probably no doctor in the world who had the confidence to do so. If Elder Zhang couldn't do it, perhaps even one Dagua of Zhou State might not be able to do it. Fighting strength hesitated. In his early years on the battlefield, he had never been as hesitant as he was today. If he succeeded, then it would naturally be the good news of Wu Profound Limitless Hall. But if he failed, Yun Sheng, who was used to seeing the entangled mentality of the family members of patients, saw that fighting strength was silent. She knew that he was very entangled at this moment. She took a step forward and said with incomparable sincerity, Deputy Curator, you must believe that none of the cultivators of Wu profound, limitless hall are greedy for life and afraid of death. Master, just let her give it a try. Lu San, according to what she said, bring another set of beast blood and the records of Shangwan Ta's beast blood fusion in the early years. Yi Baiming glanced at Yun Sheng. You want to know what Yun Sheng planned to do next? The new set of beast blood and the records of Shangwan Ta's beast blood fusion in the previous years were sent over not long after. The beast blood had already been delivered, but Yun Sheng did not immediately make a move. She first flipped through the records of Shangwan Ta's beast blood fusion in the previous years. As she read, Yun Sheng sighed in her heart. Shangwan Ta could be considered an expert at leveling up. In the 5 years that he had been in the hall, he had successfully fused beast blood 3 times. Every fusion was very successful. None of them were like this time. Deputy Curator, if you want to see a doctor, I have another condition. You also know that I was born as a magician, and what I learned was the combination of ancient medical skills and magic potions. When I am treating, I must use magic, but right now, I'm under magic lock, so I cannot use magic. Yun Sheng said and paused. You are negotiating with me. You want me to break the rules of Wushuan Limitless School and help you unlock your magic lock? Zhang Li frowned. He was somewhat displeased. Wu Jiuxiao and the others who were at the side could not help but look at Yun Sheng in a new light. Yi Baiming narrowed his gray eyes. In Wushuan Limitless School, the only one who dared to negotiate with Zhang Li was probably Yun Sheng. Even in the entire Zhou state, there were no more than 5 people who dared to talk about conditions with Zhang Li. As the deputy curator of Wushuan Limitless School, Zhang Li had a high position and authority. In the daily affairs of the martial arts school, it could be said that hundreds of people responded to his call. The taste of being threatened was not good. If you want me to promise to unlock the magic lock, that is fine, but you have to withstand my test. He snorted, and an invisible dou qi spread out. The small medicine hall suddenly became tense. Yin Sheng only felt a strong pressure on her body, as if someone was going to crush her bones, internal organs. Yin Sheng sneered in her heart. He wanted to use his pressure to make her submit. How could she give in? From the day she put on the magic lock, she had already said that she would remove it. Not only did she want to remove it, she also wanted the people of Wushuan Limitless School to personally beg her to remove it. Yun Sheng straightened her back, her pair of black eyes staring at Zhang Li from beginning to end. Her eyes were magnanimous, without the slightest bit of fear. It's not a condition. I'm just asking for the reward I deserve. I'm just an exchange student, not a member of the martial arts school. Treating Shangwan Ta was only out of my medical ethics. I don't need a reward. My condition is that you must unlock my magic lock. Not only that, I also have a request, and that is that the 3 of us can freely use magic in Wushuan Limitless School from now on. Yin Sheng's face was calm. What if I don't agree? The duki around Zhang Li's body became even more biting cold. The biting cold dou qi was like a wildly dancing blade, brushing past Yun Sheng with a chi-chi sound. Her tender skin was cut open, and she was also forced to take a step back. However, Yun Sheng was not frightened by Zhang Li's appearance. She took a deep breath, squatted down, and used the horse-riding stance. Good fellow, she actually went against the deputy director. The expressions of the people at the side suddenly changed. Zhang Li coldly snorted. His cultivation was considered to be one of the top figures in the current Jade capital. In terms of strength, he was probably only below the father and son of the Yun residents, who had reached the level of a martial sage. Yun Sheng was now an archmage, and with the physique of a magician, Zhang Li could crush her into pieces in a matter of minutes. However, the Yun Sheng in front of him greatly exceeded his expectations. The biting cold duki was still fluttering around Yun Sheng, and there were bloody wounds on her face. The few people at the side were all forced to use their duki to protect themselves, and only then could they barely avoid being injured by Zhang Li's duki. Zhang Li's eyes narrowed again, and a wave of duki collided head-on with Yun Sheng. This attack contained 20% of Zhang Li's strength. Seeing that wave of duki colliding with Yun Sheng, her body flew out like a willow leaf, smashing into the wall at the side. Chapter 203. Just as Yun Sheng was about to be smashed into the wall and heavily injured, a wide black robe swept past her like a leaf. Yun Sheng's body was gently caught by the robe, and she was already in a tight embrace. Yi Baiming flicked his sleeve again and sucked the battle chi into his sleeve. Feeling the thick arms beneath her, Yun Sheng's heart skipped a beat. She subconsciously raised her head, but unfortunately, she wasn't tall enough and could only see the perfect curve of his chin. Yi Baiming, who was already 13 years old this year, already had some stubble on his chin, and his Adam's apple was even more prominent. Through the thin spring clothes, Yun Sheng could feel Yi Baiming's steady heartbeat. It was abnormally strong, and it shook her brain until it was ringing. Yi Baiming was also bending over to look at Yun Sheng in his arms. What entered his eyes was a pair of dark eyes that flashed with astonishment. Yi Baiming discovered that this female magus from the Imperial Magic Academy had a pair of very beautiful eyes. Ever since he regained his sight, Yi Baiming had seen many women. The imperial concubines in Zhou State's palace, the female warriors in the dojo, and there was no lack of outstanding beauties like Chun Lianer. However, none of them had a pair of clear and beautiful eyes like the woman in his arms. At this moment, in Yi Baiming's eyes, Yun Sheng's eyes were filled with fear like a frightened deer. Yi Baiming's actions had shocked his two good brothers and his teacher. What kind of show was this? Could it be that Yi Baiming had suddenly changed? Cheng Bai was even more indignant at the side. Sigh, Baiming, aren't your hands a little too long? No matter what, this scene of a hero saving a damsel in distress should be played by the handsome and suave me. Not only did those who knew Yi Baiming not understand, even Yi Baiming himself didn't understand why he had suddenly acted. The other party was just a stranger he had never met before. He had never been a person who had tender feelings for the fairer sex. Ahem, Baiming, Shangwanta's gonna die if you keep hugging him like this. Even Bu Jiuxiao couldn't stand it anymore. He used a teasing tone to wake Yi Baiming up. At the same time, he also woke everyone else up. Yi Baiming let go of his hands and retreated to the side. His face was still cool, but his ears were slightly red. The deputy curator also looked at the two red-faced students with a faint smile on his face. Haha, Baiming, this child is finally enlightened. Zhang Li had never seen his disciple blushing. Today, he had learned something new. Based on his combat experience, he seemed to have sensed that something was amiss. You're stubborn, lass. Fine, I can remove the magic lock for you. And I can also remove the magic lock for your two companions. But you must cure Shangwanta. Combat strengths probing just now actually didn't make Yunxing yield. This already made him very surprised. It definitely won't disappoint the deputy curator. Yun Sheng heaved a sigh of relief. She had achieved her goal. Zhang Li was a man of his words. He immediately used his Do Chi to remove the magic lock on Yun Sheng. Once the magic lock was removed, Yun Sheng immediately started the treatment. Please help me test these portions of beast blood. I want to see the process of blood fusion with my own eyes. Yun Sheng took the beast blood and sniffed it. Shangwanta had fused the beast blood 3 times. Including this time, he had fused the beast blood 4 times. Earlier, when Yi Baiming stood up, Yunxing didn't stop him because she knew that Yi Baiming's body was very strong. If even Shangwanta couldn't suppress the beast blood, there probably weren't many people in Wuxian Wuji school who could control it. Yi Baiming could be considered a candidate. But what puzzled Yunsheng was that when she said that Yi Baiming would undergo the beast blood fusion, the people around looked at each other. Especially Cheng Bai and Bu Jiuxiao. Their expressions were very strange. Could it be that she said something wrong? What, you can't do it? Yunsheng glanced at Yi Baiming. The latter was silent and looked at her meaningfully. I can do it, but I don't know if you can. There's no problem at all. Yunsheng was curious. Yi Baiming, don't be so wishy-washy. Someone, prepare the bathtub. Cheng Bai grinned. The combat strength at the side gave him a warning look, and that guy immediately became quiet. Prepare the bathtub. An ominous premonition immediately arose in Yunsheng's heart. Could it be that the so-called beast blood fusion was not to be drunk directly? Seeing a wooden tub filled with hot water, Yunsheng felt her hair stand on end. She finally understood what Yi Biming meant when he asked, "Can you do it?" The beast blood fusion in the Wuji continent referred to the bathing of fused beast blood. The person who fused beast blood would soak in the hot water of fused beast blood until the beast blood was completely absorbed by the bones and tendons. Of course, the prerequisite was that the fused person had to strip naked in order to better fuse the beast blood. Everyone make way first. Leave Elder Zhang and her alone. The combat strength was unwilling to watch his disciple bathe. Chengbai was very unwillingly dragged out by Bu Jiuxiao. Yin Sheng wailed in her heart. Curiosity really killed the cat. If she had known, she would not have stood up and said that there was a problem with the beast blood. Yi Biming took off his outer coat, revealing a white silk satin shirt. He took it off without hesitation, but Yin Sheng looked uncomfortable. Forget it, forget it. It's not like I'm at a loss. There's a free bath picture of a handsome man. This is not an opportunity that everyone has. Yin Sheng kept comforting herself. Yin Sheng could only brace herself and watch. The more Yin Sheng looked down, the more she praised Yi Biming in her heart. She did not expect him to have such a good figure. Don't blame me. It's just a corpse on the operating table. It was a corpse, but this corpse looked good. Yes, the legs were very long, and the muscles looked delicious. Yin Sheng fully displayed her good qualities as a doctor. Perhaps noticing her unabashed gaze, Yi Biming raised his eyebrows slightly, and an evil smile appeared on his lips. He suddenly sped up his movements, and in a few moments, a muscular male body appeared in front of Yin Sheng. Yin Sheng almost choked on her breath. Her little face was either choked by the steam or shocked by Yi Biming's actions. "Stop! Don't take off your underwear." Yin Sheng could not remain calm. "You can start the fusion. Just tell me how you feel. I will add in the 4 types of beast blood one by one." Yin Sheng was not in a good mood. Yi Biming was only left with a thin pair of underwear. After soaking in the water, it was no different from being naked. The blood cloud beast reeked of blood. Yi Biming frowned. Outside the medicine hall, Chengbai did not know what was good for him. He leaned against the door, trying to sneak a peek inside. But all he saw was a room full of smoke and ambiguity. He could not see anything at all. Chapter 204. What Yin Sheng didn't know was that this was Yi Biming's first time fusing beast blood. Due to his blindness in his early years, although Yi Biming was a dual cultivator of magic and martial arts, no one had fused beast blood for him. After being confined in the cold palace, there was no such condition. His cultivation, however, was achieved step by step. He didn't rely on beast blood or medicinal pills at all. "What are you going to do?" Yi Biming saw Yin Sheng take out 4 bottles. "It's very simple. I suspect that the real reason for Shangwan Ta's madness isn't just because of that blood cloud beast blood. It's because the blood cloud beast blood conflicted with the blood cloud beast blood that he had consumed in the past few years. That's why he went crazy this time." Yin Sheng said, and presented the record of the blood cloud beast blood that Shangwan Ta had consumed in the past few years. Therefore, what she needed to do next was to let Yi Biming gradually fuse the 4 types of beast blood and observe his reaction to determine whether her judgment was correct. The few bottles of beast blood she wanted happened to be the same ones that Shangwan Ta had fused with before. Because there were many martial arts students in the martial arts school, there was a large amount of beast blood solvent in the medicine hall of Wushuan Wuji School. Similar beast blood would also be preserved using a special secret method, so that it wouldn't deteriorate after several years. The beast blood Yin Sheng wanted could be said to be exactly the same as the one Shangwan Ta had fused with in his early years. Shangwan Ta had taken 3 types of beast blood. Other than the blood cloud beast blood number 4, Yin Sheng used beast blood number 1, beast blood number 2, and beast blood number 3 to distinguish between them. Yi Biming had never heard of the theory of beast blood conflicts, but he didn't question it and directly entered the bathtub. As soon as he entered the bathtub, after Yi Bei's blood, he felt a warm current enter his skin. It was as if he had a thin layer of sweat, but that was it. What a strong physique, as expected of the monstrous night fox. After Yin Sheng poured out the first bottle of beast blood, she carefully observed from the side. Generally speaking, The stronger a person's martial realm cultivation was, the faster they could absorb the beast blood solvent. If other doctors saw Yi Baiming's absorption method, they would definitely think that he was a monster. However, Yunsheng looked as if she was used to it. She was already used to Yi Baiming's evilness. According to the records, Shangwanta took half a day to assimilate the first bottle of beast blood, but Yi Baiming's body only took an instant to completely assimilate the first bottle of beast blood. After the beast blood fusion, Yi Baiming's body did not change at all. Even his skin color did not change. It's the second bottle of beast blood. Yunsheng had also gotten used to the fact that there was a naked man in front of her. She simply walked to the side of the wooden barrel and poured the second bottle of beast blood into it. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on Yi Baiming's body as she paid attention to his changes. After the second bottle of beast blood was poured in, the assimilation time this time was slightly longer. However, it only took a few minutes for the beast blood to completely enter Yi Baiming's body. The water in the wooden barrel became clear for the second time. It's the third bottle. This is the blood of a level 6 magical beast, Yunsheng reminded first. Yi Baiming did not say anything. He only motioned for Yunsheng to continue. At this time, the two of them had already cooperated very well. Even though Yunsheng was close at hand, Yi Baiming did not feel uncomfortable at all. Under the steaming steam, Yunsheng's forehead hair was already wet. Her lips had also become unusually plump, like a red cherry. Her pair of black eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of water. The third bottle of beast blood took 15 minutes to completely assimilate. So far, the 3 bottles of beast blood had been assimilated in succession. Yi Baiming did not feel any discomfort at all. It's the 4th bottle. It's the blood of the blood cloud beast, the violent earth bear. Yunsheng was a little nervous. Victory or defeat depended on this moment. If she could prove that she could cure Shangwanta and eradicate the 2 malignant tumors of the martial arts club, the Zhang father and son, it all depended on this moment. The two of them fixed their eyes on the 4th bottle of beast blood. The viscous blood was poured into the water. After the first 3 bottles of beast blood, the water in the wooden barrel, which was waist-high, had already become slightly cold. But as soon as the 4th bottle of beast blood was poured into the wooden barrel, the water, which had already lost its white steam, began to violently tumble like sulfuric acid being poured into water. The water in the wooden barrel was like someone had stuffed a fire under it. Countless blood bubbles tumbled and crazily rushed towards Yi Baiming's body. Yi Baiming's originally expressionless face suddenly narrowed his pupils. His skin was scalding hot, as if it had been watered with a layer of chilly water. The blood of the violent earth bear, the blood of the blood cloud beast, was full of hostility. It tore at Yi Baiming's skin like a mighty army that had heard the bugle call to charge. It poured into his muscles and veins. Countless hostility, like countless needles, pierced into Yi Baiming's body. Phew! Yi Baiming's strong body shook. He wanted to circulate the fighting energy in his body to relieve the erosion of this hostility. But what surprised him was that the moment he circulated his fighting energy, he felt that there were 4 different forces of beast blood colliding with each other in his body. Was this the conflict of beast blood? What the female magician said was true. But at this moment, Yi Baiming had no time to tell the truth. The 4 different forces of beast blood, especially the hostility in the violent earth bear's blood, suddenly aroused the darkest side of Yi Baiming's heart. His consciousness began to blur. Blood, the smell of blood. Yunsheng had never seen Yi Baiming lose control like this. Her heart instantly rose to her throat. How are you? She also didn't expect that the conflict of beast blood would have such a big side effect on Yi Baiming. You leave this place immediately. Call. The deputy curator. Yi Baiming's face was full of pain. He couldn't help but grip the wooden barrel with both hands. With the sound of wood cracking, the edge of the barrel was crushed into powder. Memories that had been suppressed in the depths of his heart, once again appeared like a nightmare. It was as if he saw that night again, the desolate harem. Many years ago, in the desolate depths of the palace, the blind crown prince. After Empress Li went crazy, Yi Baiming was handed over to Imperial Consort Qi. In front of others, Imperial Consort Qi, who looked like a little white flower, loved the crown prince as if he was her own son. But in private, she used all kinds of sarcastic words to attack him. When Imperial Consort Qi's palace maids served Yi Baiming to sleep, they said those words by the bed. Did you hear? Empress Li is miserable. Ha, isn't that so? She was originally a flower, but now she's like rotten meat. Fighting with our imperial consort is simply reckless. His Majesty loves our imperial consort Qi the most. He only married Empress Li because of her family's money and power. That's right. I heard that Empress Li has no one to serve her at all. Her hands and feet are broken, and maggots are growing in her wounds. The older one is dying, and the younger one inside doesn't have many good days either. He's just a blind man. Our first prince is the real crown prince of Zhou State in the future. He was blind, but he wasn't deaf. At that time, Yi Baiming, who was only 5 years old, couldn't hold back after hearing about his biological mother's miserable situation. After the palace maids left, he quietly groped his way out of the bedroom. He fell a few times along the way and made his way to the cold palace. Thank you to Sunny Day and Mao Xiaoya for their tips. Also, thank you to everyone who recommended, voted, and subscribed to the Fuzi. Chapter 205. The Forbidden Palace was cold and cheerless. The blind Yi Baiming could only grope around and use all his strength to push open the heavy door. The sound of the door opening was so dull that it made one shudder. Even though he couldn't see, Yi Baiming still remembered the scene of that night. When he pushed open the door, a gust of cold wind with the stench of rotting flesh blew past his face. Due to his blindness, his hearing was unusually sharp, and he could hear a familiar moaning sound. Mother. The only reply to Yi Baiming was a moaning sound. Yi Baiming hesitated, but his longing for his mother made him step into the Forbidden Palace. He groped around and kicked over several tables and chairs until he reached Empress Li's bed. Bypassing the moldy silk curtain, his tender fingers touched the woman's hands and feet. Empress Li's hands and feet were all broken. After they grew back, they were broken. After they grew back, they were broken again. In the imperial harem, where Consort Qi controlled everything, and with the indulgence of the Emperor of Zhou State, Empress Li, who was detained in the Forbidden Palace, lived a life worse than death. When he touched the wriggling maggots on his mother's body, he was so frightened that he almost screamed. Minga! Empress Li, who was already delirious, let out a weak cry. She only said one sentence, Minga, kill me. Bang! There was a burst of water vapor, and Yun Sheng's vision blurred. Yi Baiming, who was in the wooden tub, was surrounded by a thick fog of fighting energy. At this moment, Yun Sheng noticed that something had appeared behind Yi Baiming. A tattoo had appeared on his back. The tattoo looked like a demonic beast, but it didn't look like any demonic beast that Yun Sheng had seen before. Its head was like a lion's, with a pair of horns on its forehead and scales all over its skin. There was a dense black aura around the totem, and the black aura was still spreading. At this moment, Yi Baiming's eyes turned black under the influence of the black aura, and he looked like a demon from hell. Yun Sheng wanted to take a step forward to get a better look, but Deputy Curator Zhang Li had already arrived. Baiming. Zhang Li was shocked to see him so clear-headed. He moved as fast as lightning and held down Yi Baiming's hands to prevent him from hurting anyone. Jiu Xiao, Chengbai, protect the exchange student. As Zhang Li held Yi Baiming down, he also felt an astonishing fighting aura in his body. Zhang Li's strength. Zhang Li's almost couldn't handle it. Azizizis. Looking at Yi Baiming's back again, the black tattoo totem's color was getting darker. Don't touch him. Zhang Li's. S's. The scepter's. Zhang Li's a cold and mysterious calming magical element enveloped combat force and Yi Baiming. Under the effect of the cloud dream ice sleep, Yi Baiming's boiling beast blood temporarily cooled down. Yun Sheng took a step forward, the Four Seasons glass needles in her hand infused with mana. 4 needles pierced into the beast head tattoo on Yi Baiming's back. When the bone needles entered his body, 4 streams of black beast blood spurted out. Yi Baiming's expression relaxed as the black tattoo on his back disappeared. There was dead silence in the medicine hall. Yin Sheng's face turned pale. She put away the 4 Seasons glass needle and looked behind Yi Baiming. The tattoo on his skin had disappeared. Baiming, are you all right? Just now, what on earth happened? Chungbai sighed endlessly. Beast blood, just now, after I fused with several types of beast blood, the fighting aura in my body became chaotic and the beast blood conflicted with each other. Shangwan Ta's situation should be similar to mine. Yi Baiming looked deeply at Yun Sheng, who was not far away, with a deep look in his eyes. Elder Zhang, who was standing at the side, also had an ashen face. As you saw just now, the beast blood was the cause of Shangwan Ta and Yi Baiming's fighting aura becoming chaotic and almost unable to extricate themselves. The beast blood itself may not be a problem, but when the first 3 types of beast blood were mixed together, it happened to conflict with the 4th type of beast blood. Yin Sheng said word by word. Yi Baiming's beast blood fusion had proved her initial idea. Elder Zhang's face turned green and purple. Ridiculous. I have never heard of beast blood conflicting with each other. Moreover, Shangwan Ta had already completed the previous few beast blood fusions. It is impossible for any beast blood to remain in his body. Just now, you chased all of us out. I don't know if you did something secretly. Elder Zhang refused to believe Yun Sheng's discovery. In the pharmacology that he had learned, there was never any mention of beast blood conflicting with each other. In his opinion, only what was written in the medicine encyclopedia was medical knowledge. A mere little girl who had only studied medicine for a few years actually dared to challenge his authority. He was a widely recognized scatter doctor in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion and was only a step away from becoming an imperial doctor. How could he be defeated by her? Just because you have never heard of it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. Then let me ask you, if the fog grass and redstone powder are consumed together, will there be any conflict? Yin Sheng did not take Elder Zhang seriously at all. These doctors from the boundless world loved to be self-righteous. Did they know that magic couldn't be used in medicine? Did they know that beast blood conflicted with each other? Everyone's body condition was different, and the symptoms produced were also different. They did not even understand the basic constitution of a person and blindly carried out beast blood fusions. It was already extremely lucky for Wushuan Limitless Hall to have a case of Shangwan Ta who had gone crazy. The fog grass belongs to Yin, while the redstone powder belongs to Yang. The Yin and Yang are not in harmony. This is the most basic pharmacology. If it was any herbalist from the boundless world, they would know this principle. Elder Zhang's neck was red, just like a rooster with red eyes. Yun Sheng's actions today were simply a provocation to the traditional medical knowledge that he had received. Since that is the case, the blood of the number 3 magical beast that likes to consume fog grass and the violent earth bear that likes to consume redstone powder, their beast blood had been used by the same martial artist for beast blood fusion. Could it be possible that the martial artist suffered from qi deviation due to the imbalance of yin and yang? Yin Sheng spoke quickly. Every word was like a heavy punch, hitting Elder Zhang so hard that he could not resist. This such a coincidence, it can't be. Elder Zhang mumbled, but he had no confidence in his heart. He wasn't sure if such a situation would really affect the cultivator's body. The so-called doctor pursues to cure all kinds of difficult and complicated diseases. He constantly faces different medical and patient situations and prescribes the right medicine for the illness. You only know how to abide by the rules. How can you be worthy of the 4 words, save the dying and heal the injured? In my opinion, a person who only knows how to abide by the rules of the ancestors is at best a quack. Yin Sheng said resolutely. With irrefutable evidence, Elder Zhang was forced by Yun Sheng to the point that he could not say a single word. Elder Zhang's face, which was covered in dirt from being scolded, turned from red to ashen, then to pale. In the end, he actually held his breath in his chest and vomited a mouthful of blood. Chapter 206. Elder Zhang. Elder Zhang's medicine man, Lu San, hurriedly helped Elder Zhang up. But at this moment, no one cared about Elder Zhang's condition anymore. Lu San could only help Elder Zhang out of the medicine hall in a sorry state. Well said, relieving. I've already said that Elder Zhang only has a few types of elixirs. Master, you didn't believe me. Cheng Bai was the first to applaud, but Zhang Li gave him a warning look. Then do you have a corresponding treatment method? Although Zhang Li was not well-versed in medicine, Yun Sheng's words made some sense. It can't be considered a treatment method. I still need to conduct a clinical trial on Yi Baiming. The beast blood in his body has only been temporarily suppressed by me. I still need to perform acupuncture. Yun Sheng seemed to have become the modern goddess of medicine again. She was in high spirits as she spoke. As a doctor, it was a headache, but also an exciting thing to encounter a new case. Regarding the conflict of beast blood, a normal doctor could not determine it at all. They could only deduce whether the beast blood itself was poisonous. They could not make a deduction based on the living habits and diet of the magical beast. Yun Sheng was a doctor and a summoner at the same time. Relying on her understanding of magical beasts, she was able to deduce the conflict of beast blood. This was a new medical concept that had never been proposed in the Boundless Continent. Clinical trial, what was that? Seeing that Zhang Li and the others were confused, Yun Sheng could only use practice to prove it. After getting Zhang Li's promise, Yun Sheng began the treatment. She originally wanted to dismiss the few people around her, but looking at their reactions, none of them were willing to leave. They were concerned about Shangwan Ta, but also curious. Yun Sheng had said that if she succeeded in the treatment, Shangwan Ta would most likely break through. Yun Sheng had no choice but to start the treatment in front of everyone. She treated this group of people as medical observers. Describe the situation of the fighting energy in your body just now. Yun Sheng asked Yi Baiming. There's a restless qi in my body, as if it's going to break out of my body. Yi Baiming's physique was very strong. Even he could feel such obvious fluctuations of hostility, let alone Shangwan Ta from earlier. It's because of the conflict of beast blood. Be careful, don't move. I'm going to perform acupuncture. Yun Sheng said as she took out 4 needles. When Yun Sheng took out the needles, the few people present, especially Yi Baiming's eyes lit up slightly. He was in a frenzy just now. He did not see Yun Sheng's needles. Yun Sheng's 4 Seasons glass needles were very special. They all saw that the needles were a magic weapon refined with a special method. Yun Sheng skillfully identified several acupoints on Yi Baiming's body. Her needles were like moving clouds and flowing water. In a moment, several major acupoints on Yi Baiming's body were blocked. Every time Yun Sheng inserted a needle, Yi Baiming felt the burning sensation gradually disappear. Looking at Yun Sheng's hand, after inserting an acupoint, she would use the magic power to gently move the glass needle in her hand. No one knew that at this time, the needle in Yun Sheng's hand was greedily absorbing the hostility in Yi Baiming's body. This was the advantage of the dark magic soul. For others, the hostility that could make people go crazy was the favorite thing of the dark magic soul in Yun Sheng's body. Yun Sheng inserted a total of 4 needles on Yi Baiming's body. The dark magic soul in her body also swallowed a large amount of dark hostility. Soon, a black substance floated on the surface of Yi Baiming's body. That substance was unbearably smelly. Any warrior would know that it was the impurities and filth in the human body. Generally speaking, this was the effect of a warrior's bone marrow cleansing after their first beast blood fusion. However, the process of bone marrow cleansing would take at least a day and a night. How long did Yi Baiming take? It seemed to be less than a quarter of an hour, right? The conflict has disappeared. There is no more cramping pain in my abdomen. Yi Baiming only felt that his whole body was comfortable under the effect of Yun Sheng's needles. Not only that, but he also felt comfortable all over. His originally impetuous mood also calmed down a lot. Yun Sheng put away the needles, her face full of joy. There is a vigorous force in my body. I'll take a bath first. Even Yi Baiming himself could not stand the stench on his body. Baiming, how do you feel? Jean Li's expression changed. Even though Jean Li had seen countless people, he had never seen such a miraculous thing. Others might not feel it, but he could feel the change in Yi Baiming's body. That kid's cultivation was most likely. Jean Li did not change his expression. He did not know if the little girl had seen through Yi Baiming's secret. However, even if she had seen through it, Jean Li did not intend to pursue it. Talana, the heavens were really blessing him, Wuxuan Wuji. This little girl's medical skills were probably not even comparable to the imperial doctors in the palace. Jean Li believed that such medical skills, not to mention Elder Zhang of the Medicine Hall, even the imperial doctors of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion would not be able to do it. How many needles did that little girl use just now? It seemed like only 4 needles. Only 4 needles, and Yi Baiming's cultivation had increased. Jean Li felt an impulse. If not for the fact that his disciple was present, he really wanted to ask Yun Sheng to give him a few needles as well. Only then did Yun Sheng put away the needles and rest for a moment. She was also recalling the needles just now. Just as she had expected, the hostility caused by the conflict of beast blood could be eliminated with the divine soul healing needle passed down in her family. There were a total of 4 needles. If she maintained the current state, she would probably only need 1 needle. Fortunately, Yi Baiming had a tyrannical constitution. Otherwise, she really did not dare to blindly test it out using people. After drinking a bottle of meditation water, Yunsheng immediately began to treat Shangwanta. After a round of treatment, Yunsheng indeed cleared away the remaining hostility in Shangwanta's body around dawn. Treating Shangwanta was much easier than treating Yi Baiming. The dark magic soul in Yunsheng's body grew by another circle. It looked like it was about the same as the other 4 types of magic souls. Yunsheng believed that if she used the dark thorns now, the effect would definitely be much better than before. The evil qi in his body has already been cleared. It could be considered a blessing in disguise. Although the evil qi has caused him to be delirious, it has also helped him open up a few vital martial veins in his body. If nothing unexpected happens, he has already broken through to the martial marquis realm. Yun Sheng had just finished speaking when she raised her head and discovered that everyone around her was looking at her, as if they were looking at a monster. He broke through with just a few needles? Chengbai stuttered. Yun Sheng said unhappily, "Do you want me to give you a few needles too?" Heavens, this is too exaggerated. What kind of needles are you using? It's too amazing. Come, give me a few needles. Chengbai's face was drooling as he moved closer. I think you don't need needles, but a beating. Yi Baiming, who had changed his clothes, narrowed his eyes and walked in. As he ridiculed Chengbai, his gray eyes darkened. He looked at Yun Sheng with an indescribable expression. Chapter 207. After being scolded by Yi Baiming, Chengbai instantly turned from a ruffian to a little white rabbit. He shrank to the side and did not move at all. Yun Sheng, who originally thought it was very funny, was stared at by Yi Baiming like this. She felt a chill in her heart. She couldn't have been exposed, right? However, she still had a calm expression on her face. She prescribed a few herbs for the medicine hall's herbalist to decoct the medicine. Seeing Yun Sheng's indifferent expression, Yi Baiming's heart became even more suspicious. Just now, when Yun Sheng was performing acupuncture, he had an illusion that the young girl in front of him was the little wildcat from Banana Leaf Village. The same stubborn temper, the same arrogance. Was it her? Yi Baiming thought to himself. Just now, when Yun Sheng was performing acupuncture, Yi Baiming felt a sense of familiarity. If he remembered correctly, the little wildcat was also good at using needles. However, when he looked at Yun Sheng's figure and age, as well as her voice, they were all different from the little wildcat in his memory. It was no wonder that Yi Baiming was able to recognize Yun Sheng. Not to mention that his eyesight was not good before the Yun Sheng in front of him, because she had experienced a breakthrough. Her figure and appearance had changed quite a bit. During this period of time, she had undergone a period of cultivation in Wuxuan Limitless School, and her figure and appearance had changed. Just now, Yi Baiming also hugged Yun Sheng. He weighed her in his hand, and the feeling was completely different from the little wildcat that that was a little clumsy in the past. It seemed she was a lot heavier and also a lot rounder. The feeling was quite good, but no matter how he looked at it, she looked like she was 11 or 12 years old, and definitely not 8 years old. On the boundless continent, there were many doctors who used needles. Thinking of this, Yi Baiming could not help but sigh in his heart. Just at this time, Shang Wanta woke up and interrupted Yi Baiming's thoughts. Seeing that Shang Wanta had woken up, Yin Sheng took the initiative to get up and leave. Inside the medicine hall, a storm was brewing. Although Shang Wanta had woken up, Zhang Li's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. It was time to settle old scores. Yun Sheng walked out of the medicine hall and walked toward the inner hall unhurriedly. Zhang Clan's father and son, you're on your own now. Master, senior brothers, why are you all here? Shang Wanta had experienced life and death after the beast blood conflict. Bu Jiuxiao told Shang Wanta the whole story. After Shang Wanta heard it, he knew that he had gone mad. Shang Wanta was filled with regret when he learned that he had injured many of his junior brothers from the other martial arts school. He also told Combat Strength about Elder Zhang's promise that the blood cloud beast blood was absolutely harmless, how he had spent 10,000 gold coins to exchange for a portion of the beast blood, and how several of the Inner Hall disciples had also bought the beast blood. After Combat Strength learned that Elder Zhang had disregarded the safety of the martial artists in the martial arts school in order to amass wealth, he ordered people to find the martial artists who had bribed Elder Zhang and punish them severely. As soon as Combat Strength gave the order, there was a commotion outside the medicine hall. Walking out to take a look, he saw Luo Qing leading more than 100 female martial artists in front of the medicine hall. After they learned that Elder Zhang had lost his power, those female martial artists who had been humiliated by Zhang Zipo also told Combat Strength about their humiliation. Luo Qing even told Combat Strength about Lin Xiang's humiliation in the early years. For a moment, the cries and wails of the female martial artists gave Combat Strength a headache. Combat Strength did not know that Zhang Clan's father and son dared to be so reckless. He flew into a rage and immediately sent people to capture Elder Zhang and Zhang Zipo. The martial artists who went to capture them quickly returned and reported that Elder Zhang had already fled to the Jade Capital's Medicine Emperor Pavilion with Zhang Zipo. Master, Elder Zhang and Medicine Emperor Pavilion's Cheng Sihai are said to be related by marriage. I think Elder Zhang must be thinking of borrowing the Medicine Emperor Pavilion's power to avoid the martial arts school's pursuit. Bu Jiuxiao was very familiar with the situation in the Jade Capital. With a little deduction, he knew where Elder Zhang had gone. Martial artists outside the Medicine Emperor Pavilion were like magicians outside the temple. In order to respect the Medicine Emperor Pavilion's treatment of martial artists over the years, there was an unwritten rule in the martial arts schools of the continent that no one could disobey. No martial artist could force their way into the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Elder Zhang was sure that Combat Strength would not dare to bring people into the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, which was why he had fled there. Old man, he really thinks that by hiding in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, I can't do anything to him. Jiu Xiao, use the sect order. No matter what method you use, you must capture Zhang Clan's father and son, dead or alive, Combat Strength said sternly. Yi Baiming, Cheng Bai, and Bu Jiuxiao looked at each other. It seemed like Combat Strength was really angered this time. Once the sect order was issued, it meant that hundreds of thousands of sect disciples in Zhou State had to listen to it. If there were sect disciples who could complete the mission given by the sect order, they could also request Wuxuan Limitless School for a matter in the future. These sect disciples, from peddlers to hunters and merchants, added together, they were a powerful force. From the moment Combat Strength issued the sect order, Zhang Clan's father and son were no different from dead people. A few days after the news of Combat Strength issuing the sect order spread, there was news very quickly. Zhang Zipu was dead. This guy was also not afraid of death. He hid in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion and did not change his lust. When he went out to sleep, he was found dead on a woman's stomach. A few days after Zhang Zipu's death, Elder Zhang went crazy, and because of this, he even alarmed the medicinal fragrance of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. In just a few days, the Zhang clan's father and son had died and gone crazy. This kind of result surprised Yun Sheng and also allowed her to experience the strength of Wushuan Limitless School. However, Yun Sheng did not take this matter to heart. After saving Shangwan Ta, the dark magic soul in her body had absorbed too much evil qi, so she needed to meditate and fuse with it. Once she fused with it, a day and night unknowingly passed. She even forgot about her morning, afternoon, and night training. After a while of breathing in and out, Yun Sheng slowly opened her eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi. The sky outside was already bright. She looked at the hourglass and saw that a day and night had already passed. She got up and walked out of the dormitory. Just as she opened the door, she was shocked by the scene outside. What was going on? Big sister, you're finally out. It wasn't easy for us to stop them. These people are all here for you. Lei Hu and Gu Feng, one on the left and one on the right, were like door gods blocking the people outside. Because there were too many people, Gu Feng had no choice but to use the light ball of heaven to barely stop the crowd from rushing in. Outside Yun Sheng's dormitory, there were many eager martial warriors. With a rough count, there were no less than a few hundred people. Yun Sheng suspected that more than half of the people from Wushuan Limitless School had rushed here. Among them, there were martial warriors from the inner and outer halls. These people had all come because of her reputation. It turned out that during the period when Yun Sheng was fusing with the dark magic elements, Shangwan Ta accidentally leaked out that because of Yun Sheng's acupuncture, he had broken through to the martial realm. When the news spread out, the entire Wushuan Limitless School went crazy. Their minds were filled with only one thought: acupuncture. After breaking through to the martial realm, Yun Sheng's popularity in Wushuan Limitless School reached its peak in just one day and night. Chapter 208. Looking at the countless pairs of passionate eyes, Yun Sheng finally understood what it meant to become famous overnight. For martial artists, the martial realm was greater than the heavens, especially when Shangwan Ta broke through the bottleneck of the martial saint realm and became a martial marquis. For the martial artists on the continent, from the beginning, every time a martial artist broke through to the martial realm, it would take them from 1 to 10 years. After reaching the martial saint realm, some people would even stay in the martial realm for decades. Shangwan Ta broke through overnight, causing a sensation in the Wushuan Limitless School. One could imagine. The development of the situation had far exceeded the expectations of the deputy curator. In the end, it was still the cold-faced Bu Jiuxiao who came out and chased all the martial artists away. You're Yin Yun, right? The deputy curator invites you to the medicine hall to discuss something important. Bu Jiuxiao's attitude towards Yun Sheng was also very respectful. Yun Sheng seemed to have expected this result and arrived at the medicine hall at a leisurely pace. After Elder Zhang went crazy, no one took care of the medicine hall. The huge medicine hall was now empty. I called you here today because I want you to help me take care of the medicine hall. In addition, I also want you to help me make Blood Cloud Beast Blood to help the martial artists in the dojo safely fuse with the beast blood. Today, Battle Strength could be considered to have completely put down his position as the deputy curator. He earnestly discussed with Yun Sheng. In his eyes, Yun Sheng was no longer an ordinary devil apothecary. If it was in the past, Battle Strength would never believe that a 7 or 8-year-old girl could take care of the dojo's medicine hall. However, Yun Sheng's performance that day had broken the restriction on her age. Deputy Curator Qi, I'm not a member of a dojo. I'm afraid I can't accept your appointment. What a joke. There were no less than 500 people in the Wushuan Limitless School. If she were to treat everyone with needles and wash their bones, wouldn't she die of exhaustion? Don't worry, I won't treat you unfairly. Other than giving you the same remuneration as Elder Zhang, all the medicinal herbs you use in the medicine hall will be free. This time, Battle Strength could be considered to have put in a lot of effort. This condition was very attractive. For the current Yun Sheng, the reward was not the most attractive thing, but the fact that she could use the medicinal herbs for free was very tempting. The Wu profound, limitless hall had a long history of thousands of years. Other than the various battle skills stored in the hall, there were also various precious medicinal herbs. Among them, there were some precious and saint-rank medicinal herbs that Yun Sheng had never come into contact with before. Yun Sheng pondered for a moment. In the end, she could not resist the temptation of combat power. In addition to this, I also need to have absolute freedom. I don't need to participate in the morning, afternoon, and night training. Other than that, I have another condition. Apart from the remuneration and herbs, I also need a sect token. Combat power could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. This little girl was so black-hearted. The moment she opened her mouth, she asked for the sect medallion. That was the sect medallion of the Wu Profound Limitless School. She thought that it was a rotten cabbage on the street. Once the order was issued, the entire sect would have to listen to her orders. You're asking for too much. Combat power was unwilling. Deputy Curator Chi, it's just a sect medallion. I promise that I won't use it to commit crimes. But you can obtain hundreds of students who are one level above the martial realm. That's hundreds of people, not just a few. Yun Sheng blinked her eyes. Her small mouth seemed to be smeared with honey. The words that came out of her mouth made people like Combat Power, who were shrewd, unable to help but be moved. If all the martial artists could go one level above the martial realm, the Wu Profound Limitless Hall would definitely be able to win by surprise in the exploration of the divine artifact in a few years. Combat Power pondered for a moment. Finally, he clenched his teeth and agreed to Yun Sheng's request. After successfully obtaining a sect medallion, Yun Sheng was also in a good mood. At the same time, she also told Combat Power that not all martial artists in the martial realm could rely on the blood of the Blood Cloud Beast and acupuncture to break through the martial realm. According to each martial artist's martial realm and physique, she still needed to examine each martial artist's body before she could determine whether or not she could help them fuse. Yun Sheng also checked Combat Power's body while she was at it. It was a pity that with Combat Power's cultivation, he was already unable to break through the martial realm through ordinary beast blood fusion. With his strength at the peak of martial ancestor, Yun Sheng's 4 seasons colored glass needles were still unable to pierce his body. However, Yun Sheng still used acupuncture to treat some of Combat Power's old injuries that he had left behind on the battlefield in his early years. Combat Power saw that Yun Sheng's formations were truly exquisite and felt even more respect in his heart. This old man is already so old, but I don't want to break through the martial realm. Instead, your acupuncture technique is very strange. I would like to ask you for a favor. Combat Power hesitated for a moment, then suddenly opened his mouth to ask, Deputy Curator, you only need to instruct me. Since I've received money, I'll help you eliminate disasters. However, the remuneration for saving people will be calculated separately. Yun Sheng blinked her eyes. Combat Power helplessly smiled. This little divine doctor was truly not easy to fool. Then, Dr. Yin, please follow me to a place. Combat Power did not hesitate and immediately ordered people to prepare a carriage. After inviting Yun Sheng onto the carriage, they rushed towards a certain place in Yujing City. When the carriage landed, Yun Sheng looked out and could not help but be stunned. She did not expect that Zhonli would bring her to this place. Waning Alley, Marshal Saint General's residence. Seeing Yun Sheng's astonished expression, Combat Power explained, This is Zhou State's Marshal Saint General's residence. I invited you here today to treat an old friend of mine. That old friend is someone from the Yun family. Yun Sheng still had some grudges against the general's residence. Yun Sheng clearly remembered when Yun Songhai opposed her parents' marriage and chased Yun Ba out of the house. At the same time, he swore a heavy oath. A large part of the reason why her father was in such a miserable state was because of the general's residence's heartlessness. Yun Sheng had once said that as long as her father did not wake up, she would not enter the general's residence. You are a citizen of Yujing City, so you should have heard of my old friend's name. He was the same as me in the early years, a valiant general of Zhou State's battlefield. He is the second son of the martial saint General Yun Ba, Yun Songlong. To men, the camaraderie formed during the war was the strongest. Before combat power left the imperial court and entered Wushuan Limitless School, he was sworn brothers with Yun Songlong. The two of them could be said to have eaten and lived together, and were extremely close. During their last battle, they were ambushed by the enemy. Yin Songlong broke through the enemy's encirclement and let combat power escape first. However, he was ambushed and almost died. After that, even though Yin Songlong was saved, his hands were crippled. Even a Medicine Emperor Pavilion's reclusive Wanda Gua was helpless against Yun Songlong's hands. It was also because of his crippled body that Yun Songlong was unable to recover from the setback and rarely appeared in public. The Yun residents had two outstanding talents, but in the end, one went missing and the other became crippled. Every time the citizens of Yujing City brought up this matter, they would sigh endlessly. After Yun Sheng came to Yujing City, she gradually learned about this matter from Dr. Fan. Yun Sheng did not have much feelings for this second uncle of hers, but he was still her second uncle. She heard from her father that her second uncle had the best relationship with him when they were young. If her father was still awake, he probably would not wish to see his second brother unable to recover from the setback and be dispirited for the rest of his life. With such thoughts in mind, Yun Sheng temporarily put away her hostility and followed combat power to the Martial Saint General's residence. Thank you for egg and 7 treasures for your tips. It's a new month, and I have some monthly votes at home. Remember to spread them around. Chapter 209. The last time Yun Sheng came to the general's residence was more than a year ago. At that time, her clothes were ragged and she had just left Banana Leaf Village. She was just a poor little sorcerer who came to seek refuge in the general's residence. When she arrived at the entrance of the Martial Saint General's residence, she was ridiculed by Tang Yu's dog. But now that she had entered the general's residence again, she was already a respected elder of the Wushuan Everlasting School's medicine hall. This was something that Yun Sangxiue and her son would never have dreamed of. The guards at the door were obviously very familiar with Zhang Li. When they saw him, they respectfully greeted him as the deputy director. Second brother, are you all right? There's a new doctor in the martial arts school's medicine hall. Her medical skills are very high. I brought her here to take a look at second brother. Even though the Medicine Emperor Pavilion had already declared that Yun Songlong's disability was incurable, Zhang Li still did not give up. All these years, every time he met an outstanding doctor, they would bring him to the Martial Saint General's residence. But there was no follow-up. The guards of the general's residence were also used to this. But when they looked at Yun Sheng again, suspicion appeared on their faces. The doctor that Zhang Li brought this time was a little too young. In terms of appearance, she seemed to be about the same as young Master Tang Yu of the general's residence. At this age, the young master of the residence only knew how to eat, drink, gamble, and fight. Zhang Li did not have any intention of blaming the two. If he had not seen Yun Sheng's medical skills, he would definitely not believe that this little girl in front of him had such amazing medical skills. After asking around, he found out that Yun Songlong was in the residence. He brought Yun Sheng directly to the courtyard where Yun Songlong lived. The Martial Saint General's residence was indeed worthy of being a general's residence. The interior structure was simple and elegant, with tall gates and wide courtyards and neatly trimmed trees. Yun Sheng walked smoothly along the way. Although she did not see anyone along the way, Yun Sheng could faintly sense that in an unknown corner, there were pairs of vigilant eyes watching her surroundings. Just as she walked a few steps into the residence, an old man came in front of her. When Zhang Li saw him, he hurriedly bowed. "Old General." The person who came was the famous Martial Saint General of Zhou State, Yun Ba. He was his own grandfather. Yun Sheng lowered her head and secretly sized up Yun Ba. This was the first time she had seen the legendary Martial Saint Old General. Yun Ba was about 70 years of age. After many years of fighting on the battlefield, his face was as rough as old tree bark. He had a square face, dark purple skin, and gray hair. The most intimidating thing about the old general was his eyes. Even though his eye sockets were deep and filled with wrinkles, one could feel the murderous aura emanating from them just by looking at them. Combat strength, you're here. What kind of doctor did they find to treat Songhai this time? You have to take care of such a big place like Wushuan Limitless School, and you still have to worry about him. Yunba chuckled and stroked his beard. He had watched combat strength grow up, and had also watched him overcome all obstacles to reach his current position. If the disaster on the battlefield hadn't happened in his early years, he probably wouldn't have left the military camp. He would definitely have grown up with Yun Songlong to become the most dazzling generals in Zhou State. Unfortunately, the old general's eyes darkened, and he looked again at the doctor beside combat strength. His gaze was sharp, and he immediately noticed the magic scepter at Yun Sheng's waist. When he saw the scepter, his expression changed slightly. The incident with Yun Songhai back then had caused the entire Yun residence to harbor a strong enmity towards magicians. Combat strength knew this as well. But why did he bring a magician to the general's residence today? Seeing a layer of anger surface on Yun Songhai's face, Zhangli hurriedly explained, "Old general, this is a doctor that our medicine hall invited. Don't look at her young age. Her medical skills are very superb." Magicians were prevalent in Zhou State in recent years. Normally, the manners of third-rank officials and above would have a few assistants, and there was no lack of magicians among them. However, the Marshal Saint General's residence didn't have a single magician. The reason for this was related to the eldest son of the general's residence, Yun Songhai, who had been away from home for many years. She's a doctor? Then why is she still wearing a magic scepter? Yunba glanced sideways at Yun Sheng. Ordinary people would be scared out of their wits by Yun Songhai's glare, but Yun Sheng wasn't afraid at all. Instead, she stared back at Yunba as if she was competing with him. "Old general, this child is practicing both magic medicine and ancient medicine." It wasn't that combat strength didn't know that Yunba was prejudiced against magicians, but Yun Sheng's medical skills had won him over, so he temporarily put aside his misgivings. "That's ridiculous. I've never heard of someone learning both magic medicine and ancient medicine at the same time. Furthermore, she's still so young. It's already difficult for her to master just one, let alone both at the same time." What Yunba hated the most was this kind of learning attitude. In the early years, when Yun Songhai was still young, he pestered him to practice both magic and martial arts. His heart softened, and he agreed. Who would have thought that this would create an opportunity for Yun Songhai to switch to magic? "Old general, I didn't believe it at first, but this child is indeed here." Combat strength was afraid that Yunba would unwillingly chase Yun Sheng out. Then, Yin Songlong wouldn't have a chance. He explained everything that had happened a few days ago at Wushuan Everlasting School, and how the disciple had gone berserk. Yunba listened with a skeptical expression. "Are you sure she came up with this on her own? I've never heard of this kind of treatment method." Yunba still didn't believe it. "If you don't believe me, then I'm not willing to treat you." Yun Sheng couldn't be bothered with Yunba's resentment. This old man looked so vicious, so she couldn't be bothered with him. After speaking, she turned to leave. "You little girl, you really don't have any respect for your elders." Yunba was also angry. He was already so old and held a high position, but today he actually had to give in to a little girl. This made him extremely anxious. This old man and young man were both so stubborn, even though they had such bad tempers. He couldn't persuade them left or right, and just as he was in a difficult position, "Father, quickly come over. Second brother's illness is acting up again, and he's venting his anger. I can't hold him back." Yin Sangshua hurried over with two maids. Her face was agitated, and she looked very flustered. When she saw combat strength, she nodded at him as a greeting. When Yunba heard this, he no longer had the mood to quarrel with Yun Sheng. He rushed to the inner courtyard in a panic. Yun, second brother's hysteria is acting up again. Since you've already come to the general's estate, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Just give me some face and go in to see my second brother first. He is a pitiful person. Combat strength was arrogant and unyielding. He had never begged anyone so humbly before. At this moment, his eyes were red and his face was full of worry. It turned out that Yun Songlong's physical disability wasn't the only thing that had troubled him all these years. What was more serious was that after that battle, he had never recovered from the trauma to his heart. At this moment, a beast-like roar came from the inner courtyard. Combat strength couldn't hold it in any longer. He didn't care if Yun Sheng agreed or not. He grabbed Yun Sheng and rushed to the courtyard where Yun Songlong lived. Chapter 210. Yun Sheng was unwillingly brought to the courtyard where Yun Songlong lived. The courtyard was in a mess. The guards and maids of the Yun residence were all hiding far away. Even Yun Songxue only dared to watch from afar. Only Yun Ba rushed into the room with an ashen face. The bestial roar came from Yun Songlong. Not long after Yun Ba rushed into the room quieted down. Second brother, Zhang also followed him into the room. Yun Sheng was also brought in by him. I won't treat someone who doesn't trust me. Yun Sheng was also a little annoyed. However, the moment she entered the room and saw the man who had been restrained by Yun Ba, she suddenly felt a lump in her throat and couldn't say a word. It was as if a storm had passed through Yun Songlong's room. The bed, table, tea set, everything within reach had been smashed to pieces. Yun Sheng's father, Yun Songhai, was 35 years old this year. Yun Songlong was his second brother and was 1 year younger than him. But the man in front of her looked to be in his 40s, much older than his actual age. His hair and beard were messy, and his clothes were stained with mud and blood. But even so, Yun Sheng still recognized this second uncle of hers at a glance, because Yun Songhai's figure, appearance, and even voice were very similar to her father's. Yun Sheng turned around and thought that her father had woken up and was standing in front of her. They were too similar. In front of someone who looked almost exactly like her father, Yun Sheng couldn't bear to be ruthless. Father, is second brother all right? Yun Songxue walked in when she saw that the room had quieted down. She saw Yun Sheng standing side by side with Zhang Li and also noticed the magic scepter on Yun Sheng's body. A layer of disgust appeared on her face. Third sister, she is the doctor I invited. She is here to treat second brother. Ever since Yun Songhai left home, Zhang Li and Yun Songlong addressed each other as brother and sister. Zhang Li still hoped that Yun Songxue would speak up for him, but who would have thought that Yun Songxue would just sneer, "Big brother Qi, third sister is very grateful that you are concerned about my second brother's condition. But my second brother's illness, especially his hysteria, is already incurable. Even when Daiguoshu can only ensure that it does not worsen over the years. The little girl in front of you has an unknown background. She's both a sorcerer and a healer. She's neither fish nor fowl. So how can she treat my second brother?" Yun Songxue's tone revealed a strong hostility. Yun Songxue didn't recognize Yun Sheng, but she subconsciously felt hostility towards Yun Sheng. In other people's eyes, Yun Songxue's words sounded like she was concerned about her second brother and worried that Yun Sheng was some kind of Mongolian doctor. But the meticulous Yun Sheng heard another layer of meaning. Yun Songxue was extremely unwilling for someone to treat Yun Songhai's illness. She even hoped that Yun Songhai's condition would worsen. In the general's estate, the old martial saint general was aging day by day because of his two sons. Yun Songhai's whereabouts were unknown, and Yun Songlong was in this state. As long as he didn't recover, Yun Songxue would be able to monopolize the general's estate. Yun Ba was probably the only one who couldn't see through her ambitions. They were siblings from the same father and mother, but Yun Songxue actually had such wild ambitions. Yun Sheng couldn't help but feel bitterly disappointed. Since Yun Songxue didn't want to treat him, Yun Sheng had to treat him. Moreover, she could also see that Yun Songhai's illness wasn't simple. The national physician couldn't treat him because he mistook Uncle Yun's illness for hysteria. Using the methods and herbs used to treat hysteria naturally wouldn't be able to treat him. As the saying goes, prescribing the right medicine for the illness. If one couldn't even accurately judge the illness, how could they treat it? That was why Yun Songlong's illness had been repeated over and over again all these years without any progress. When Yun Sheng said this, everyone in the room was dumbfounded. Even Zhongli couldn't help but break out in cold sweat because of Yun Sheng's words. This lass's tone was so arrogant. She actually said that the national physician of Zhou State had misjudged the illness. He was the national physician of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion and had stopped practicing medicine for many years. Back then, he had reluctantly agreed to treat Yun Songlong because of Yun Ba. Yet, Yun Sheng said that he had misjudged the illness. Look, I already said that she's a quack. She dares to question the diagnosis of a national physician. How old is she? She's really audacious. Yun Songxue rejoiced in Yun Sheng's misfortune and waited for her to be chased out of the general's estate. Everyone makes mistakes, and the national physician isn't an exception. He judged it to be hysteria because the symptoms of hysteria are mental confusion and abnormal behavior. Uncle Yun's behavior does seem like he has hysteria, but what he actually has isn't hysteria. It's post-war trauma. Yun Sheng didn't feel angry when she was questioned by everyone. Ignorance is blameless. The term post-war trauma was probably unheard of in the boundless world for thousands of years, let alone seeing it. When Yun Sheng saw Yun Songlong, she initially thought that he had hysteria because his symptoms were too similar to hysteria. However, she asked Zhang Li and found out that Yun Songlong had been taking medication for hysteria for many years and there hadn't been any improvement. Recalling that Yun Songlong only got this disease after the war, Yun Sheng recalled that when she was in the Americas in her previous life, she had met a few soldiers from Country M when she was doing free medical treatment for the International Red Cross Association. After participating in the war against Country Y, they had returned to their country. Even though they were healthy, they had all shown symptoms similar to hysteria. Yun Sheng's final diagnosis was post-war trauma. Father, quickly chased this liar out. What post-war trauma? I've lived for 30 years, and I've never heard of it. Yun Songxue ordered someone to chase Yun Sheng out. Zhang Li tried to dissuade her, but he was reprimanded by Yun Songxue instead. It doesn't matter if you don't believe me, but I can tell you with certainty that post-war trauma is more or less present in any soldier who has participated in a war, especially one where there were heavy casualties. However, Uncle Yun's condition is more serious because of the double blow to his body and mind. Yun Sheng glanced at Yun Ba. On the battlefield, corpses litter the ground. Sometimes, even the innocent women and children of other countries were killed. Anyone who saw this scene would definitely be traumatized. He definitely knew about Yun Ba, who was once a general of Zhou State, and Zhang Li as well. Therefore, Yun Sheng's words caused the two of them to sink into deep thought. A few guards from the Yun residence had already rushed over. They pushed and shoved Yun Sheng, wanting to chase her out of the courtyard. At this moment, Yun Ba suddenly said, "Wait, let her see. Take a good look. Little girl, if you can't figure out, don't blame this old man for being impolite." Although Yun Ba's words were still very strict, his gaze had faded from the initial disgust and harshness. His attitude towards Yun Sheng had also improved. Yun Sheng's words just now had touched on a secret that he had hidden in the depths of his heart for many years. Chapter 211. Since even Yun Ba had spoken, there was nothing Yun Songxue could do even if he wanted to chase Yun Sheng away. Yun Songlong was still in a state of delirium. He had a crazed look on his face and could only be forcefully restrained by Yun Ba to ensure that he did not harm anyone else. Let me make this clear first. I am a dual practitioner of magic medicine and ancient medicine. When I treat him later, I will use a combination of magic and ancient medicine. There is no need to make a fuss. Yun Sheng knew that magic could not be used in the Yun residence. This was very similar to Wushuan Wuji school. But now, for Yun Songlong's illness, Yun Ba had no choice but to break this precedent. Taking out the bewitching bone scepter, Yun Sheng began to chant. Her lips moved and a gentle light shone on the scepter. Elementary water magic, cloud dream, ice slumber. Yun Sheng needed to check on Yun Songlong's condition, so she had to calm him down first. A light blue, ice-cold water vapor enveloped Yun Ba and Yun Songlong. Father. Yun Songshue was afraid that Yun Sheng would hurt his father and wanted to stop her. Don't worry, she has no ill intentions. Due to his prejudice against magicians, Yun Ba had almost never used any magic to heal his injuries. Usually, even if he was seriously injured, he would only swallow some pills. This was the first time he had faced a healing magic. Being surrounded by this slightly glowing water vapor, Yun Ba felt much calmer. Yun Songlong, who was originally restrained by him, also stopped roaring and moving. Yun Sheng took the opportunity to let Yun Ba release Yun Songlong. She walked in front of Yun Songlong and looked at him at eye level. A golden light flashed across Yun Sheng's eyes. Young General Yun, tell me what you saw. Tell me. Yun Sheng's voice was very gentle, and her words were also very slow. Modern medical technology was much more advanced than the boundless world. Especially mental illnesses, medicine could only alleviate them, but it was very difficult to cure them completely. The reason why Yun Songlong was hallucinating and losing control was because his memory was still stuck on the war from several years ago. The purpose of Yun Sheng using Yun Meng's ice sleep was to calm him down first. Then, she could use the real treatment method. The best treatment for post-war syndromes was hypnosis. Under the effect of Yun Sheng's frozen dream, Yun Sheng was able to make full use of Shen Nong's pupil. It was as if Yun Songlong had fallen into a dream. His entire body trembled violently, and his voice was filled with regret and pain. Dead. They're all dead. The brothers of the Yun family army, more than 1,000 people, are all dead. Rivers of blood and corpses are everywhere. It's all because of me. I won't let them off. He was recalling the battle that had greatly damaged the vitality of the entire Zhou state. Amidst his trembling voice, a bloody massacre reappeared in front of everyone. Zhang Li closed his eyes in pain. Yun Ba's tall back seemed to bend a little at that moment. Only Yun Songshue had a calm expression. That was because she had never truly experienced a war. Young General Yun, relax a little. Everything is already in the past. That battle had already ended several years ago. You're very safe now. You are in the general's residence. Those soldiers, their corpses and families have also been settled. Yun Sheng sighed in her heart. Shen Nong's pupils shrank, and a golden light flashed again. Yun Songlong only felt a heavy blow to his head. It was as if someone had woken him up from his long slumber. His originally turbid eyes gradually regained their clarity. The moment he regained consciousness, Yun Songlong saw several pairs of caring eyes. Father, big brother Jean, third sister, why are all of you here? Yun Songlong was usually clear-headed, but this time, when he woke up, he felt that his head wasn't as heavy as before. He felt much more relaxed. He breathed in and out and felt a wave of comfort in his chest. It was as if he had gotten rid of a heavy burden. Second brother, how do you feel? Zhang Li's face was full of disbelief. From his perspective, Yun Sheng didn't do anything just now. She only said a few words to Yun Songlong, and then Yun Songlong gradually regained consciousness. He didn't use a single drop of medicine, and he regained consciousness without a single needle. This was too incredible. Who is this? Yun Songlong only just realized that there was an unfamiliar girl in the room. In her hand, she was holding a magic scepter. A magician? Father and third sister actually allowed a magician to enter the general's residence. This was really unprecedented. Yun Songlong carefully looked at Yun Sheng. He realized that Yun Sheng looked very familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before. Third brother, this is the newly invited elder of our dojo. Don't be fooled by her young age. Her medical skills are very miraculous. Her views are also very different from others. Just now, she said that your illness wasn't hysteria, but some kind of war trauma syndrome. Let her take a look at your hand again. Jean Li urged. Big brother Jean, thanks for your kindness. My hands have long been crippled. Why do you have to go through so much trouble and waste so much manpower and resources? Yun Songlong understood his father's temper very well. Every time a magician was mentioned, the old man would explode. It was already a miracle that this female magician could stay in the Yun residence. There is no way to treat your right hand, but your left hand is still there. The veins of your left hand are only injured. If there's a chance to open them up, even if you can't practice martial arts, you can at least live a normal life. Zhongli sighed. He knew that for many years, Yun Songlong's heart had died. Coupled with his hysteria, he had long given up on his hands. Now that the hysteria that had troubled him for many years had been resolved, the next step would be to treat his hands. Yun Sheng's gaze fell on Yun Songlong's hands. With one look, she understood why Zhongli said this. It was rumored that the second son of the general's residence, Yun Songlong's hands were injured by the enemy and his body was crippled. However, in reality, only Yun Songlong's right hand was chopped off. His left hand was still hanging by his side. However, Yun Sheng also noticed that although his left hand was still there, it was hanging limply by his side. His skin was loose and sickly white. Due to not using it for many years, Yun Songlong's left hand was already showing signs of wilting. Compared to his body size, it was one size smaller. According to Yun Sheng's experience, if a cure was not found soon, once the veins and nerves atrophied, Yun Songlong's left hand would really be crippled. "Uncle, can you let me take a look at your hand?" Yun Sheng took the initiative to step forward. She had originally wanted to leave, but now she suddenly changed her attitude. "Little girl, didn't you say that you wanted to leave? The Marshal Saint General's residence does not welcome you." Yun Ba's temper flared as he stomped his feet. "Shut up, you're so noisy. When a doctor is treating a patient, the patient's family should not interrupt." A sullen expression appeared on Yun Sheng's delicate face as she rolled her eyes at Yun Ba. "Hey, what kind of tone is that?" Yun Ba's hair stood on end. His gray hair almost stood on end, making him look like an angry old cat. But Yun Sheng just ignored him. This made Yun Ba feel as if he had punched cotton. He was completely a loss for words. Zhongli, on the other hand, couldn't help but laugh. Even Yun Songlong's face had a hint of a smile. When Yun Songxue saw this scene, his expression darkened. Chapter 2:12. Seeing that Yun Ba was angered by a little girl to the point of not daring to say anything, Yun Songlong smiled and said, "Father, you're already so old, don't vent your anger on a child. Little girl, it's fine if you take a look. The wounds on my body are a little hideous, don't be scared." Yun Songlong's tone was very amiable, causing Yun Songxue to grit her teeth. Yun Songlong had never even spoken to his own nephew, Tang Yu, in such a nice tone. Second brother, and Zhongli really looked down on them. Yun Songxue secretly cursed, and her hatred for Yun Sheng grew. Even though it was their first time meeting, Yun Songlong had a very good impression of Yun Sheng. He couldn't explain why, but he felt that although this little girl's temper was a little fiery, her personality was very frank and cute. He thought of his eldest brother, whom he hadn't seen for many years. At that time, his eldest brother had left the residence in a hurry, and his sister-in-law was already pregnant with the Yun family's flesh and blood. If that child was still alive, he would probably be as smart and likable as this little girl in front of him. Yun Sheng first looked at his right hand. Yun Sheng originally thought that Yun Songlong's right hand had been cut off by a sharp weapon, but after she examined it, she found that this wasn't the case. "Uncle, was your right hand directly torn off by some ferocious beast?" An expert could tell the truth when they made a move. Yun Songlong's old injury had been there for almost 10 years, but Yun Sheng was able to make such an accurate judgment just by looking at the wound. This made Yun Ba very surprised. Could it be that this little girl really started learning medical skills when she was in her mother's womb? Zhongli hurriedly stepped forward and removed Yun Songlong's clothes. Only then did Yun Songlong's hand appear. Yun Sheng took out the Four Seasons colored glass needles. The moment the needles appeared, Yun Ba, who was originally complaining at the side, immediately fell silent. With his eyesight, he could tell that the medical needles in Yun Sheng's hands were magic tools. Yun Sheng examined Yun Songlong's left hand. As she expected, his left hand had severely atrophied. His skin had no elasticity, and the blood vessels inside were on the verge of drying up. Yun Sheng pricked a few major acupoints on his hand with a needle and asked Yun Songlong for his reaction. Yun Songlong had been pricked by countless doctors more than 100 times. He was already used to it and did not feel anything. "Little girl, you don't have to try anymore. Even if my hand is roasted over a fire or frozen in ice, it won't feel anything. It's already crippled." Yun Songlong had already gotten over it. With such a left hand, he would rather it be completely chopped off just like his right hand. Yun Sheng glanced at Yun Songlong. When she was examining Yun Songlong, she found that there were many wounds on his left hand. Those were burns and even frostbites. Seeing the wounds, Yun Ba and combat strength fell silent. When Yun Songlong's hands were crippled, he went through a period of self-torture. Those wounds were all left behind at that time. In order to prevent Yun Songlong from taking things too hard, Yun Ba had no choice but to order his bodyguards to keep a close watch on him. Later on, Yun Songlong only managed to survive the darkest days after combat strength, and Yun Songlong spent a night together. "Uncle, I still need to prick a few more needles. If you feel anything, immediately shout out." Yun Sheng sighed in her heart. The two brothers of the Yun family were indeed plagued with misfortune. If not for her father, Yun Songhai, leaving home, Yun Songlong would not be alone and trapped in the enemy camp. Even if it was for her father, she had to think of a way to save Yun Songlong. Yun Songlong wanted to refuse, but when he saw the sincerity on Yun Sheng's small face, he did not know why, but he could not harden his heart. He did not refuse or agree. Yun Sheng started to prick him again. This time, Yun Sheng used the Yin family's ancestral soul healing needle. The soul healing needle was divided into dark needles and bright needles. Yun Sheng used the dark needles to test whether Yun Songlong's left hand could still be saved. Yun Sheng's jade marrow technique had already reached the 3rd level. This also meant that she could use the 3rd level of the soul healing needle. When she pricked him with a needle, the jade marrow technique in her body immediately activated. The dark needles silently pierced through Yun Songlong's skin and followed his blood vessels into his arm. After the first dark needle entered his body, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. Yun Songlong did not react at all. She had failed. Yun Sheng was not discouraged. The second time, she used 2 more dark needles. Yun Songlong still did not react. Dark needles consumed a lot of internal energy. After 2 dark needles, Yun Sheng's face was already flushed red. "Don't." Yun Songlong tried to persuade her again. Suddenly, the 4 needles in Yun Sheng's hand moved together. The 4 seasons color glass needles accompanied the power of the dark needles. Like a sudden downpour, like a flood, or a ferocious beast, they poured out together. A wave of cold and hot numbness came from Yun Songlong's fingers. He cried out in pain. His left hand trembled as if it had been electrocuted. It was just a moment, but it caused the expressions of the 4 people present to change. The most agitated one was Yun Ba. He completely ignored the fact that he had just reprimanded Yun Sheng a second earlier. "Songlong, your hand." "My hand. I just regained feeling." Even though it was only for a moment, Yun Songlong clearly felt that his arm had regained feeling. Even though the feeling was very short, his hand had indeed regained feeling. "Little girl, can Songlong's hand still be saved?" "Isn't that right? Say something." Yun Ba had been on the battlefield all his life and had never bowed his head to anyone. But at this moment, he was just a pitiful father. He looked at Yun Sheng, half pleadingly. He hoped that Yun Sheng could tell him that Yun Songlong's hand could still be saved. Even if it was just a left hand, it was enough to give Songlong, who had been dispirited for many years, a little hope. Yun Sheng's heart was filled with bitterness. How should she answer? Yun Songlong's hand was not completely damaged. Yun Sheng had at least proved one thing through the dark needles just now. Yun Songlong's hand was only restricted by a special method. Earlier, she had tested the dark needles twice, but there was no reaction. That was because the power of the dark needles was not enough to break through that method. But if she could cultivate to the 5th level of the Jade Marrow technique, she would be able to release the power of 5 dark needles at once. Then, there might be a chance for her to break through that shackle. But right now, she did not have any other ideas. Father, don't scare the lass. I'm afraid that she is also helpless. Yin Songlong could tell that Yun Sheng was in a difficult position. He did not blame Yun Sheng. After so many years, she was already the only doctor who could make his hand feel. Even the great grandmaster of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion was unable to make his hand feel anything. Yin, if you have any difficulties, feel free to tell me. As long as Zhongli is able to do it, I will definitely not frown. As long as you can cure second brother's illness, I can grant you another sec medallion. Zhongli was also moved. He saw the hope of Yun Songlong's recovery from Yun Sheng's body. Everyone, it's not that I don't want to treat him. It's just that I don't have any way to treat him right now. To be honest, young General Yun's hand is not really crippled. It's just that his battle chi has been restricted by a special method. In order to make it easier for everyone to understand, Yun Sheng simply drew a simple diagram of a human body on the ground. Thank you to Banksia, Laying Egg, and Amethyst Snow for their tips. Thank you girls for your crazy votes. Happy Chinese Valentine's Day. Chapter 213. The most important thing for a warrior's body was the circulation of Do Qi. The restriction on Yun Songlong's left arm was very similar to the magic lock Yun Sheng's magic power was sealed in Wushuan Wuji School. However, the technique used by the person who did this to Yun Songlong was much more powerful than ordinary magic locks. Until now, only Yun Sheng was able to use the Yin family's ancestral medical soul divine needle and combine it with the Jade Marrow technique to break the restriction. To cure Uncle Yun's hand, we need at least 50% of our Yin family's unique inner energy. However, I have only reached the 3rd level, so I'm temporarily helpless. However, if I break through the 5th level in the future, I have absolute confidence that I can cure Uncle Yin. Using the human body structure diagram, Yun Sheng explained the treatment and her current difficulties inconcisely. After hearing Yun Sheng's words, the others all came to a realization. Yin Ba did not speak for a long time. On the other hand, Yun Songlong's expression was the calmest of all. Thank you, little godly doctor, for being honest with me. Actually, my hand has been crippled for many years. I'm not in a hurry to recover. Little godly doctor, you don't have to blame yourself. If I am lucky, maybe my hand can recover in the future. Yin Songlong looked kindly at Yin Sheng. For some reason, although it was his first time meeting Yin Sheng, Yin Songlong felt very close to her. This feeling of closeness was even greater than that of his own nephew, Tang Yu. Perhaps feeling Yun Songlong's friendliness, Yun Sheng thought for a while. My current skills are not enough, but I have another method. It cannot completely recover Uncle Yun's hand, but it can at least guarantee that your hand will not continue to deteriorate in the next few years. It can also improve the signs of muscle atrophy in your arm. The Jade Marrow technique was a threshold of 3 years. However, in the past 2 years, Yun Sheng had broken through from the 1st level to the 3rd level. Although there was some luck involved, it also made Yun Sheng realize that it was much easier to cultivate the Jade Marrow technique in the boundless land than in the modern world. The reason for this was probably because the sun essence in the boundless world was much purer than the heavily polluted modern society. The method that Yun Sheng mentioned was the blood cloud beast blood that she had experimented with earlier. The blood cloud beast blood was a very good medicine to strengthen the body. Combined with Yun Sheng's special acupuncture technique, Yun Songlong's left hand could absorb part of the beast's blood, which could also improve the deterioration of his left hand. I will return to the medicine hall now and prepare the appropriate beast blood and medicinal herbs. In the future, I will visit your residence every 5 days to perform acupuncture on you. Yun Sheng ignored the dumbfounded Yun Ba and left the general's residence. Haha, the little girl's temper is quite bad, but her medical skills and medical ethics are very good. Since she said that there's a cure for second brother's hand, then there must be a cure. Zhongli sighed with emotion, his face full of smiles. She has no respect for her elders and speaks so rudely in front of her elders. One look and I can tell that she wasn't raised in a good family. Yun Ba recalled Yun Sheng's attitude towards him just now and was filled with anger. Children nowadays were really too unlikable. Father, that child's temper is very similar to yours. Yin Songlong smiled. Nonsense, who's similar to her? Zhongli, we haven't met for a long time. I have a few jars of good wine in the wine cellar. Help this old man get them. Yin Ba sent Zhongli to the wine cellar in the residence to get the wine. Yin Ba loved drinking the most in his life. Regardless of whether he was happy or unhappy, he liked to drink a few cups. Every time Zhongli came back, he would get drunk. After Zhongli left, Yin Ba snorted and said with some anger, Songlong, until now you still refuse to tell father who injured your hands back then? It turned out that Yun Ba's drinking wine was fake. The real reason was that he deliberately called Zhongli. All these years, Yun Ba had always thought that Yun Songlong's hands were injured when he was ambushed by the enemy and besieged. However, when that stubborn little girl said it just now, he figured out that something was wrong. His right hand was torn apart by a ferocious beast, and his left hand was restrained by a special method. Yun Songlong was Yun Ba's son. It could be said that all his martial arts skills were inherited from Yun Ba. Of the two sons of the Yun family, Yun Songhai was talented in magic and Yun Songlong was also very talented in martial arts. That year, when Yun Songlong was attacked by the enemy, he was already a martial arts grandmaster and his current combat strength was not much different. If he had used all his strength, Yun Songlong would have at least been able to escape unscathed even if the enemy had 10,000 soldiers. However, he was defeated. Not only was he defeated, but his hands were also crippled, and he ended up in his current state. However, if the enemy really wanted to kill Yun Songlong, why would they only cripple his hands? Thinking about it, the enemy either had a deep hatred for the Yun family and wanted the Yun family to live a life worse than death, or they had some misgivings and did not dare to kill Yun Songlong. The martial saint old general himself could not figure out the reason for this, but Yun Songlong was also unwilling to say more. After going back and forth, the truth of the matter had not been exposed. Yun Songlong's pain had only lasted for so many years. Father, you don't need to ask about what happened that year. It was because I was not as skilled as the enemy that I was injured and embarrassed the martial saint old general's residence. Yun Songlong's expression was pained. His words showed that he was unwilling to talk about the past. The wine is here. Second brother, you need to consume beast blood and cannot drink wine. This jar of good wine is for the old general and me. Zhongli, who did not know what was going on, carried a jar of wine over. There was hope for Yun Songlong's hands. Zhongli was happy for him from the bottom of his heart. Today, he would not leave until he was drunk. Brother Qi, I still have something to ask you. That little girl just now, what is her name? Also, her medical skills are very special. I don't think I have seen such acupuncture in Zhou State. Yin Songlong felt that he had seen Yun Sheng somewhere before. Her name is Yin Yun. She is an exchange student that I poached from the Imperial Magic Academy. As for where she learned from, I only heard that she lives in a medical clinic in the city. That was all that Zhongli knew. As they spoke, Yun Sheng had already retrieved the beast blood. She instructed Yun Songlong's attendant to bring it back to his room and began to tell Yun Songlong the taboo of using the beast blood. After soaking his hands in the beast blood, Yun Songlong's skin was much rosier than usual. Yun Sheng also inserted a few needles into his hands. In the courtyard, Yun Ba and Zhongli drank wine and talked loudly about the current situation in Zhou State. Yun Ba had a fiery temper and would occasionally scold the civil officials in the imperial court. Zhongli could only smile and drink at the side. Unknowingly, the sun had set. When Yun Sheng walked past the courtyard, she heard Yun Songhai mutter, "Yun Songhai, you unfilial son." She turned around and saw the old general's tall body leaning over the stone table in the courtyard. He was already drunk and looked exceptionally bleak. She didn't know why, but she felt a sense of sadness in her heart, and her hatred for the general's residence was no longer as strong. Chapter 214. Even though Yun Songlong's hand couldn't be healed immediately, Yun Songlong's PTSD gradually recovered under Yun Sheng's treatment. His relapses became less frequent, from once every 10 days to once every month. In the end, he was completely healed. Yun Songlong's hand also gradually regained feeling under the effects of numerous hidden needles. Even though he couldn't directly clench his fist, he could already feel the warmth and pain in his hand. This made Yun Ba, who originally had some opinions about Yun Sheng, speechless. The entire Yun residence was overjoyed by this news, except for Yun Songxue, who wasn't very happy. Yun Ba had no choice but to tacitly accept PTSD, a condition that had never appeared in the Boundless Continent. However, Yun Sheng was still unwilling to go to the general's residence frequently, in case that old man would blow his beard and glare at her every time she saw him. Zhanli had a lot of trust in Yun Sheng and trusted her even more. Unknowingly, more than half a month had passed. On this day, Yun Sheng went to the general's residence to help Yun Songlong with his daily acupuncture treatment. She also checked on him to see if his PTSD had recovered. After spending some time with Yun Sheng's opinion of the Martial Saint General's residence changed slightly. Originally, Yun Sheng thought that Yun Songlong was as unreasonable as Yun Songxue and could get along with him. Only then did she realize that Yun Songlong was a very easygoing and knowledgeable person. Even though he was bathed in blood on the battlefield, there wasn't a trace of hostility around him. When his hands were still healthy, he still liked to play the flute and drum and was a rare talent among Zhou State's generals who excelled in both the pen and the sword. He also told Yun Sheng a lot about Zhou State's local customs and practices, which broadened Yun Sheng's horizons. Yun Songlong and Yun Sheng also got along very well. He originally thought that Yun Sheng was just a precocious doctor and was at most a little smarter than ordinary people. However, the more he interacted with her, the more Yun Songlong felt that her speech and understanding were extraordinary. This lad is not a fish in a pond. Big Brother Zhan has found a treasure this time. Yun Songlong secretly praised. Uncle Yun, your PTSD has been cured. Your left hand has also improved recently. Your atrophied muscles have also recovered quite a bit. In the future, you only need to pay attention to your diet and rest, and your body will gradually recover. Although you can't directly cultivate Do Qi, you can do some simple martial arts training. Yun Sheng put away the Four Seasons color glass needles and discussed the illness with Yun Songlong. Because the veins in his left hand were blocked, Yun Songlong could not directly circulate his Do Qi. However, his body's foundation was very good. If he recovered properly, even if he could not return to his original condition, his body would be healthy and pain-free. Yun Songlong retracted his thoughts. He only thought that Yun Sheng was comforting him. With his half-crippled body, how could he return to his original peak condition? He thought for a while, then suddenly said, Yin lass, Uncle Yin wants to ask you for a favor. During this period of time, Yun Sheng and Yun Songlong had already become familiar with each other. Yun Songlong was a forthright person, and he did not call Yun Sheng Divine Dr. Yin. Instead, he directly called her Yin lass. Yun Sheng was quite used to this intimate form of address. Uncle, just say what you want. However, let me say this first. It's best that this matter has nothing to do with that stubborn father of yours. Yun Sheng curled her lips. Forgiving Yun Songlong was one thing. Forgiving Yun Ba was another. Even now, every time Yun Ba saw Yun Sheng, he would always make a strange snorting sound. In return, Yun Sheng would always roll her eyes at him. When he heard Yun Sheng's angry tone, Yun Songlong had the urge to laugh. In reality, Yun Songlong did not reject the childish bickering between his father and Yun Sheng. Instead, he liked it. This gave Yun Songlong the illusion that his grandchildren were happy together. Compared to his incompetent nephew Tang Yu, who only knew how to cause trouble for the general's estate, Yun Songlong would rather Yun Sheng be his niece. I want you to help me take a look at those brothers of the Yun family army. Yun Songlong and Yun Sheng left the general's estate together. Zhou State revered martial arts, and the general's estate of the martial saint general was in great favor for a time. The previous emperor of Zhou State allowed the Yun family army to form their own personal army. The Yun family army that Yun Songlong mentioned was the Yun family's private army. The army only belonged to the Yun family, and they received their salaries directly from the Yun family's treasury. They were mainly responsible for patrolling and inspecting the Yun family's territory. After Yun Songlong was injured and returned to the estate, he had not gone to the Yun family army for many years. The matters of the army were all handed over to his third sister, Yun Songshua, to manage. Bringing Yun Sheng to the Yun family army was because after Yun Songlong was defeated many years ago, a group of soldiers who were lucky enough to survive with him were all placed in the Yun family army. These brothers had accompanied Yun Songlong through fire and water, but because of their family background, they were unable to receive the same treatment as Yun Songlong. It was said that these brothers had not been living well these past few years. Yun Songlong had always wanted to visit his old comrades, but he was suffering from a strange illness and could not go out. Now that his body had recovered, he could not wait to see his old comrades. In the past, he did not know about the war trauma syndrome. After being reminded by Yun Sheng, he realized that other than him, there were probably many other brothers in the Yun family army who had suffered from this strange illness. The uncle and niece walked together on the streets of Yujing, facing the crowds, carriages, and horses coming and going, as well as the streets of Yujing that were no longer the same as they were many years ago. Yun Songlong felt a little afraid for a moment. He was like a lost child, tossing and turning, not knowing how to face the crowd. After Yun Songlong suffered from the hysteria, in order to prevent him from hurting others, Yun Ba had always forbidden him from going out. This was the first time in many years that he had left the general's estate alone. Just as Yun Songlong was hesitating, a warm feeling came from his left hand. Looking down, he saw Yun Sheng's soft little hand holding Yun Songlong's large hand. Although the feeling was very weak, Yun Songlong could see the consolation in Yun Sheng's encouraging eyes. He smiled and strode into the crowd. After walking a few steps, Yun Songlong felt a wave of hunger. Only then did he remember that he had been so focused on chatting with Yun Sheng in the morning that he had forgotten to eat. It was Uncle Yun who neglected it. It should be time for lunch. You are at the age where you are growing. The big pots of rice in the Yun family army camp are not very nutritious, Yun Songlong said with an embarrassed smile. He chose a famous and old restaurant in the city and wanted to bring Yun Sheng to eat their fill. When the uncle and niece of the Yun family entered, they did not notice that there were 3 pairs of eyes looking at them from above the restaurant. That's strange. Am I seeing things? Isn't that the little girl from the martial arts center? Why is she walking with a middle-aged man? It can't be. In a private room in the restaurant sat Yi Baiming, Cheng Bai, and Bu Jiuxiao. The 3 of them frequented this restaurant on a daily basis. They did not expect to meet Yun Sheng and Yun Songlong here. Yun Sheng and Yun Songlong walked in hand. This could easily cause misunderstandings. Yi Baiming's gaze darkened slightly as he looked at the smiling Yun Sheng. For some reason, he felt that the smile on Yun Sheng's face was very dazzling. Chapter 2:15. Bu Jiuxiao saw that Yi Baiming's expression wasn't good, so he looked over as well. With one look, he was so shocked that he immediately stood up. Yun Songlong, the martial saint general's residence's Yun Songlong, his hysteria has been cured? Bu Jiuxiao saw clearly that the thin man sitting opposite Yun Sheng was Yun Songlong. He was different from Yi Baiming and Cheng Bai. Cheng Bai's ancestors were civil officials, while Yi Baiming was blind in his early years. The 2 of them had never seen the once prominent second young master of the Yun family, Yun Songlong, in Zhou State. The martial saint general's residence had many outstanding people in its early years. Yun Songhai was the youngest sky magician in Zhou State, and his younger brother, Yun Songlong, was also the youngest general in Zhou State. The martial saint general was old, and the Marquis of Jin guarded the Jade capital. Yin Songlong rose to prominence at that time. He went to war when he was 12, and when he was 25, his battle skills were invincible. At that time, Bu Jiuxiao was only a 5 or 6-year-old child, but in his childhood memories, the name Yin Songlong was synonymous with hero. Yin Songlong was disabled and left Zhou State's military camp, which made the young Bu Jiuxiao sad for a long time. He originally thought that he wouldn't have the chance to see his childhood idol appear again in this lifetime. But a few hundred meters away, the person chatting happily was indeed Yin Songlong. What? You said that middle-aged man is Yin Songlong? Then isn't he Master's sworn brother? No wonder Master's mood was so good recently. So he introduced the little divine doctor to Yin Songlong. When Chengbai heard that it was Yin Songlong, he also looked over anxiously. Yin Songlong had been away from the eyes of the people for too long, so long that most of the people in Jade Capital already didn't recognize the Zhou State's general who once commanded the battlefield. So it's just to see a doctor. Baiming unconsciously let out a sigh of relief. The restaurant Yinsheng and Yin Songlong were in was a famous restaurant in Jade Capital. There were all kinds of people in it, and there were even some singers who were here to earn a living. When the two of them were halfway through their meal, a delicate and pretty singer of about 13 or 14 years old walked over shyly. She held a peep in her hands and asked softly, "Two guests, the Oriole will sing a little song to liven things up. If the song is to your liking, can you give the Oriole a few copper coins as a reward?" This female singer looked very young and inexperienced, and her voice was trembling a little. Her clothes were very ordinary, but her words and actions did not seem like an ordinary prostitute. Most of these women had no choice but to go out to perform for the sake of their family's livelihood, because their family had declined. In a place like a restaurant, there were all kinds of people. A singing girl who looked like a little lamb must have a hard time here. Yin Songlong nodded and took out 5 silver coins and gave them to Oriole. When Oriole saw this, she hurriedly knelt down to thank him and was pulled up by Yun Sheng. She gently plucked the strings, and a burst of pipa music that sounded like the tinkling of spring water slowly played in the restaurant. The singing girl Oriole's pipa skills were not very good, but her singing voice was very good. It was sweet and clear, and it was a naturally good voice. Yin Sheng had never heard of this kind of live performance in her previous life. Hearing it today, it had a different flavor. On Yin Songlong's face, there was also a look of appreciation. When the song reached its climax, a few gold coins fell from the sky and landed at Oriole's feet. Oriole was startled, and her singing stopped. The peeper in her hand also fell to the ground in fright. A rough voice immediately sounded. Young lady's voice is not bad. Hearing it makes the young master's hearts tremble. Come over here and sing a little song. The young masters have plenty of gold coins. After saying that, a burst of unbridled whistling could be heard. Yin Sheng raised her head to look. The window in the direction of the restaurant was wide open, and the sound was coming from the private room. Just as the teasing stopped, a few fierce-looking guards came down from upstairs and pulled Oriole, who was in a terrible state, to the private room upstairs. Oriole's cries attracted the attention of everyone in the restaurant, but no one stepped forward to help. The customers were all expressionless, as if they were already used to this kind of scene. An orphan girl who entered the mouths of those foppish men was bound to meet with misfortune. Those who dared to commit murder in such a public place like the restaurant must have a strong family background. Oriole was just a singing girl who had no one to rely on. It was really not worth offending those foppish men in the Jade Capital for her. Even the restaurant owner only shook his head and sighed, but did not step forward to help. This is too much. Yun Sheng pulled out her magic scepter and was about to take action. But just as she was about to take action, she suddenly noticed that Yin Songlong was not right. Yin Songlong's left hand was slightly trembling because of anger. His hand could move. Seeing this, Yin Sheng put down her magic scepter. "None of you touch me, I am the daughter of the Yin family's military officer, Huang Qinyong." The Oriole was dragged all the way, and seeing that she was about to be pulled into a private room, her pale face flushed red with anger. Her shoulders, which were originally trembling with fear, suddenly straightened. She did not know where she got the strength from, but she pushed the guards away and stumbled down the stairs. She was originally the daughter of a military family and lived a carefree life. If not for her father's illness, she would never appear in public in such a place. The Yin family's army. Yin Songlong's left hand trembled even more violently. Children of military families were military families. Zhou state's laws had a certain degree of protection for the wives, daughters, and children of active military personnel. If anyone harmed a military family, the crime would be doubled. Hearing Oriol's words, the guards also had some misgivings. What are you spacing out for? Grab her. Why would a military family member of the Yun family sing in a restaurant? In a private room, not only were the debauches not frightened, they became even more aggressive. If it was 10 years ago, the Yin family army would be considered a famous army in Zhou state. But now it was different. The Yin family army had long since declined. When the guards heard this, they became even more unscrupulous. Like eagles pouncing on chicks, they grabbed Oriol's hair and dragged her upstairs. Tears streamed down Oriol's face. She already had the intention to die in her heart. She knew that her chastity had been insulted today, so she might as well die. She clenched her teeth and was about to bite her tongue to commit suicide. Let her go. Yin Songlong was angry, and he suddenly stood up. Although Yin Songlong was disabled, the murderous aura he had honed on the battlefield in his early years was like an unsheathed sword. With an angry roar, the entire restaurant shook as if it had been struck by lightning. The few guards were dragging the Oriole only felt the dou qi in their bodies stop. It was as though they had been punched in the chest by someone. They abruptly withdrew their hands. Within the private room, the wave of laughter also instantly quieted down. Where did these blind people come from? How dare they interfere with this young master's business? A burst of anger could be heard from the private room as a group of young martial practitioners wearing luxurious clothes walked down. When Yun Sheng saw this, her throat itched and she couldn't help but cough. This time, it really was a case of the flood rushing against the Dragon King's temple. They didn't recognize their own family. Among the luxuriously dressed martial practitioners, one of them looked very familiar. Wasn't that Yin Songlong's good nephew, Tang Yu? Chapter 216. Just as Yun Sheng was lighting a candle for Tang Yu in her heart, Tang Yu still didn't realize that he had caused a huge disaster. After not seeing him for more than a year, not only did Tang Yu not improve, he had become even more mischievous. He was originally studying at Wushuan Limitless School. At that time, he had borrowed Yun Songlong's relationship, and combat strength had given him face to let him go. However, who knew that this brat would be beaten down by triple training in the morning, afternoon, and night after entering the martial arts school for a few months? His mother, Yin Sanxiue, felt sorry for her son and begged combat strength to find an easier training for her son. Combat strength hated this kind of backdoor behavior the most and simply persuaded Tang Yu to leave. Yin Sanxiue had no choice but to send Tang Yu to the marquis of Ji Yuan's residence to learn martial arts with a few of his sons. After Tang Yu arrived, not only did he not learn his lesson, he even skipped classes and fooled around with the relatives of the marquis of Ji Yuan. After failing to loiter around the brothels of the Jade capital, he even forcefully snatched women in restaurants. Today, he was drunk in the restaurant when he suddenly heard sweet singing coming from downstairs. The hedonistic sons at the side were coaxing together and had the idea of grabbing the singer upstairs, who knew that the Oriole was someone who refused to submit to power. She reported her identity, and when he found out that she was a soldier's wife, Tang Yu was shocked. However, he thought about it again. The Yin family army was a group of servants raised by his Yun residents. All these years, second uncle didn't leave the house, and the Yin family army salary was all arranged by his mother, Yin Sanxiue. Regardless of whether the Oriole was really a soldier's wife or not, even if she was, Tang Yu wasn't worried that she would really cause any trouble. A low-class soldier's wife who relied on the Yun family's salary to survive was at best worse than a beast. Since young Master Tang had taken a fancy to her, the Oriole should feel honored. When Tang Yu came out, he didn't pay attention to Yun Songlong. Today, Yun Songlong had changed his clothes and shaved his beard when he went out. He was completely different from the second uncle that Tang Yu remembered seeing in the Yun residence, so Tang Yu naturally couldn't recognize him. Tang Yu's perverted heart never changed. When he took a closer look, he saw the Oriole crawling on the ground with her face covered in rain. Her hair was messy, which made her palm-sized face even more alluring. Tang Yu only felt an unbearable itch in his heart. With a mischievous smile, he reached out to touch the Oriole's face. "What are you crying for, little beauty? Didn't you just say that you're a soldier's wife? That's great. Do you know who I am? I'm the young master of a Yun residence, Tang Yu. Your father is a subordinate of my grandfather and a second uncle. You just happen to be here to serve this young master." Tang Yu's words made the Oriole even more embarrassed and angry. She did not expect that the one who caused her to end up in such a miserable state was the young master of the Marshal St. General's residence. The guests in the restaurant were also shaking their heads. The Marshal St. General's manor was unfortunate. In the third generation, not only did they not have a successor, their only grandson, Tang Yu, was actually such a bastard. The reputation of the Marshal St. General's residence was completely lost by him. Tang Yu. What a good Tang Yu. What a good son Yun Songxue raised. Yin Songlong was also unbearably angry. If it wasn't for the fact that he could not move his hands, with his previous temper, regardless of whether Tang Yu was his nephew or not, Tang Yu would definitely have died with a single slap. "How dare you? Who are you to insult my mother?" Tang Yu's eyes were wide open as he glanced at Yun Songlong. Only with this glance did he recognize the person. Tang Yu's calf cramped, and he was so frightened that he almost fell to the ground. He stammered, second uncle. Second uncle." This earth-shattering sentence caused Huang to stop crying. The customers who were watching the show were all astonished. Tang Yu's second uncle was the Marshal St. General's residence's Yun Songlong. "Young General Yun. Are you the young General Yun that father often talks about?" The Oriole looked as if she had seen her savior and knelt in front of Yun Songlong. "Good child, quickly get up. Your father is my battalion commander, and I didn't recognize you just now. However, as a soldier's family member, and the Yun family army has always enjoyed the Yun residence's salary, how did you fall to the point where you have to go out to sing?" Hearing Yun Songlong ask about the Yun family army, Tang Yu, who was frightened into a ball, couldn't help but reveal a trace of panic. Yinxing noticed this. It seemed that during the period when Yun Songlong was seriously ill, something must have happened to the Yun family army. "General Yun, you don't know, but the Yun family army hasn't given out any salary for many years. After my father returned from the battlefield, in the first few years, he could still get some salary from the Yun family army. However, starting from 3 years ago, the Yun residence stopped everyone's salary. There were also a few brave soldiers who went to the Yun residence to ask for their salary, but they were all chased out by the Yun residence's guards." Seeing Yun Songlong, the Oriole had the guts to spit out all the bitter water that had happened to the Yun family army all these years. There were many other Yun family army soldiers who had encountered the same situation as her. Because these people were the Yun residence's private army, after leaving the national army, they were unwilling to take up other jobs. Huang O's father was very unfortunate. He was injured on the battlefield and had been living in poverty all these years, muddling along. Huang had also heard that singing in the city's restaurants could earn money, so she came here to sing. Who knew that on the first day she came here, she would be teased by Tang Yu and the others. When Tang Yu saw this, she secretly wanted to slip away. However, who knew that Yin Sheng, who had been silent all this time, would mock her? "Young Master Tang, where are you going? Are you going home to complain to your mother?" Tang Yu was so angry that she almost fainted. However, Yin Songlong's thick eyebrows raised. "Tang Yu, come here. Yun Songlong wasn't completely unaware that Yun Songxue was cultivating her own power in the Yun residence. However, due to his terrible illness, the entire Yun residence was taken care of by his sister alone. He felt guilty and didn't pursue the matter. However, today's matter had touched his bottom line. There were more than 1,000 people in the Yun family army, and all of them were good brothers who had followed him through life and death. Yun Songxue could touch anyone but the Yun family army. Tang Yu was still very fearful of this second uncle of his. His group of playmates had already dispersed in a hubbub, although there were guards present in the Yun residence who would dare to make a move in front of Yun Songlong. Seeing that there was no way to escape, Tang Yu could only timidly walk over, kneel down and apologize to Miss Huang Ke. Yun Songlong said bitterly. He had occasionally gone out today and encountered the matter of the Oriole, who knew how many innocent commoners and girls had been defiled by Tang Yu. His father had no time to care about the matters in the Yun residence all these years, which was why Tang Yu had developed such a character. When Huang Ke heard this, she jumped in fright and hurriedly shook her head. General Yun, Huang Ke cannot accept this. I only beg young Master Tang not to bully other girls in the future. That's right, second uncle. Her father is only one of your subordinates. Why does he have to make me kneel down and apologize? Not only did Tang Yu not have any intention of repentance, he even continued to act like a young master. Seeing this, Yun Songlong's face darkened. Tang Yu, come here. Tang Yu walked over without understanding. Just as he approached, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his knees, as if someone had interrupted him. With a plop, he knelt on the ground. It was Yun Songlong who had abruptly kicked him. Although he had lost his Do Chi, his battle skills were still there. This kick and retraction seemed to carry the power of wind and thunder. With one kick, Tang Yu's knees were actually forcefully dislocated, the sound of bones cracking clearly audible. User points, Destiny, Azure, Su, and Chuya's rewards have been up for more than a month. Fortunately, there are still people looking. As long as there are people looking, I will persevere. Chapter 217. The sound of bones breaking entered the ears of everyone present. Even Yun Sheng felt her eyelids twitch. TSK, TSK, TSK. As expected of the former number 1 general of Zhou State, a ruthless character on the battlefield. His actions were both ruthless and fast. Yun Sheng secretly exclaimed, "Well done." The knees were one of the most important vital parts of the human body. Having the knees broken while they were still alive was like being bitten by thousands of ants. The pain was unimaginable. Tang Yu had completely sobered up by now. Only now did he know that second uncle was truly angry today. Second uncle, have mercy. Tang Yu was pampered and pampered in the Yun residence. His entire body was in pain as he hugged his knees and rolled on the ground. Second master, please have mercy. The guards were also anxious and hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. Scram! Whoever dares to stop me from teaching this little bastard a lesson today will be dealt with according to military law. Yun Songlong's aura was completely exposed. Between his brows, there was a faint, thunderous aura of the former young general. Yun Sheng watched from the side and nodded repeatedly. With Tang Yu's temperament, if he wasn't properly disciplined, the Yun residence would definitely be turned into a mess by him in the future. Yun Songlong taught him a good lesson. In a private room, Yi Baiming, Cheng Bai, and Bu Xiao also nodded. The three of them had the same expression. With Yun Songlong's appearance today, it seemed that the Yun family was going to change. Tang Yu wailed on the ground, but Yun Songlong was indifferent. Second uncle, on account of the fact that I'm the only grandchild in the residence of Yun, please let me go. I'm the only descendant left of my mother's bloodline. Tang Yu pleaded recklessly. He thought that if the Yun residence had no successor, Yun Songlong wouldn't really do anything to him. Tang Yu, if you don't apologize today, don't mention your mother. Even if your grandfather came personally, I would still beat him up. If it was in a military camp, a piece of trash like you wouldn't be enough even if you died 10 times. Yin Songlong couldn't help but sigh. The Yin residence was unfortunate to have a descendant like Tang Yu. If Big Brother was still alive, his children would definitely be hundreds or thousands of times stronger than this little rascal. Little Yin, I'll have to trouble you to help me tie up this brat and transport him to the Yun family army's encampment. I'll bring him to apologize to my old comrades. Yun Songlong wanted to go to the encampment today to see clearly what exactly Yun Songshue had done to the Yun family army all these years behind his back. Yun Xing nodded. She waved her magic scepter, and several light blue water ropes spontaneously formed. They were like nimble vines binding Tang Yu tightly. Yun Sheng was annoyed by Tang Yu's incessant yelling, so she simply used a ball of water vapor to block his mouth. She then used a levitation spell to lift Tang Yu's rather large body up. Wait! A group of guards rushed in from the entrance of the restaurant. They were all guards from the residence of Yun. Yun Songshue was like a moon surrounded by a myriad of stars as he walked out in fury. It turned out that when the residents of Yun's guards saw that Tang Yu had been captured, they were afraid that Yun Songlong would really hurt Tang Yu in a fit of rage. Thus, they secretly sent someone back to the general's estate to report. When Yun Songshue heard that her beloved son was beaten by her brother in public because of a lowly singer, the rage in her heart soared. She immediately ordered a dozen guards to rush over. You are her mother's darling. What happened to you? Yun Songshue took a closer look. Tang Yu's legs were hanging weakly on the ground, and his face was deathly pale from the pain. Her heart ached, and she was extremely angry at her second brother for being so heavy-handed. She cried as she pounced forward and hugged Tang Yu. However, Tang Yu's mouth was covered with a ball of water vapor, and he couldn't speak. Yin Songshue was even more furious. Who is it? How dare you treat my son like this? It's me. Yin Xing also didn't expect that Yun Songshue would disregard the Yun resident's face and directly bring a group of guards here. No wonder Tang Yu had developed such a personality. It was directly related to Yun Songshue, his mother. It's you again, you little slut. See how I'll deal with you later. Yun Songshue fiercely glared at Yun Sheng, then glanced at the black-faced Yun Songlong. Second brother, Ur is your nephew. He did something wrong, so you only need to bring him back to the residence. Songshue will discipline him. However, if you directly break his knees, it will affect his future martial arts training. What will you do then? Yin Songshue knew that her second brother had a fiery temper. She didn't want a day's matter to reach her father, Yun Ba. Third sister, you don't need to say any more. I'll wait for Tang Yu to return to the Yun family's encampment. There will be military law as to how he should be punished. Yin Songlong was unmoved. Second brother, don't force me. Yin Songshue was anxious to protect her son. Seeing that Yun Songlong was still unmoved, she also pulled a long face and slowly stood up. With just a glance, the dozens of guards beside her immediately moved and surrounded Yun Songlong and Yun Sheng. All these years, Yun Songshue had been in charge of the Yun family, and she had nurtured a group of loyal soldiers. Although Yun Songlong was the male heir of the Yun family, the guards all knew that his hands were crippled and his body was crippled. He didn't have the slightest bit of life left in his body. A person like this could never inherit the Yun family's business. On the other hand, third Miss Yun Songshue had little young Master Tang Yu and would definitely inherit the Yun family in the future. Since that was the case, they naturally had to listen to Yun Songshue's orders. Yun Songshue had also been forced into a corner. She knew that her father and second brother were stubborn. She knew very well that in a place like the Yun family's encampment, Tang Yu had done so many shameful things over the years. If they really wanted to punish him according to military law, Tang Yu's little life would be lost. Yun Songlong's face also darkened slightly. He could see that Yun Songshue was going to shed all pretense of cordiality today. Yun Songshue was a fierce woman from a family of generals. Although her dote Qi couldn't be compared to her father Yun Ba and second brother Yun Songlong, she had also learned martial arts from a young age. Her martial skills had been taught by Yun Ba, and she was now a martial honorable. If Yin Songlong still had his Do Chi, he naturally wouldn't need to fear Yin Sangxue and the guards. However, his hands were crippled and his Do Chi was suppressed. If they really fought, he would definitely not be a match for them. Moreover, the restaurant was chaotic and he still had Yun Sheng and Oriole, two weak women, by his side. Yun Sheng was a sorcerer and Yin Songlong didn't know what her cultivation was like. However, if they really fought, she would definitely be at a disadvantage. Yin Songlong's misgivings were exactly what Yin Sangxue had noticed the moment they entered the restaurant. That damn sorceress. If it weren't for her, why would Yin Songlong have a conflict with her? And that seductive singer, what military wife? Wasn't she just a little fox? Yin Songlong glared at Yin Sheng with hatred. Men, tie up those two little hooves first. At her command, the Yin residence's guards pounced on Yin Sheng and Oriole like hungry wolves. Yin Sheng frowned and secretly sighed. Yin Sangxue, there's a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. There's no door to hell, but you insist on barging in. Since you've beaten up the little one, you can beat up the big one as well. Chapter 218. The Yun siblings faced each other. Seeing that the situation wasn't right, the owner of the restaurant hurriedly closed the door and the customers dispersed. Only the private rooms upstairs remained silent. The owner couldn't care less and hid under the counter with a few waiters. Hey! Yin Sangxue shouted angrily, but only finished half of her sentence. She hadn't even finished releasing her fighting aura when she felt the ground beneath her feet tremble. Yin Sangxue's instinct as a warrior told her that there was something abnormal underground. She looked at the female, mage again, and saw that she had already raised her magic scepter. She actually activated magic so quickly. With a bang, the floor tiles of the restaurant were overturned and several streaks of water vapor shot out from the ground. The water vapor quickly condensed together and twisted, finally forming a blue anaconda. Yin Songlong was shocked. He saw Yun Sheng raise her magic scepter and move her red lips. Dense water element magic was emitted from the anaconda's body. Under its empty gaze, the guards of the Martial Saint General's residence were nothing. It curled up in the air and flicked its light blue tongue. The anaconda was as thick as a wooden barrel and had a mouth like a basin. It roared and swept its tail, firmly entangling the guards of the Martial Saint General's residence. Mid-level magic, water, binding transformation, anaconda. The strength of the anaconda was at least 250 kilograms. The enormous water element magic instantly crushed the sternum of the guards. They were in so much pain that they wished they were dead and kept begging for mercy. Damn it, this female magician's strength is actually so strong. To be able to form a mimicry of mid-level water magic like the anaconda in the blink of an eye, her strength was at least that of an archmage. At this moment, Yin Sangxue already knew that things weren't going well. She leaped high and aimed at the Oriole not far away. As long as she caught the Oriole, she wouldn't be afraid that she wouldn't yield. Yin Sangxue had underestimated Yin Sheng. How could she not know Yin Sangxue's intention? She wanted to use the weakness of the Oriole to threaten her. That water python with its head held high suddenly moved. Its enormous body was like a water rainbow as it swiftly attacked the place where Yin Sangxue had landed. Under the circumstances, Yin Sangxue also revealed her solid foundation as a martial artist. She took a few steps in midair and actually changed her landing trajectory in midair. She abruptly changed her trajectory and landed in the empty space where the anaconda was attacking. The anaconda was extremely ferocious. With a loud bang, a large hole was drilled into the floor of the restaurant. The Oriole, who was a few meters away from the anaconda, screamed. If it had been half a second later, the falling rocks would have definitely made the Oriole bleed. In a moment of desperation, Yun Sheng's gaze fell between the water python and Yun Sangxue. Yun Sangxue turned back halfway. Although she was lucky enough to avoid the anaconda, she did not gain much of an advantage. She staggered and landed on the ground. The guards at the side wanted to go up and help her, but she stopped them with a fierce voice. Yun Sheng had to do two things in an instant. First, she had to urge the anaconda to attack Yun Sangxue. Second, she had to go and save Huang Ke. However, she was only one person. If she did two things at the same time, she would definitely reveal a gap. In this situation, if it were anyone else, they would definitely be flustered. However, at this moment, Yun Sheng revealed the strong will and sharp reflexes that she had honed on the operating table as a doctor in her previous life. She did not retreat, nor did she give way. The bone-bewitching scepter in her hand drew a dazzling arc in the air as she chanted softly. On her magic scepter, the two magic soul stones and the imprint of the wind fairy lit up at the same time. The anaconda that had burrowed into the ground let out a loud splash. A ripple appeared on its body that was as thick as a wooden bucket. That ripple split from its head and extended all the way to its tail. That scene looked very terrifying. Suddenly, the anaconda split into two. One anaconda attacked Yun Sangxue, while the other anaconda coiled around Huang Ke. The falling rocks were blocked by the thick water vapor from the anaconda and did not hurt Huang Quebec and Sangxue, and the rest were also caught off guard by the attack. In the private room, Yi Baiming's silver eyes suddenly shrank. He praised in his heart, "What a cool spell." A mere mimicry anaconda was not surprising. Yi Baiming could also see that the anaconda was not mature yet. It was obvious that the female magic caster had not comprehended a mid-level spell for long. However, it was precisely this kind of immature and even somewhat inexperienced magic that was able to make the astonishing transformation of splitting the snake into two under the critical situation. This was something that no one had expected. That female magic caster's control over her spell was very outstanding. The two anacondas were exactly the same size, and the magical waves were also almost the same. This also showed that the person who cast the spell had a very strict control over the magical elements. Yi Baiming finally understood the meaning of Cheng Bai's words earlier. This lass from the Royal Magic Academy, indeed, made people gain something every time they saw her. Sangxue, stop. Where are you going to stop? In a rage, Yin Sanglong's body moved like a phantom, passing by the anaconda and the guards. He raised his left hand and slapped Yun Sangxue furiously. Yun Sangxue was stunned. The guards present were also dumbfounded. General Yun's hand. Even Yun Sanglong himself was stunned by this slap. He looked at his hand in disbelief. At this moment, the sound of horse hooves could be heard from outside the restaurant. The old general of the Martial Saint realm had arrived. There were many people in the restaurant, and the news of Yin Songlong's appearance in the restaurant spread out in less than 15 minutes. Almost at the same time, a few spies secretly brought the news of Yin Songlong to a few places in the Jade capital. In the Medicine Imperial Pavilion, Yao Rong also received the news. What? You said that you saw Yun Songhai in the Jade house, and his hysteria was cured? Yin Songlong's illness was a sore point for the Medicine Imperial Pavilion. His hysteria was not cured for many years, and the outside world said that the Medicine Imperial Pavilion was unable to cure him. But now, Yin Songlong had recovered, and no one knew who had cured his illness. Send someone to inquire about it. You must find out exactly who has been entering and exiting the Martial Saint General's mansion during this period of time. Yao Rong was not a narrow-minded person. She only wanted to find the genius doctor who had cured Yun Songlong. If that person could join the Medicine Imperial Pavilion, that would be the best. But if that divine doctor was not willing to join, then she could personally go and exchange pointers with the divine doctor. Just as Yao Rong sent someone to find out about the Martial Saint General's manor, a spy in the Marquis of Jiyuan's manor reported Yin Songlong's appearance in the restaurant in the Jade capital to the Marquis of Jiyuan. When the Marquis of Jian received this news, his expression was strange. He looked a little emotional, but also a little worried. After thinking for a moment, he ordered someone to send over a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. He immediately wrote a letter and handed it over to his personal guard. Send someone to deliver this letter to that person. Tell him that Yin Songlong's illness has been cured. Chapter 219. After learning that his two children had fought in the restaurant, Yunba rushed into the restaurant like an enraged lion. Inside the restaurant, the tables, chairs, and floor were all smashed to pieces. Yun Sangxue was drenched in water, and her hair was disheveled. She stood in a daze, her cheeks puffed up as if a steamed bun had been stuffed into her mouth. Yun Songlong stood there in a daze with a vexed expression. When he saw Yun Songlong's hand, Yunba was overjoyed. Songlong could move his hand, but then he saw the frightened Oriole and indifferent Yun Sheng. This female magician again? Why'd he run into her everywhere? The floor of the restaurant was filled with traces of magic being used, and the floor was littered with Yun family guards. This made Yunba feel even more upset. In Yunba's mind, if the Yun family made a mistake, even if they had to be punished, it was their own business. Yun Songlong teaching Yun Sangxue a lesson was a family matter, but that female magician was an outsider. She had hurt Yun Sangxue and her son. That was unacceptable. Father, second brother hit me. He even wanted to kill you. Yun Sangxue seemed to have been beaten silly by Yun Songlong. She cried when she saw Yunba. She pulled over Tang Yu, whose knees were broken, and knelt in front of Yunba, sobbing. She understood her father the best. Ever since her eldest brother, Yun Songhai, left the residence, the Yun family's bloodline had become her father's top priority. Because her second brother was crippled, he refused to marry and have children. Although her Yu was a disappointment, he had become a Yun family's only hope to continue the family's bloodline. Sangshuasai, Yunba had a strong personality and was the most protective. When he saw the miserable state of the mother and son pair, his earlier dissatisfaction with the mother and son disappeared by 70 to 80%. He had heard about today's matter from his spies on the way here. The source of the truth was indeed Tang Yu's disappointment. Among his 3 children, the most carefree one was Yun Songhai. Yun Sangxue was unruly and headstrong. His second son, Yun Songlong, was more reserved. However, among the 3 of them, Yun Songlong was the most loyal. Today, Tang Yu had almost insulted the family of the Yun family army. If Tang Yu didn't give a proper apology, Yun Songlong would really punish her according to military law. But even if they failed to live up to the expectations, Yun Songlong and his mother were still part of the Yun family. Songlong, Sangxue owes you an explanation for what happened to the Yun family army. However, these are all family matters, and there is no need to use military law. You've already fought and broken Yuer's knees. Let's just let this matter pass. As for you, Yunba's words suddenly changed as he glared at Yun Sheng. Little girl, you hit my daughter and injure my guards. If I, Yunba, don't get justice today, I'm afraid that my Marshal Saint General's estate will not be able to establish itself in Zhou State in the future. Yunba's words were filled with killing intent. No matter how well the news of the incident at the restaurant was kept under wraps, it was bound to spread throughout the entire capital. Tomorrow at the Imperial Court, Elder Chun and the other civil officials would definitely use Yunba's lack of discipline as an excuse to file a complaint. Since that was the case, Yunba had to find a scapegoat for today's incident, and the most suitable candidate was Yun Sheng. Yun Sheng smiled mockingly as she couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart. Father, Yin is my savior. It can be said that my hand was healed by her. In order to protect Sangxue and her son, you took your anger out on Yin. I will be the first to disagree with this. Yun Songlong didn't expect his father to push all the blame onto Yun Sheng. Father, was he muddle-headed? Yun Sangxue and her son were overjoyed. Once Yunba made a move, that annoying female magician would definitely die. This old man hasn't finished speaking. Although you injured Sangxue and her son, you are indeed my Yun estate's great benefactor. This old man is extremely grateful that you saved my second son's hand. Yunba bowed slightly towards Yun Sheng. Yunba's actions startled everyone in the restaurant. Yunba was the martial saint of Zhou State and a first-rank official. The previous emperor had specially bestowed upon him the honor of not having to bow when meeting the emperor of Zhou State due to his meritorious service. His bow to Yun Sheng was an honor that even the imperial capital of Zhou State didn't enjoy. Yin Sheng was more than shocked. Yun Ba was her grandfather in terms of seniority. How could she accept this bow? She decisively dodged to the side and pushed the aureole out. Old General, I can't accept this bow. It's right and proper for a doctor to treat others. If the residents of Yun really owe someone something, then you owe the Yun family soldiers and their families. Yun Ba had already investigated the situation of the Yun family army. Yun Sanxue had indeed withheld the Yun family army salary. In the past 5 years, the Yun estate had never paid a single cent to the Yun family army. Many of the soldiers' families had suffered from hunger and cold because of this. The entire military camp was now like scattered sand, with many people freezing and starving to death every year. No, the aureole doesn't dare. The aureole was so scared that her face drained of color when she saw the gray-haired Yun Ba. She knelt on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly. Although the aureole has complained about the Yun estate, she has never hated Old General's family. The aureole's mother suffered a hemorrhage when she gave birth to the aureole. It was only because young General Yun personally invited a doctor that the aureole was able to survive. Father once said that the Huang family will be servants of the Yun estate for the rest of their lives. The aureole's forehead hit the ground like a chick pecking at rice. Soon, her forehead was covered in blood. Seeing this, Yun Songlong felt even more guilty. Yun Ba's eyes were also gloomy. All parents in the world were pitiful. He had inverted right and wrong today. In order to protect Yun Sanxue and her son, he had implicated the innocent. When had he ever felt good in his heart? Distinguishing between kindness and hatred is the teachings of the Yun estate's ancestors. What the Yun estate owes, this old man will definitely repay. However, what others owe the Yun estate, this old man will definitely take back. Little girl, seeing that you saved my son, this old man can spare your life. However, your sorcery cannot be kept. Yun Ba's words implied that he wanted to destroy Yun Sheng's Dharma soul. Haha, but what if I refuse? Yun Sheng's expression darkened, and her heart froze. This was her good grandfather. For the sake of a good-for-nothing descendant, he actually wanted to destroy her Dharma's soul? Such a rude and unreasonable person. It was no wonder that her father, Yun Songhai, had left the general's estate in anger. This little girl really didn't know what was good for her. Under such circumstances, she still didn't beg for mercy. Yun Ba couldn't help but feel angry. He had already given Yun Sheng a way out. He only destroyed her sorcery and wouldn't hurt her in the slightest. However, if she had begged, perhaps he would have been soft-hearted and shown mercy. However, this little girl had a thorny temper. Once she opened her mouth, she didn't give him any leeway at all. This made Yun Ba even more embarrassed. You're truly young and ignorant. In front of this old man, what's the use of saying no? To prevent others from saying that this old man is bullying the young, I will use 10% of my power to fight with you. If you can withstand 3 moves from this old man will let you go. Yun Ba's gaze was piercingly cold as he stared sternly at Yun Sheng. When Yun Songlong heard this, he was about to step forward, but was stopped by a few secret guards of the Yun estate. It looked like she couldn't escape 3 moves from a martial saint. A faint trace of bitterness flashed through her heart. Yun Sheng smiled bitterly and walked forward. Then, Old General, please show me your moves. Yun Sheng held the magic scepter in her hand and bowed with cupped fists. Chapter 220. Bu Jiuxiao and Cheng Bai both sucked in a breath of cold air. Was this girl crazy or stupid? Was she really going to exchange blows with Yun Ba? That was Yun Ba, the famous martial saint of Zhou State. Although Yun Ba had faded from the public eye over the years, the legends about him had never stopped in the great Zhou Empire. What kind of realm was the martial saint realm? To put it simply, if Yun Ba didn't like the Royal Magic Academy, he could raze it to the ground with a single combat technique. Yi Baiming frowned as he looked at Yun Sheng. There was no trace of fear on her face. Yun Ba's anger was stuck in his throat. It was as if he was seeing his eldest son Yun Song Hai, many years ago, using the same tone to break off relations with him. Why was it that none of them had any leeway to turn things around? All right, watch carefully for the first move. Yinba hadn't fought with anyone in a long time. He didn't expect that this time he would be fighting with a silly girl. Red gold combat energy flowed on the surface of Yunba's body. After a series of crackling sounds like beans being fried, Yunba roared and a fierce burst of combat energy burst forth from his fist. The color of the combat energy was dazzling, just like the fireball that Yun Sheng had released. However, the speed of the combat energy was several times faster than the fireball. Yun Sheng had no time to dodge. Her body was thrown back with a bang and smashed into the wall. A 2 to 3 meter wide depression immediately appeared on the wall. Yun Sheng fell to the ground, a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. In the private room, Yi Baiming felt a heavy blow to his chest. He felt a suffocating pain that instantly spread throughout his body. It was as if the one who had taken the blow wasn't Yun Sheng, but himself. Why did he feel this way? Yi Baiming couldn't help but feel suspicious. From the martial realm to the martial saint realm, battle techniques were usually only used at the very end. Yinba only needed to use the most basic moves, even if it was just a punch or a kick, to kill his opponent. His goal was very simple. He wanted to defeat Yun Sheng quickly. With the physique of an ordinary mage, a single hit like this would be enough to shatter all the bones in her body, shatter all her meridians, and leave her bedridden for half a year. It was fucking painful. The old man's speed and strength were indeed astonishing. Yun Sheng slowly stood up. She didn't even have the chance to recite a spell before she could do so. Little girl, you should just obediently let this old man cripple your Dharma soul. Yinba also sighed. From a Shun-known medical bracelet, a stream of divine power quickly flowed out, desperately repairing Yun Sheng's shattered bones. Of his entire body, only those 3 strange tendons were still intact. Yun Sheng staggered and finally stood up straight. She licked the blood on her lips and squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. The second move. Good. The second move. Yinba couldn't help but tremble. He hadn't been on the battlefield for many years. Who would have thought that today he would be so excited by a junior whose cultivation was so much lower than his own? Yun Sheng was actually able to stand up after taking that move. This in itself was quite a big blow to Yunba. Yunba's body seemed to swell with fighting aura revolving around him. He suddenly stomped his foot. The strength of this stomp was like a magnitude 9 earthquake, and the entire floor of the restaurant exploded. This century-old restaurant had suffered a calamity today. The restaurant owner's eyes turned black, and he directly fainted. Yinba stomped his foot with a force of 10,000 kilograms. But the strange thing was the floor of the restaurant didn't explode because of this stomp. The ground split into several pieces, and countless rocks rose from the ground. Each one was 3 meters long and 2 meters wide, and each one weighed over 200 kilograms. They were like countless earth spikes, like a stone prison, surrounding Yun Sheng tightly. Everyone couldn't help but break out in cold sweat for Yun Sheng. With her delicate body, how could she withstand several huge boulders that weighed 200 kilograms? Even if Yun Sheng used earth magic, it would be very difficult for her to break through these huge rocks. The older the ginger, the spicier it was. Yunba had experienced countless battles in his life, from the battlefield to personal combat. The reason he was able to reach the martial saint realm today was definitely not because of simple hard work. He was very good at analyzing his opponents. From an army with thousands of soldiers and horses to a cultivator of the same level as him, Yunba could analyze his opponent's weakness in the shortest amount of time. Yun Sheng was a fire and earth magic master, which meant that she could use earth and fire magic, and at least one of them was at the same level. But even if she used earth spikes, it would be impossible for her to shatter the huge rocks. Yunba couldn't help but feel a little proud. He laughed loudly and said, "Little girl, you'd better beg for mercy. Otherwise, you'll be trapped to death under these huge rocks." Just as Yunba was feeling proud, a dark shadow that was hard to see with the naked eye quickly climbed up the huge rocks. Yi Biming suddenly stood up. He leaned forward and looked at the huge rocks in disbelief. He could feel the soul in his body becoming restless. This feeling, it wasn't unfamiliar. It was as if he had found something that he had lost for a long time. The huge rocks trembled. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. Earth spikes that looked like the fangs of wild beasts instantly shattered the huge rocks with incredible strength and speed. The moment the huge rocks shattered, several flame bursts smashed towards Yunba like meteors. Yunba's face was filled with shock and astonishment. It looked very comical. How was this possible? What kind of earth spikes did she practice? They could actually shatter huge rocks that weighed thousands of kilograms in an instant. This was heaven-defying. Yunba naturally didn't know that ordinary earth spikes were able to shatter huge rocks that weighed thousands of kilograms. These were mid-level darkness spikes that Yunsheng had fused with the darkness thorns. With one stab, even the toughest ore could be pierced through instantly. When she pierced through the ore, she also instantly released several flame bursts. Courtesy was not reciprocated. It was definitely Yunsheng. However, Yunsheng had still underestimated Marshal Saint Yunba. Although the flame bursts were more than 10 times faster than fireballs, and their power was even more shocking, Yunba couldn't injure Yunba. However, how could Yunba be injured by a few mere flame explosions? A layer of pure gold battle chi floated on the surface of Yunba's body. His cheeks contracted as he forcefully inhaled a breath of air. Yunba inhaled and exhaled. The fighting aura in his chest was quickly compressed and spat out with a puff. That fighting aura was swift, fast, and sharp. In midair, it transformed into a fierce fighting aura tiger. Everyone said that magic was dazzling and battle techniques were simple. However, when one's fighting aura was trained to the extreme, it could also transform into a fierce beast like magic. The fierce tiger bent its 4 limbs on the ground. It looked like a fierce tiger descending from the mountain. The fighting aura tiger raised its head and roared. Facing the burning flame bursts, it was done in one move. Boom! The fighting aura tiger swallowed the flame bursts. Its eyes were filled with murderous intent. After swallowing the flame bursts, it pounced even more ferociously. Aiming at Yunsheng, its claws slashed down like an axe. Thank you Shui Run, Empty Lane of the City of Brisk, Yi Zi, and Yin Xiaoji for your tips. I won't say anything else. Tomorrow, the wildcat and the fox will reunite. On Monday, I'll make the ranking. Chapter 221. Not good. Yunba's face drained of color as soon as the fierce tiger appeared. Just now, Yunsheng's attack had been extremely fast, and he had reacted almost instinctively. This fierce fighting aura tiger had reached 50% of his usual strength. The fierce tiger descends the mountain, crushing an army of 1,000. His original intention was to cripple that little girl's Dharma soul, not take her life. But it was already too late to stop him now. At this moment, Yunsheng also knew that she was doomed. She didn't expect that she would die at the hands of her own grandfather. In the midst of this crisis, a pair of angry gray eyes barged into Yunsheng's vision. She only felt a pair of strong hands around her waist. As the world spun, she saw Yi Biming. He used his back to block that fatal blow for her. The smell of blood filled the air. The fierce fighting aura tiger's paw slashed down, forcibly tearing off a large piece of flesh from Yi Biming's body. Little wildcat, we meet again. Yi Biming's thin, blade-like lips curled up. His gray eyes were like stars that filled the sky. Why was he here? Yi Biming's appearance suddenly changed the situation. Yunba immediately withdrew his fighting aura. He had come in a hurry and didn't expect that there would be someone else in the private room upstairs. Moreover, this person was Yi Biming, the Northern Underworld King. Although Yi Biming was the dethroned former crown prince, he was still a member of Zhou State's imperial family. Injuring him was a crime of disobedience. Even Yun Ba couldn't disregard this. Northern Underworld King, how could you? This is a matter between this old subject and the little girl. Your Highness has broken the rules by intervening halfway. Yun Ba's face was full of vexation. 3 moves had passed, but Yun Ba still hadn't defeated the little girl. According to their previous agreement, he had to let Yun Sheng go. However, as the martial sage of Zhou State, it was already very impolite for him to teach a junior girl a lesson. If word got out that he couldn't defeat Yun Sheng in 3 moves, he would lose all his face. Yi Baiming didn't look too good. That attack just now had been extraordinarily powerful. Fortunately, it had landed on him. If it had landed on the person in his arms, he was afraid that there was no fear. From now on, as long as he was around, no one would be able to hurt the little wild cat. Seeing that Yun Ba was still pestering her endlessly, Yun Sheng was also angered. Old General Yun, you keep saying that you want to get justice for Yun Sangxue and her son. Dare I ask, what is justice? Could it be that the so-called justice is because they are members of the Yun family? Yun Sheng mocked. Her eyes faintly sparkled, but she felt that it was not worth it for her father and herself. Then what if I say that my surname is Yun and my name is Sheng, and my father is Yun Songhai? Yun Ba's tall body shook violently as if he had been struck by lightning. Yin Songlong and Yun Sangxue were also shocked. Yin Yu stammered, I remember now. You are that dirty girl. That's right, it's me. 2 years ago, when my father was seriously ill, he told me that I still had family in the Jade Capital. I was full of hope and brought him to the Jade Capital, but who knew that I would be refused entry to the Martial Sage General's estate? Today, the Martial Saint General's estate humiliated me once again. I, Yun Sheng, swear that from today onwards, I will never take half a step into the General's estate. Yun Sheng's words were filled with anger and accusation. Her eyes were about to spit fire. In Yi Baiming's arms, the body trembling from anger made Yi Baiming's heart ache. She had gone through so much in these 2 years. It was no wonder that he couldn't recognize her. In Banana Leaf Village, that crafty and clever little wild girl had become calm and sharp. At that moment, Yi Baiming felt a kind of loneliness from her. That kind of loneliness made his heart ache. At that moment, he wanted to hug her tightly and comfort her. Little wild cat, let's go home. Yi Baiming's heart ached, but at the same time, he rejoiced. If he hadn't felt the familiar fluctuation of the dark spiritual soul on Yun Sheng's body, he would have missed her. Home, where was her home? After Yun Sheng's anger, she felt physically and mentally exhausted. Luckily, Yi Baiming was supporting her. The two of them walked out of the restaurant, leaving behind the dumbfounded Cheng Bai, Bu Jiu Xiao, and the rest of the Yun family. Haha, hello old General Yun. Hello General Yun. Congratulations to young General Yun for recovering your left hand. Congratulations to old General Yun for reuniting with your grandchild. Cheng Bai and Bu Jiu Xiao hurriedly followed after Yi Baiming. Under the glares of the people of the residence of Yun, Cheng Bai spouted a bunch of nonsense. In his heart, he was cursing Yi Baiming. So what if his legs are long? He can run faster than a rabbit. He's a classic example of someone who only cares about the opposite sex. Are the two of you from the Wushuan Everlasting School? Today's matter involves the Yun family. I hope the two of you won't leak it out. The only one who was still somewhat clear-headed was Yun Songlong. General Yun, don't worry. Today's matter, especially Divine Dr. Yan's background, we definitely won't leak it out. But we also have a presumptuous request. It's related to the Northern Nether King. Today, the Northern Nether King, and we didn't appear in the restaurant. Bu Jiu Xiao also politely returned the greeting. Yi Baiming was able to block Yun Ba's fatal attack. His strength, Yun Songlong immediately understood. He and Bu Jiu Xiao nodded tacitly. Only then did Bu Jiu Xiao pull away Cheng Bai, who was full of nonsense, and leave. Yun Songlong looked at his father with a pained expression. You should have realized it long ago. Little Yin was his eldest brother's daughter. Her temper, her appearance, her shocking talent for magic, and her special magic scepter all proved that she was his eldest brother's daughter. Finally, his eldest brother brought his daughter back, but they were rejected by his so-called family. Father, third sister, I'm too disappointed in the two of you. Father, before eldest brother left, he said that you were stubborn. For the sake of the family's glory, you didn't hesitate to invert right and wrong. I even tried to explain it for you, but now it seems that it's true. Third sister, second brother, doesn't object to you inheriting the family business. But if there comes a day when you disgrace the Yun family for your own selfish desires, I'll be the first to not let you off. After today, the Yun family army and I will leave the general's residence and have nothing to do with each other. Yun Songlong finished speaking and walked out with Huang Ke. When Yun Ba regained his senses, the restaurant was already empty. My surname is Yun Songhai. My father is Yun Songhai. That's right. That child's temper was exactly the same as Songhai's when he was young. The way she used the magic scepter and the way she used magic was exactly the same as her father's. That was because she was his granddaughter. She also knew medicine and could cure a strange illness that even the great doctors of the Medicine Emperor's pavilion couldn't. The girl's eyes were filled with determination and disdain. She was Songhai's daughter, his own granddaughter. She had returned, but because of his ignorance and protectiveness, she was rejected at the door. In a day, Yun Ba experienced the reunion of his family, but also the abandonment of his loved ones. Just now, she said that Songhai was seriously ill. What happened to Songhai? What happened to his son, the one he was proud of, and the one who gave him most headaches? Could it be that I was wrong? Yun Ba was on the verge of collapse. He closed his eyes in pain. Chapter 222. Yun Sheng supported Yi Baiming. Yun Sheng was petite while Yi Baiming was tall and handsome. In the afterglow of the setting sun, they appeared lofty yet harmonious. Yun Sheng also didn't expect that she would impulsively reunite with Yun Ba. She had always thought that the word impulsive did not apply to her. Feeling the burning gaze above her head, Yun Sheng's ears suddenly turned red. She pushed Yi Baiming away. This damned fox. Did he not have the slightest concept of propriety between men and women? He was like this when they were in Banana Leaf Village, and he was still like this even after reuniting after such a long time. Unexpectedly, just as Yun Sheng was about to push Yi Baiming away, she heard him cry out. "It hurts!" Yi Baiming cried out, seeming to be in pain. "Did you pull on your wound?" Yun Sheng frowned. Yun Ba's tiger of fighting aura, just now, was very powerful. In order to save her, Yi Baiming was caught off guard and used his flesh and blood to block that attack. He was injured because of her. The two of them were still standing on the street, so it wasn't appropriate for her to check Yi Baiming's wound. After thinking about it, she could only support Yi Baiming and return to the martial arts center first. After returning to the martial arts center's medicinal hall, Yun Sheng took off Yi Baiming's clothes. Sure enough, there was a hideous wound on his back that was so deep that bone could be seen. It stretched across his entire back. Originally, with Yi Baiming's physique, a single wound wouldn't cause much harm to him. However, Yun Sheng saw many old wounds underneath that wound. With the addition of new wounds and old wounds, the situation wasn't so optimistic. "Who told you to jump out and save me without even saying anything? Do you think you're Lei Feng?" Yun Sheng wasn't in a good mood. She didn't like to owe people favors. Now that Yi Baiming had saved her, how was she supposed to repay him? What is a asterisk asterisk? Yi Baiming glanced at Yun Sheng from the corner of his eyes. When he narrowed his eyes, he looked like a lazy leopard. He raised his thick eyebrows and said, "You're a woman. You won't look good if you have a scar." His voice was deep and magnetic. Yun Sheng's heart skipped a beat when she heard his words. "It's my business whether I look good or not. Even if it's my business, it's only my business. In any case, I'll be the only one watching in the future." Yi Baiming's almost unreasonable words sounded very ambiguous when they came out of his mouth. Because of Yi Baiming's words, the temperature in the narrow pharmacy suddenly rose by a few degrees. It wasn't the first time that Yun Sheng had seen Yi Baiming take off his clothes. But compared to 2 years ago, Yi Baiming had completely grown into a man. His bronze skin had a metallic luster, his strong and firm muscles, and the new and old scars on his body all showed that he was no longer the reclusive youth from Jaya village. What nonsense are you talking about? Turn around. I want to see your wounds. Yunsheng only felt upset. Yi Baiming obediently turned around. Only Yunsheng could make the dignified Lord Baiming as docile as a little lamb. Why won't you acknowledge me? When they were in the restaurant, even though Yunsheng had only explained what had happened in the past 2 years in a few words, Yi Baiming could not help but feel heartache when he read between the lines. In the past 2 years, how did she, as a child, deal with the blow of her father being seriously ill and being kicked out of the Marshal St. General's residence? Although he already knew that the little wildcat was very strong-willed when he was in Jia village. But she was just a child after all. Who knew that you were also in Yujing? What's more, you and I are neither relatives nor friends. Yunsheng curled her lips. I once said that as long as you heal my eyes, I will be your retainer. Yi Baiming suddenly turned around and grabbed Yunsheng's hand that was applying medicine. His suddenly accelerated heartbeat passed through his skin to the deepest part of Yunsheng's heart. Retainer? Is this kid joking? If Yunsheng remembered correctly, retainers came from the Penglai state. In order to let the summoners grow better, every summoner would have a retainer. They were either powerful warriors or powerful magicians. They would protect the summoner for the rest of their lives. Yi Baiming said that he wanted to be her retainer. If he was still the young man in the Dharma temple, it would be feasible. But his identity was the dignified Lord Baiming of Zhou State. You want to be my retainer? Did the Emperor of Zhou State agree? Don't forget that I am not the daughter of the Yun family. I am just an ordinary magician. Yunsheng mocked herself. She had been in the Wuji land for several years and had some understanding of the Wuji land. Compared to the modern world, the Wuji land had a strong sense of hierarchy and class. When men and women married, they paid attention to matching social status, not to mention the royal family of Zhou State who had a noble bloodline. Today, she broke with Yun Ba, which meant that she had completely severed her relationship with the Yun family. Yi Baiming wanting to be her retainer was a joke in her eyes. It has nothing to do with the Emperor of Zhou State. Yi Baiming was very dissatisfied with Yunsheng's reaction. He, the Lord Baiming, had been very popular in Zhou State ever since he regained his sight. He was willing to lower himself and be this woman's retainer. But her reaction just now was as disgusting as if she had eaten a fly. I don't agree. I have Xiaohei and Bobo. I don't need anyone's protection. Besides, you've saved me once today, so we're even now. Yunsheng was already a scepter summoner. She had already unlocked 3 mystic veins, and she even had the summoning demon hand. She could summon a domain-level ant king that could destroy an entire city at any time. She didn't need any retainer. Little wildcat, the more you want to distance yourself from this prince, the more you can't. I want to be your retainer. Besides fulfilling my promise, there is another reason. It is because we must be together. Yi Baiming saw Yunsheng's disdainful expression. He was angry, but he couldn't help but want to tease her. What do you mean? Yunsheng put some distance between Yi Baiming and her vigilance. She was too close to this guy. The strong masculine scent on his body made her feel that her breathing and heartbeat were abnormal. In her previous life, Lu Minglang had brought her too much pain. In this life, she didn't want to experience that pain again. As a prince, Yi Baiming would definitely be second only to one person. With his outstanding appearance and outstanding talent, he would definitely attract countless women. Yunsheng wasn't willing. She didn't want to become one of his countless women. Because you stole my soul and my heart. Yi Baiming curled his lips seductively, revealing a thought-provoking smile. He suddenly stretched out his long arm and pulled Yunsheng into his embrace. She was different from the skinny little girl from before. The current Yunsheng was different from before. Because of the jade marrow technique and the increase in her magic cultivation, her height and figure were completely different from before. Yi Baiming immediately fell in love with this feeling when he held her in his arms. A wave of magic elements quickly seeped into Yunsheng's body. Yun Sheng felt that her soul seemed to have been summoned by something and quickly became active. Ding! A sound was heard. It was like the sound of nature. The entire medicine hall was filled with a colorful light. Within the light, Yun Sheng's soul and Yi Baiming's soul appeared at the same time. Chapter 223. At this moment, if someone were to barge into the medicine hall, they would definitely be shocked by the magical scene before them. Fortunately, when Yun Sheng returned, she had already warned the people in the medicine hall not to enter without permission. The current position of the two was extremely ambiguous. Yi Baiming's clothes were half removed, and his arms were tightly wrapped around Yun Sheng's slender waist like iron bars. The five-color Dharma soul was like a rainbow, reflecting each other's splendor in the medicine hall. The Dharma soul in Yun Sheng's body was originally obtained from Yi Baiming. Yi Baiming's Dharma soul was the mother, and Yun Sheng's Dharma soul was the son. If Yun Sheng didn't use her magic, especially her dark Dharma soul, Yi Baiming wouldn't be able to recognize Yun Sheng immediately. However, just now in the restaurant, Yun Sheng had activated the dark thorns and used her dark Dharma soul to break through Yun Ba's second attack. Yi Baiming had immediately discovered Yun Sheng. In the entire world, only Yun Sheng's Dharma soul could guide Yi Baiming's Dharma soul. After not seeing each other for 2 years, Yun Sheng and Yi Baiming's five-color Dharma souls had improved to a certain extent. Yun Sheng originally thought that with her hard work and cultivation and various fortuitous encounters, she would definitely be able to catch up to Yi Baiming's cultivation. However, now that she compared herself to him, she finally understood what it meant to be infuriated. Yi Baiming's five-color Dharma soul was twice as big as her Dharma soul. At first glance, the two Dharma souls were as tall as the two of them. This was too unreasonable. Wasn't this kid a martial artist? She was a magician. Who would have thought that an amateur could improve faster than a professional? The most infuriating thing was that once Yun Sheng's Dharma soul saw Yi Baiming's Dharma soul, it seemed to have found its home and kept circling around Yi Baiming's Dharma soul. However, this wasn't the only thing that surprised Yun Sheng. After the two Dharma souls gathered together, their Dharma souls actually became a little bigger in an instant. What's going on? Yun Sheng was puzzled. Have you heard of dual cultivation? Yun Sheng's body was soft and fragrant. Yi Baiming couldn't help but have the urge to knead her into his bones. Dual cultivation? I've only heard of dual cultivation of magic and martial arts. Among the people that Yun Sheng knew, Fengque was a dual cultivator of magic and martial arts. Yi Baiming was also a dual cultivator of magic and martial arts. However, Yi Baiming's cultivation speed was much faster than Fengque's. Dual cultivation of magic and martial arts is for magicians who have multi-elemental Dharma souls. Due to their attributes, multi-elemental magicians don't have an innate advantage in terms of cultivation. Yi Baiming knocked on Yun Sheng's head. It seemed that the magic classes in the Royal Magic Academy weren't very good. The little wild cat actually didn't even know about dual cultivation of magic and martial arts, which was so important for multi-elemental magicians. Multi-elemental magicians were more talented than the average magician. They were outstanding in terms of learning and comprehending multi-elemental magic. However, after Yun Sheng joined the Royal Magic Academy, due to the needs of her Dharma soul, she also read a large number of ancient books and discovered a shocking fact. In the continent, in the past 200 years, the truly top-notch magicians, including the current Dharma Emperor, were all single-elemental or dual-elemental magicians. The specific reason for this was because of their Dharma souls. The more Dharma souls one had, the better the effect of absorbing the magical elements in the world. But correspondingly, multi-elemental magicians had to face another problem. That was the problem of how to allocate their time and energy. There was a limit to human resources. The more a magician learned, the more magical energy he would need to expend, and the more he would need to focus on a particular type of magic. This was especially true after comprehending mid-level magic and cultivating high-level magic, and even more profound magic. This weakness would become even more prominent. Therefore, many magicians, even if they had multi-elemental Dharma souls, would give up on many types of magic when they learn high-level magic and focus on cultivating one type of magic. Take Yun Sheng, for example. Her mastery of fire, earth, and darkness was stronger than her mastery of magic in other areas. However, if two magicians were to engage in dual cultivation of magic and martial arts, they would be able to avoid this problem. Take you and me as an example. You and I both have 5 elemental Dharma souls. If we release our Dharma souls at the same time during our daily cultivation, we would be able to form a magical resonance in terms of our understanding of magic. This is the case with the 5-color Dharma soul that you saw just now. Yi Baiming believed that with Yun Sheng's strong temper, she would definitely not reject dual cultivation of magic and martial arts that would speed up the progress of her magic. If the two of them cultivated together and caused their Dharma souls to resonate, they would be able to speed up their magic cultivation. Yun Sheng was skeptical, but after looking at the situation of their Dharma souls, she became more convinced. Not only can the Dharma souls speed up cultivation, there is another benefit to dual cultivation of magic and martial arts. It can help the two magicians to better comprehend magic. If the two magicians have no grudges, they can even comprehend dual cultivation magic that only the two of them can use. Yi Baiming knew that Yun Sheng was already walking into his trap step by step. Do we really just need to cultivate together? Yun Sheng was almost convinced by Yi Futian's words. Of course, if you want to progress faster, there's another method other than Dharma soul cultivation that is more effective than Dharma soul cultivation. Yi Baiming took advantage of the fact that Yun Sheng was listening attentively and simply half-hugged Yun Sheng and shifted her onto his strong thighs. Yun Sheng didn't notice that she was already sitting on Yi Baiming's thighs. The two of them looked like a pair of lovers who were passionately in love and whispering in each other's ears. Then what is the most effective method? Yun Sheng hoped that she could make a breakthrough in her strength after being lectured by Yun Ba. Due to her identity as a doctor, she had less time to cultivate magic than the average person. If there was a more effective method of cultivation, she would definitely give it a try. You really want to try it? Yi Baiming's gaze was a little mischievous as he scanned her body. Finally, his gaze landed on Yun Sheng's chest that had yet to fully develop. Little wild kitten, she was only 8 years old this year. Why couldn't she grow big? Yi Baiming was a little depressed. Due to the environment in the boundless land, men and women matured early. Usually, men were 14 or 15 years old, and women could get married at 13 or 14 years old. However, no matter how one looked at it, Yun Sheng was still a long way from the age where she could get married. Yun Sheng hadn't noticed Yi Baiming's gaze and was a little puzzled. What exactly is the method? You may not know, but on this continent, most of the multi-elemental magicians are husband and wife. Apart from the closeness of their Dharma souls, as long as they are husband and wife and see each other honestly, the effect of absorbing each other's magic power will be greatly increased. Yi Baiming couldn't help but tighten his grip on Yun Sheng's hand. Although Little Wild Kitten had grown a lot compared to 2 years ago, some parts of her body were still too small. Become husband and wife and see each other honestly? Yun Sheng was still a little confused. Suddenly, she noticed Yi Baiming's gaze. When she looked down, she realized that she was actually sitting intimately on Yi Baiming's lap. Yun Sheng was angry. She raised her hand and pushed Yi Baiming's chest, breaking free from his embrace. Yi Baiming was in pain, but when he saw Yun Sheng's cheeks puffed up in anger and embarrassment, he laughed heartily. Ahem, ahem. Right at this moment, an awkward cough was heard. Yin Sanglong stood outside the door. He obviously didn't expect to see such a scene. His newly acknowledged niece and Lord Baiming, whose shirt was completely removed, this scene didn't seem right no matter how he looked at it. Chapter 2:24. That damned Yi Baiming. Now, he wouldn't be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. When Yun Sheng saw Yun Songlong, she understood that he must have come because of her background. Although she hated Yun Ba, she didn't have any prejudice against second Uncle Yun Songlong. Uncle Yun. Yun Sheng threw a bottle of hemostatic medicine and clothes to Yi Baiming and said unhappily, "Treat your wounds yourself. It's getting late. Go back to your own place." Yi Baiming nodded at Yun Songlong, then left with a serious expression. When Yi Baiming returned to his residence, Bu Jiuxiao and Cheng Bai had already been waiting for a long time. Cheng Bai's eyes were sharp, and he immediately saw that under Yi Baiming's sexy ribs, there were a few red marks that looked like a woman's claws. Combined with the scene of Yi Baiming and Yun Sheng leaving together, Cheng Bai immediately became interested and smiled mischievously. "You're finally back. Hurry up and confess. How did you meet that little godly doctor? I say, you brat, aren't you a little too fast? You've only known each other for a few days, and you're already hugging and scratching her. The situation is very intense." Cheng Bai's words were very explicit, and even Yi Baiming felt very awkward when he heard them. Bu Jiuxiao appeared much calmer. "Cheng Bai, don't make a fuss. Let Bei Ming explain. From the looks of it, it doesn't look like they just met." This was also the most strange thing about Bu Jiuxiao. Last time, when Yi Baiming saw Yun Sheng, he was still indifferent. But this time, especially when the Yun family's girl was almost injured, Yi Baiming obviously couldn't sit still. He ignored the danger of exposing his true strength and forcibly took on Yun Ba's attack. The Yun family's girl was very important to him. Yi Baiming had grown up with them. When he was imprisoned in the cold palace, the only woman he knew, other than those in the palace, was Chun Lian. "I met her 2 years ago. She cured my eyes." Yi Baiming recalled the scene when the two first met, as well as the short but very warm days they spent in Jiaya village. Yi Baiming's voice could not help but soften, and his eyes were filled with a rare gentleness. Cheng Bai and the others had known Yi Baiming for so many years, but this was the first time they had seen their good friend reveal such an expression. They immediately understood that Yi Baiming liked the girl from the Yun family, and from the looks of it, he seemed to like it very much. But her identity, if she returns to her family, maybe you can ask the Emperor of Zhou State to grant you a marriage. You two can be considered a match. But that girl is stubborn. You saw how she broke off relations with Yun Ba today. If she doesn't acknowledge Yun Ba, she will be a commoner. The imperial family cannot marry commoners. Cheng Bai was more concerned about the issue of matching social status. Perhaps in other people's eyes, Yi Baiming was only a dethroned crown prince. But Cheng and Bu knew very well that Yi Baiming would not just be an ordinary prince, especially when the crown prince of Zhou State was still a good-for-nothing. Yi Baiming's rise was only a matter of time. Whether she is a commoner or a direct descendant of the Yun family, I only know that she is the one I've set my mind on. But it is still too early to talk about marriage. This year, she is only 8 years old. How could a woman who had half of his soul be a mere commoner? Yi Baiming's confidence in Yun Sheng was self-evident from his words. At this time, in the medicine hall, Yun Sheng still did not know that she had been targeted by a certain fox. She invited Yin Songlong to sit down and poured him some tea. Both uncle and niece were silent. "You are really my eldest brother's daughter? You said your name is Yun Sheng?" Yin Songlong was excited as he carefully examined Yun Sheng. "Second uncle? I should actually call you second uncle. Father often mentions you." Yin Sheng nodded. "Then where is your father now? Why didn't he return to the Yun residence? Don't blame your grandfather. He is just stubborn. After he chased your father away, he did not leave his room for 3 days and did not eat or drink. Your father's courtyard has always been the same as it was back then." Yin Songlong also knew that Yun Sheng had a deep misunderstanding of a Yun residence. "Second uncle, I don't blame anyone. Father left the Yun residence to protect mother. He never thought of returning to the Yun residence. It was because of me that he returned to the Jade capital. Father is currently unconscious." Yun Sheng's voice softened when she mentioned her father, Yun Songhai. She told Yun Songlong about the strange poison in Yun Songhai's body. Yun Songlong was extremely agitated when he found out that his beloved elder brother had become like this. "What poison is it? Have you found someone to take a look at him? I know the great physician of the medicine Emperor Pavilion. Why don't we bring him to take a look?" After Yun Songlong spoke, he realized that he had said something wrong. He forgot that his niece was a godly doctor with medical skills. Furthermore, she was proficient in demonic medicine and ancient medical skills. She could even cure his PTSD. For a strange poison that even she was helpless against, even a great physician would not be able to cure it. This is something that Sheng does not understand. When father was living in Banana Leaf Village, he was already poisoned. This proves that the poison was brought back from outside. Second uncle, do you know what kind of enemies father has? If we can find the person who poisoned him, it will be much easier to treat him. Yun Sheng did not want her father to remain unconscious. Your father is a forthright and righteous person. He doesn't have many enemies. On the other hand, your mother. Yun Sheng, don't blame me for smearing your mother's name. Although I don't know why your grandfather insisted on rejecting the marriage between your father and your mother, I vaguely know that your mother seems to have killed an important person from the Zhao state. When Yun Songhai and Yun Ba fell out, Yun Songlong was not in the Jade capital. When he found out that his elder brother had left home, he immediately rushed back without stopping. However, his elder brother had already left. He had asked Yun Songshue about it, but Yun Songshue was not willing to talk about it. Mother actually killed an important person from the Zhao state? What kind of important person was he? Could he be one of the top few people in the Zhao state? Yin Sheng did not know anything about her mother, Hu Jiuxing. However, from the situation of the puffed egg and the fact that she had defeated her father, she was probably more powerful than her father, Yin Songhai. Hearing this, Yin Sheng finally understood why her grandfather was so against her parents' marriage. The Zhao state was the holy temple of the summoners in the Wuji land. The top summoners of the land gathered there. Due to the scarcity of summoners, the branches of the Zhao state and the Zhao state did not have much power. However, this did not mean that the Zhao state could be underestimated. In fact, in Penglai, the Zhao state was said to be more powerful than the emperor. Some people even said that Penglai was actually controlled by the Zhao state. Yin Sheng's mother had a mysterious background. She was also a summoner. Since she had killed an important person from the Zhao state, she would be hunted down by the entire Zhao state. The House of Yin was deeply rooted in the Zhao state. However, compared to the unpredictable Zhao state, it was difficult to defend against them. It seemed that the poison in her father's body was related to the Zhao state. Thank you to Feng Qingquang, Empty Lane of Brisk City, Banksia, Yin Xiaoji, Mao Xiaoya, and Cheng Dongmei for their tips. Some girls asked why they had to pay for the books. This shouldn't happen. I'm already very happy that everyone is supporting the original. Chapter 225. After the uncle and niece talked for a while, it was already time to light the lanterns. Yun Songlong also told Yun Sheng about his falling out with the Yun residents. After hearing this news, Yun Sheng was moved, but also felt a little guilty towards Yun Songlong. Second uncle, you didn't have to do this. To put it bluntly, the Yun residence's matter is only Sheng Er's personal matter. You're the only child in the family. If you leave like this, I'm afraid that the Yun residence will be even more. Sheng you are both grandchildren of the Yun family, but you and that brat Tang Yu are worlds apart. Actually, I know a little about the filthy things that third sister has done these years. However, due to my serious illness, I was unable to interfere in these matters. Yin Songlong's face was gloomy. He also felt guilty towards Yin Songshue. Both his father and he were not good at running a business. There was also no mistress in the residence, so Yin Songshue took care of everything by herself. This resulted in Yin Songshue's rude and unreasonable personality. When Yin Songlong sent the Oriole back to the Yun army, he realized that the Yun army situation was much worse than he had imagined. He came to find Yin Sheng not only to ask about his big brother's situation, but also to ask Yun Sheng to treat the after-effects of his old subordinates. He planned to reorganize the Yun army. Even if he left the Yun residence, he still had to plan for the livelihood and future of the thousands of people in the Yun army. Second uncle, don't worry. I will take care of the soldiers' physical and mental health. Tomorrow morning, I will go with you to the camp. Yun Sheng patted her chest and promised. However, the condition of your hand is a little special. I still need to examine it for a while. You have a good relationship with Deputy Curator Qi, so why don't you stay in the dojo first? Once your hand has fully recovered, you can move to the Yun army. Yun Songlong's hand injury was something that Yun Sheng couldn't understand. Earlier, when Yun Sheng examined his hand, she confirmed that his duki was sealed by a special method. He needed to wait until Yun Sheng's soul-healing divine needle broke through to the 5th level before she could help him circulate his blood and circulate his qi to open up the blocked meridians. In the previous few treatments, Yun Sheng only helped him to regain some feeling in his hand. It was not to the point where he could raise his hand or even slap someone. However, in the restaurant, Yun Songlong's hand was suddenly able to move. She had obviously investigated Yun Sheng's medical knowledge, so she planned to keep Yun Songlong by her side to observe the specific condition of Yun Songlong's hand. Yun Songlong had already informed his good friend, Combat Strength, that he would be settling down in the dojo for a while. In the next few days, Yun Sheng went to the Yun army as per the agreement between her and Yun Songlong. The Yun army situation was worse than she had imagined. Other than a portion of the soldiers suffering from battle trauma, the Yun family had not looked after the Yun army for many years, so the soldiers' morale was lax and there was no discipline to speak of. Yun Sheng also met Oriol's father, a middle-aged soldier around 40 years old. At this age, he should be in the prime of his life, but Oriol's father was also a typical soldier suffering from battle trauma. He also couldn't afford to hire a superb doctor like De Guichot, so he could only let his condition worsen. Fortunately, he still had his family and Oriol's careful care, so he wasn't tortured to death. But even so, when Yun Sheng saw Oriol Huang, his complexion was still fine. It was just that his figure was a bit thin and weak, and his pair of cloudy eyes were empty. This was already much better than what Yun Sheng had expected. When Yun Sheng arrived at Oriol's house, Oriol was feeding her father some thin porridge. "Godly Dr. Yin, you're here." Seeing Yun Sheng, Oriol hurriedly got up. She was a few years older than Yun Sheng. Due to her family's decline, she had to go out to make a living early on. This also trained her character, which was both gentle and strong. She was a very considerate big sister. Oriol had already found out from Yun Sheng that not only was Yun Sheng a magician, she was also a very powerful doctor. She was full of admiration for Yun Sheng. Hearing that Yun Sheng was here to treat her father for free, Oriol was even more grateful. "Your father's battle trauma will be better after a few more visits. His body is very weak due to malnutrition all year round. Here is some magical beast meat. Stew it and boil it in a porridge. Other than giving it to your father, you should also eat some yourself." Yun Sheng saw that Oriol was thin and gave her some magical beast meat, as well as a few gold coins. Because the name War Trauma Syndrome was too complicated for the people of the Boundless Continent, Yun Sheng simply called it War Trauma Syndrome. Oriol refused for a while, but in the end, she refused the gold coins and kept the few pieces of magical beast meat. "Young General Yin found a job for me in Wushuan Everlasting Hall to do laundry for people. I can earn 20 silver coins a month, which is enough to support my family. Oriol will definitely return the money for the magical beast meat to godly Dr. Yun in the future." Oriol felt that being able to meet Yun Songlong and Yun Sheng was already the greatest blessing in her life. Before meeting them, she really thought that she would have to guard her sick father and starve family for the rest of her life. Seeing Oriol's insistence, Yun Sheng also couldn't insist. On the hospital bed, Father Huang let out a series of indistinct cries. "Godly Dr. Yun, you should rest for a while. It won't be too late to stay and eat before leaving. Father probably wants to hear me play the pipe again." Oriole nodded apologetically towards Yun Sheng and took out her pipa. Oriole's pipa skills were not bad, but it was a pity that she was interrupted by Tang Yu's group of hedonistic sons last time. Yun Sheng only heard about 70 to 80% of it. Now that she was fortunate to be able to listen to it again, Yun Sheng also became interested and sat down to listen. Oriole tuned the instrument and plucked the strings. This time, she didn't sing, but only played the pipa. When Yun Sheng heard it, she didn't play the soft little tune that she used to sing in the restaurant earlier. The strings moved, and the pipa's silver color was full and bright, sonorous and clanging. When the sound of the pipa rang out, Field Officer Huang's turbid eyes on the bed had an additional trace of light. And Yun Sheng also felt that the jade marrow technique in her body had become active, as if it had encountered a violent storm. Yun Sheng only felt that the jade marrow technique in her body had rapidly increased by a large amount. What was going on? Yun Sheng hurriedly circulated her qi to regulate her breathing. She had never encountered such a situation before. The pipa music was like raindrops from dense to dispersed and gradually calmed down. When Oriole finished plucking the last note, her slender fingers pressed the pipa music. As the music lingered in the air, Yun Sheng only felt that the restless jade marrow technique in her body had gradually calmed down. She felt that her jade marrow technique had improved a little. On the bed, Field Officer Huang had also fallen asleep peacefully. Yun Sheng finally understood why Commandant Huang could still have a breath of life after so many years despite his illness. The reason was because of Oriole's pipa playing. Oriole, what was the name of the tune you played just now? Yun Sheng stood up and asked. Chapter 226. Oriole's pipa song was completely different from the song she sang in the restaurant. This song had a strong, ancient flavor and was completely different from the folk songs. The feeling of the song was more like a war song. Even Yun Sheng, who didn't know much about music and could only dictate divine songs like Little Apple in the modern era, was filled with passion. According to the changes in her body's jade marrow art and magic soul, the reason why Yun Songlong's hand was able to take a turn for the better was because of Oriole's pipa song. Yun Sheng was certain that while listening to the music, her magic power and jade marrow art could be said to have soared. Her magic power was at least at the peak of the Grand Magus realm, and her jade marrow art could reach the level of breaking through her fourth strange tendon. Is Godly Dr. Yin talking about the song I played just now? I call it the Nameless Song. Yellow Sparrow was very embarrassed after being praised so much. Although Oriole was the daughter of a military general, due to her family's circumstances, she lost the qualifications to study and practice martial arts early on. In her early years, she had helped some rich families with laundry and chores. One day, when she was washing clothes by the river, due to the unbearable cold and hunger, she fainted by the bone-chilling river. The winter was bitterly cold. Just as Oriole's body was frozen stiff and on the verge of death, she heard the sound of a zither. At that time, my hands and feet were frozen stiff. I could vaguely see someone playing a zither on the frozen river. That zither sound made one's blood boil, as if one had drunk a large mouthful of pepper. My hands and feet gradually regained feeling. Oriole recalled the past. After listening to the zither sound, Oriole felt that her entire body was filled with strength, and she wasn't as cold anymore. By the time she wanted to see who was playing the zither, that person had already left. Oriole only had time to vaguely see a back view. Although it was only a back view, Oriole was certain that it was a woman. That was 4 or 5 years ago. The river where Oriole washed her clothes was called Moon Washing River. It was a river not far from the Yuan Army's encampment. Usually, there weren't many people here. Because the river water was clear and sweet, it was also the Yuan Army's main source of water. Oriole's perception was not bad. After listening to the zither song that time, she remembered most of it in her heart and copied it down when she returned home. Oriole's mother, who had passed away early, was a musician in a music workshop. When Oriole was young and her family was still well off, she had learned some basic musical skills from her mother. She composed her own music and played it. Over time, the pipa's song came to be. Using the sound of the zither to soothe her father, Captain Huang's illness, was also a clever trick that Oriole had unintentionally discovered. She discovered that every time she played the pipa, her father's dispirited spirit would improve a lot. Therefore, the Oriole consciously played a song for his father from time to time. As for the song in the restaurant, some of the notes were taken from this song. Unfortunately, apart from that one time when he met that strange woman by the river, he had never met her again. This song was also incomplete. The Oriole couldn't hear the entire song, and the woman didn't finish playing it. Therefore, the Oriole named this song as a nameless song. Oriole, have you ever learned Do Chi or magic? Yinsheng already had a rough idea of the ins and outs of the matter. The woman that the Oriole met must be an otherworldly expert. To have such a fortuitous encounter was already a kind of blessing. Just like how money was easy to get, fortune was hard to find. Whether or not he could meet that woman again was still unknown. What Yinsheng was thinking now was that if an ordinary person like the Oriole could play such an effect, then what would the effect be if she learned Do Chi or magic, or if she played it herself? Father taught me some of the most basic fist techniques when I was young, but it has already been many years. I'm afraid that it has already been abandoned. When Oriole heard about Do Chi and magic, there was a touch of crystal in her eyes. Oriole's age was at the prime of her life. In her heart, she was still very envious of Yinsheng's gorgeous magic and old General Yun's superb fighting skills. She also understood that even if there was only a little chance of becoming a magician or martial artist, the situation of the family could be greatly improved. Yinsheng pulled out the Oriole's pulse and tested her magic sensing ability. Unfortunately, the Oriole's physique couldn't feel the slightest bit of magic, but the good news was that there was a weak Do Chi in her body. Your bones and tendons are not bad. The only shortcoming is that you missed the best time to practice martial arts. In a few days, when you go to the martial arts school, I will give you some medicine to strengthen your body. Coupled with the basic training of the martial arts school, I think you still have a certain chance to become a martial artist. Yinsheng liked the Oriole's character very much. Such a woman should not be buried in rough work and endless poverty. After the Oriole got the news, she was very happy. Miracle Dr. Yin, you are simply the benefactor of our family. The Oriole really has nothing to repay. I can see that you like that song very much, so the Oriole will give you the music score. The Oriole took out the music score that she had carefully kept and gave it to Yinsheng. Yinsheng cured her father and gave her the opportunity to practice martial arts. To the Oriole, today was the happiest day of her life. If it was in the past, she would never have dreamed that she could become a martial artist. If Yinsheng was a man, the Oriole would be willing to repay her with her body. This song was very likely related to whether Yinsheng could completely recover his hand. Yinsheng was also very interested, so she simply accepted it. After Yinsheng left the Huang family, she walked in the direction of the moon-washing river that the Oriole had told her about. The moon-washing river was located to the north of the Yun army's encampment. It was surrounded by fertile watergrass. In this season, the watergrass grew lush green, and one could smell the fragrance of the grass from afar. Normally, the shape of the moon-washing river was like an eyebrow-shaped crescent moon. However, because it had rained a few days ago, the surface of the river was much wider. The crescent moon had become a full moon, and the water was full. The watergrass and Artemisia selengensis in the surroundings were also very lush. Yinsheng walked along the river for a while, but she did not find anything suspicious or noteworthy. When she turned over the riverbank and was about to walk back, Yinsheng saw a lonely figure standing on the slope beside the river. That person's back was tall, and his right arm was empty. He stood from afar, exuding the unique majesty of a soldier. He stood alone on the slope and looked at the gurgling moon-washing river. He was in a daze and did not even react when Yinsheng approached him. Even though it was just his back, Yinsheng recognized him at a glance. Second uncle? Yinsheng did not expect to see Yin Songlong here. Chapter 227. Hearing the movement behind him, Yun Songlong turned around. He obviously didn't expect to bump into his niece, Yun Sheng, here. The moon-scouring river was secluded, and there weren't many people around. In the early years, only the Yun family army would come here to get water. After Yun Songlong went to the Yun family army's encampment for inspection today, he recalled some old things from the past and unknowingly came here. He didn't expect that Yun Sheng would also come here, because she heard the zither music. Yun Songlong's ears turned red like a guilty youth who had been caught red-handed doing something wrong. "Sheng-er, why are you here?" Yun Songlong's complexion was much better recently. He had already gone to see his elder brother, Yun Songhai, earlier. Seeing that although Yun Songhai was unconscious, everything was normal, he was relieved. "Second uncle, you used to come here often. Have you met a mysterious woman here?" Yun Sheng pretended to be indifferent and carefully observed Yun Songlong's reaction. Sure enough, when Yun Sheng asked about the mysterious woman, Yun Songlong's face showed a hint of astonishment. However, he quickly concealed this obvious astonishment and said indifferently, "This is the Yun family army's encampment. It's an important military area. How could there be a woman here?" He was still stubborn, an old man in his 30s staring blankly at the river. If he wasn't thinking about love, could it be that he wanted to jump into the river, like Chu Yuan? Yun Sheng snorted in her heart. She had heard that Yun Songlong had always been unwilling to marry. On the surface, he said it was because of his hand disease and he didn't want to implicate others. However, who knew if there were other hidden reasons? It's fine if you don't know her. I just went to Yin Kei's house to see Officer Huang's illness. Yin Kei also gave me a zither piece. Second uncle, I remember that you are very proficient in music. Why don't you take a look at it for me? Yun Sheng had a good memory. She only took a glance at the piece and remembered it all. When Yun Songlong heard that it was a piece of music, he was somewhat interested and took a look. "This is Sheng. Yin Kei gave you this piece of music. Where did she get it from?" A crack appeared on Yun Songlong's calm face. This was completely different from his usual good manners. He gripped the paper tightly with his left hand. The song was written down by the Oriole herself. A few years ago, when she was washing clothes by the river, she chanced upon an unfamiliar woman playing music here, so she wrote it down. After listening to this song, I discovered that this song is extraordinary. It can stir up the Do Chi and magic elements in a person's body. When Yun Sheng saw Yun Songhai's appearance, she knew that he must know the mysterious woman. She actually still remembers that promise. Yun Songlong's eyes began to heat up. Yun Songlong also told Yun Sheng that the Dihong song could be played as long as it was played with a musical instrument. It wasn't limited to any musical instrument. It could be played with any musical instrument. Right now, I have no battle energy and have lost my right hand. I no longer have the chance to play the Dihong song. I can only pass on 3 chapters to you. You could try to comprehend it yourself. As for Huang Kei, you can also pass it on to her. However, you have to remind her not to easily demonstrate it in front of others. Yun Songlong still felt that he owed Huang Kei's family. The zither music that Huang Kei heard should only be the first chapter of the Dihong song. That child had only listened to it once and was able to use the weak battle energy in her body to play with such momentum. It was already very difficult. After Yun Sheng received the 3 chapters of the zither music, she looked at them. They didn't seem to be any different from ordinary music. Yun Songlong also reminded Yun Sheng that not everyone could learn and comprehend the Dihong song. Yun Sheng only needed to try it out first. If she encountered any discomfort while playing, she had to immediately stop playing to prevent the zither music from entering her body and injuring her internal organs. The gains would not make up for the losses. Yun Sheng agreed to Yun Songlong's request. Yun Sheng didn't have high hopes for the Dihong song. She didn't know much about music theory. Although the Dihong song was very powerful and made people yearn for it, she didn't force herself to learn it. However, when she thought that the Dihong song might be beneficial for second Uncle Yun's hand injury, Yun Sheng decided to go Yujing City to buy a musical instrument and see if she could find a suitable instrument to learn the Dihong song. After the uncle and niece finished talking about the past of the Dihong clan, the sky was already filled with multicolored light. The multicolored light reflected on the moon washing river. It was like a multicolored gauze flowing into the distance amidst the hazy water vapor. Yun Songlong bathed in the multicolored light with a lonely expression on his face. It was only after Yun Sheng urged him a few times that he reluctantly left the moon washing river. Chapter 228. The uncle and niece walked past the moon-washing river. Their surroundings were already bathed in the night. From a moon-washing river to the Jade Capital, there was still a long way to go. During this time, they also had to pass through a desolate graveyard. At night, the entire graveyard looked eerie. After Yun Sheng and Yun Songlong walked a few steps, they stopped at almost the same time. One of them had fought on the battlefield all year round, while the other had the Shinnong pupil, so his 5 senses were extraordinary. Second uncle, there's something in the graveyard. The thing Yin Shang was talking about was naturally not something dirty. She could clearly hear 5 or 6 suppressed breathing sounds. There was an ambush in the graveyard. I'm afraid it's a bunch of thieves who rob passers-by. They don't have a strong, killing intent on them. Just teach them a lesson. Yin Songlong sighed. His bright eyes landed on a few suspicious shadows in front of them. Although Zhou's state hadn't been in a state of war these past few years, because of the appearance of blood cloud beasts and some demonic beasts, some areas weren't stable. The displaced commoners couldn't find a way to survive, so they could only become bandits. Watch me. Yun Sheng didn't bat an eyelid as she quickly chanted. In the graveyard, a few bandits were crawling on the ground. They were preparing to rob the 2 passers-by in the middle of the night. The bandits weren't very old. They ranged from 15 to 20 years old. The leader was a youth called Zhou Quan. Most of them knew some martial arts. The most powerful one, Zhou Quan, was even a martial arts master. They had been lying in ambush in the graveyard for nearly a month. When they were lucky, they would even encounter a few passers-by. Suddenly, a burning smell came from behind his ear. He was suspicious. Big Brother Zhou behind you. His companion beside him let out a terrifying cry. Zhou Quan turned around to take a look. What he saw almost scared him to death. A fireball was eerily floating behind his head. When he moved slightly, the fireball moved with him. When he took a few steps, the fireball followed suit. What the hell? Boom! 5 or 6 fireballs suddenly floated above the graveyard. Every fireball seemed to have eyes as they crazily chased after the bandits. Ghost! There's a ghost. The bandits didn't care that they were in a graveyard. They scrambled and rushed forward. Rushing to the intersection ahead, he suddenly saw 2 people, one tall and one short. The man, who had lost an arm, was glaring at them with a murderous glare. The short girl looked at them with a smile. Under the firelight, the young girl's face was incomparably exquisite, and the dimples at the corner of her mouth were extremely sweet. She was holding a magic scepter in her hand. With a wave of her magic scepter, the 5 or 6 fireballs disappeared. So it was you guys who did this. Don't think that I'm afraid of you, just because you're a magician. Xiangzi, come out and announce the slogan. Only then did Zhou Quan realize that he had been fooled. A short, dark-skinned teenager of 15 or 16 years old jumped out and smoothly recited, "This tree was planted by me, and this road was opened by me. If you want to pass through here, Zhou Quan and Wang Qiangzi of the Yun family army." Yun Songlong shouted coldly, "Yes, yes." Upon hearing the dignified question, Zhou Quan and Changzi stood at attention and saluted as if it was a conditioned reflex, looking straight ahead. Chung Su and Ni Cohen of the Yun family. "Yes, yes." With Yun Songlong's shout, the bandits all stepped out of their ranks. After a while, the bandits were all shocked. "Big Brother Zhou, something doesn't seem right. How did that person know our names? It was dark just now, so we didn't see what the man looked like. Why don't you go up and take a look?" The bandits were frightened out of their wits by Yun Songlong's powerful shout. They pushed and shoved, and in the end, Zhou Quan was pushed to the front. If it wasn't dark, Yun Sheng would definitely see that Yun Songlong's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He was a member of the Yun family army, yet he was actually committing a robbery on the side of the road, and it was in front of his own niece. Zhou Quan dawdled and walked in front of Yun Songlong. This guy was still afraid of death. He actually lit a match and moved closer to Yun Songlong to take a look. That face, that expression, Zhou Quan's mind was suddenly struck by lightning. His legs went soft, and a match almost burned his eyebrows. General, it's young General Yun. 4 to 5 uncouth men, all of whom were no less than 175 meters tall, uniformly knelt on the ground. Their knees went soft, and with 5 thuds, they all knelt on the ground. All of you don't have to play dead. Speak. Who gave you permission to rob here? How many robberies did you make? How much money did you rob? Tell me everything. If there is even the slightest lie, you will be punished according to military law. The news of Yun Songlong's return to the Yun family army was only spread among a small group of soldiers and generals. Tonight, the people who robbed Yun Sheng and the others were from different squads belonging to the Yun family army. The few of them did not expect that the robbery would actually involve their own general. General, we didn't have any other choice. These soldiers' faces were red as they reported all the robberies in the past month. Ever since Yun Songshua cut off the Yun family army salaries, they were all so poor that they couldn't afford to eat. Yun Songlong also didn't appear. These people were all Yun Songlong's former subordinates. They weren't willing to betray the Yun family army, nor were they willing to change jobs. However, every soldier had parents, wives, children, and children. Helpless, they could only become unorthodox. Nonsense, you violated the imperial law. After Yun Songlong learned the truth, his face became gloomy. He led the army strictly, and what he disliked the most was the soldiers' misdeeds. His subordinates knowingly broke the law, and their crimes were unforgivable. The soldiers didn't dare to make a sound. Yun Songlong hadn't appeared for many years, but his prestige still remained. No soldier dared to make a sound in front of him. Second uncle, although these soldiers were in the wrong, they also said that they only robbed some money and never harmed anyone's life. Please don't blame them. Yun Sheng was touched by the soldiers' persistence. Sheng, you don't know how to manage an army. Knowingly breaking the law is a serious crime. If their actions are reported to the imperial court, only death awaits them. Yun Songlong was dissatisfied with his niece's soft-heartedness. Second uncle, civilians have no choice but to break the law because they're starving. Only death awaits them. Is it not illegal for the military to sit idly by and wait for the families of these soldiers to starve to death? Yun Sheng didn't agree with Yun Songlong's pedantic way of doing things. She walked in front of the soldiers. These 5-foot-tall men were like little wives in front of her second uncle. They were so timid. It was clear how important Yun Songlong was in their hearts. Uncle, you're called Zhou Quan, right? Let me ask you, did you go to the Yun residence to ask for your salary when you didn't receive it? We did, but we were chased out. Zhou Quan sighed. Then did you go to the military to seek help? According to Zhou State's laws, soldiers in the military could go to the military to seek help if they were hungry. The Marquis of Jun said that we are the Yun family's private army and are not under the jurisdiction of the military. If the military doesn't care and the Yun residence doesn't care, then it's really unloved. Second uncle, if it were you, what would you do? Yun Sheng looked at her second uncle with a straight face. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Cheng Sheng, Yuanzin, tipping as vicious as poppies that you're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.